anger.
You don't care if she steals Kiki.
Instead of trying to educate Cahill on my relationship with Kiki, I searched his face. Tension had pulled his eyes into an intent expression. His gaze darted around the campsite, as if he expected to be attacked. "What's been going on?" I asked him, tilting my head toward Iris.
Last night we made camp and waited for you and Leaf. I worried when you failed to catch up, but Iris seemed amused. Then this group of sandseeds arrived at our site. These are the clan leaders. They travel from village to village, settling disputes, bringing news and goods. It's very convenient that they found us. I think they're hiding something.
Cahill's frown reminded me of my brother. "Where's Leaf?" Worry lined his face.
They said he went back to the keep. Why would he do that?
Because he too felt afraid. But I said, he probably wanted to get the red soil samples to Bain. Cahill appeared unconvinced. Before I could ask more questions, Iris ended her conversation and moved to join us. "They're upset," she said. "Why?" I asked. "They think we're accusing them of giving the curare to Tula's attacker, and Cahill's attempts to recruit them to his cause have inflamed them." Iris scowled at Cahill. "I thought you wanted to come along so you could see another part of our culture. Your selfish obsession to raise an army has jeopardized our mission." Cahill didn't look remorseful.
I wouldn't have to raise an army if the council supported me. You— Silence!
Iris sliced her hand through the air, and I felt a brush of magic. Bright red blotches grew on Cahill's cheeks as he tried to speak. "Despite all my diplomatic training, I can't get them to tell me anything. Cahill has offended them. They will now talk only to you, Yelena." "Should we plan our escape route now?" I asked. She laughed. "We'll push Cahill into their path to slow them down." Cahill shot Iris a venomous glare. "You have a slight advantage, Yelena," she said. "I might be a master magician and a member of the council, but you're a blood relative. In their eyes, a relative is more important than a master." Iris shook her head in frustration. "Relative?" I asked. "About 500 years ago, a group of sandseeds decided to move into the jungle. The sandseeds are wanderers by nature, and there have been many groups that have broken from the main clan to find their own way. Most don't stay in communication with the main clan, but some, like the Zaltanas, do. Just try and discover some information without implying that these sandseeds are involved. Choose your words carefully." Iris must have read the skepticism on my face, because she added, "Consider it your first lesson in diplomacy. Seeing how well you did with them, I'm surprised that I don't feel more confident. Avoid sarcasm. How about coming with me? So when I start to say something stupid, you can wave your hand and silence me too." A sardonic smile flashed on her face. "I've been asked to leave and to take that annoying puppy with me. You're on your own. I won't be able to reach your mind through this bubble of sandseed magic, so we'll meet you at the edge of the Avibian Plains next to Blood Rock." Iris formed an image in my mind of that white vein structure that Kiki and I had passed 2 days ago. Cahill waved his arms and tapped his throat. Iris sighed again. "Only if you promise not to talk about armies until we're back at the Citadel." He nodded. "Yelena, I'll let you release his voice," she said. Another lesson. I calmed the nervous thoughts about my meeting with the elders before I opened my mind to the magic. Magical energy pulsed all around me, but I saw a thin thread of power wrapped around Cahill's throat. Pulling the power to me, I unlocked his voice. "Well done," Iris said. Cahill's ears were still bright red, but he had the sense to speak in an even tone.
"If I may point out the obvious," he said, "leaving Yelena alone is dangerous."
"I don't have a choice," Iris said. "I could force them to tell me what they know, but the Sandseeds would consider that an act of war. Then you'll never get your army, Cahill, because we'll be too busy trying to prevent the Sandseeds from taking a blood vengeance from everyone in Scythia." She turned to me. "Yelena, good luck. We'll have a lot to discuss when you catch up with us. Cahill, go saddle Topaz." Iris strode away, whistling for her horse. A stubborn expression gripped Cahill's face, and he crossed his arms over his chest.
"I should stay. Someone needs to watch your back. Basic military tactics. Always have a partner."
"Cahill, there is so much magic in the air around here that the Sandseeds could close my windpipe and there isn't a damn thing you or I could do about it."
"Then come with us."
"What about Tula or the killer's next victim? I have to try."
"But the risk. Living is a risk,"
I snapped at him. "Every decision, every interaction, every step, every time you get out of bed in the morning, you take a risk. To survive is to know you're taking that risk and to not get out of bed clutching illusions of safety."
"Your view of life doesn't sound comforting."
"It's not supposed to. That's the whole point." Before Cahill could launch into a discussion on philosophy, I tried to shoo him away. "Get going, before Iris loses her patience with you again." I swept my hand through the air as Iris had done. He grabbed my wrist.
"No, you don't."
He held my hand for a moment.
"If the Sandseeds hurt you, they'll see some of my blood vengeance. Be careful."
I pulled my hand away. "Always." All those worried thoughts about offending the Sandseeds came flooding back as I watched Iris and Cahill ride away. I reviewed Iris's last-minute instructions about dealing with the clan elders. I glanced around, wondering what I should do. The Sandseeds worked in their temporary village with a calm efficiency. My hunger flared when I caught a whiff of roasting meat, and I realized I hadn't eaten since we'd stopped for lunch the day before. I laid my pack next to Kiki's saddle and rummaged for something to eat. But sitting down proved to be a bad decision, as exhaustion pulled at my body. I let my new memories of childhood circle in my mind, and I contented myself with reliving some of them. Using the saddle as a pillow, I stretched out on the grass, not bothering to spread my cloak. Strange that I felt so safe here. But I wasn't safe from my nightmares. Hunted by a slithering mass of snakes, I scrambled through the jungle. They wrapped around my ankles, yanking me down. Unable to move, they sank, fangs dripping with curare deep into my flesh. "Come with us," the snakes hissed. "Cousin?" a timid voice asked. I awoke with a loud cry. A petite woman with large eyes stepped back in alarm. Her brown hair was streaked with yellow and tied back with a leather cord. Stains lined the white fabric of her dress. "The elders will see you now." I peered at the sky, but sheets of clouds obscured the sun. How long was I asleep?
The woman smiled.
All day. Follow me, please.
I looked at my bow, knowing it would be an insult to bring it, yet wanting it anyway. With reluctance, I left it on the ground and followed the woman. Questions swirled in my mind as we passed the tents, but I bit my lip to prevent myself from voicing them. Wait, I thought, quelling my impatience. Unfortunately, diplomacy was a dance I needed to learn. The woman stopped at the largest tent. The animal patterns almost covered the white fabric. She swept back a panel and gestured for me to enter. I stepped into the tent, waiting in the muted light for my eyes to adjust.
"You may approach,"
said a male voice from the far side of the tent. I surveyed the interior as I crossed to the back. Maroon and tan rugs, woven with intricate geometric patterns, covered the floor of the round tent. I spotted some sleeping mats and colourful pillows on the left. Bigger pillows on the right surrounded a low table, and candle holders with long red tassels hung from the ceiling. Sitting cross-legged in a row on an ebony and gold mat were 2 men and a woman. One I recognized. Moon Man smiled at me from between the man and woman. His skin was now painted yellow. Wrinkles creased the face of the other man, and the woman's hair was peppered with grey. Both wore red robes. I halted in shock as the sudden image of my red prison robe, tattered and bloody, rose in my mind. I hadn't thought of that garment since Valek offered me the option of being executed or becoming the commander's food taster. I had cast it aside and accepted the Ixian uniform without a backward glance. Odd that I should think of it now. Or had Storyweaver pulled those thoughts from my mind? I peered at Moon Man with suspicion.
"Sit,"
said the woman. She gestured to a small, round rug on the floor in front of them. I settled into the same position as my hosts.
"A Zaltana who has travelled far. You have returned to your ancestors to seek guidance,"
the man said. His dark eyes brimmed with knowledge, and his gaze pierced my soul. "I seek understanding," I said.
"Your journey has twisted and bent. Your journey has stained you with blood and pain and death. You must be cleansed."
The man nodded to Storyweaver. Moon Man rose. From under the mat, he pulled a scimitar. The sharp edge of the long blade gleamed in the candlelight. Chapter 22. Moon Man advanced. He rested the curved blade of the scimitar on my left shoulder, with the sharp edge dangerously close to my neck.
"Are you ready to be cleansed?"
he asked. My throat tightened. "What? How?" My mouth stumbled over the words. All logic fled.
"We take the stains of blood, pain, and death from you. We take your blood and cause you pain. You will atone for your misdeeds with your eventual death and be welcomed into the sky."
One word cut through the jumble of fear in my mind. Sudden clarity focused my thoughts. I stood with deliberate care, trying not to jostle the weapon, and stepped back. The blade remained poised in midair. "I have no misdeeds to atone for. I hold no remorse for my past actions and therefore do not need to be cleansed."
I braced for their reaction. Diplomacy be damned. Moonman grinned, and the two elders nodded in approval. Confused, I watched him replace the scimitar under the mat and settled back into his position.
"That is the correct response,"
he said. What if I had agreed?
"Then we would have sent you away with only a few cryptic remarks to puzzle over."
He laughed.
"I must admit I am slightly disappointed. I worked all afternoon on those remarks."
Sit, the woman ordered. What do you seek to understand? I chose my words with great care as I sat on the mat. A beast has been preying on young women throughout Scythia. To date, he has killed 10 and injured 1. I want to stop him. I seek to understand who he is. Why come to us? The woman asked. He has been using a certain substance as a weapon. I'm concerned that he might have stolen it from one of your clan members. I waited, hoping the word stolen would not imply guilt.
"Ah, yes, this substance,"
the old man said.
"A blessing and a curse. A package from Yelena Zaltana arrived at one of our villages near the Davian Plateau. That village was raided soon after by the Davian vermin."
The old man spat on the dirt floor.
"Many things were stolen in that raid."
His scorn for these vermin was obvious, but I asked anyway. Who are these vermin? The elders tightened their jaws, refusing to reply. Frowning, Moonman explained them to me.
"They are young men and women who have rebelled against our traditions. They have broken from the clan and settled on the plateau. The plateau does not give up its bounty without a fight. The vermin prefer to steal from us rather than work to grow their own food."
Could one of them be the monster I seek?
"Yes, they have perverted our art of magic weaving. Instead of benefiting the clan, they seek to increase their power, enriching only themselves. Most of them do not have the gift, but there are a few who are very powerful."
Moonman's fierce expression gave me a mental image of how he would look when swinging his scimitar in battle. I held a picture of Ferde, Tula's attacker, in my mind. Is he one of them? I asked. Moonman's magic coursed through me. Moonman grunted, then growled deep in his throat. Looking at the elder man, he said,
"They are practicing the old evil. We must stop them."
Horrified, the man replied,
"We will try again to pierce their magic screen. We will find them."
He stood with grace and dignity, bowed once to me, then gestured to the woman.
"Come, we must make plans."
They left the tent. Moonman and I remained. The old evil? I asked.
"An ancient, horrible ritual of binding a victim's soul to you, then killing him. When the victim dies, his magic flows into you, increasing your strength. The red markings on that beast are part of the ritual."
Moonman's brow furrowed for a moment before his eyes widened with concern.
"You said one woman was injured. Where is she now?"
In the Magician's Keep.
"Guarded?"
Yes, why?
"The one you seek will not be in the Davian Plateau. He will be in the keep, waiting for another chance to take her life. He cannot bind another soul until she dies."
I must go back. I jumped up from the small mat, intent on leaving. Moonman grabbed my shoulder and turned me to face him.
Do not forget your promise.
I won't. Tula first, then Leaf. He nodded.
May I ask another favor?
I hesitated. At least he didn't want a promise. You can ask.
When your training with Master Iris is complete, will you return to me so I may teach you the magical arts of the Sand Seeds? It is part of your heritage and of your blood.
The proposition sounded appealing, but would be yet another curve in my journey. At this rate, I doubted I would even finish my training. If history served as guidance, my future tended to go in unanticipated directions. I will try.
Good. Now go.
He bowed to me, then shooed me from the tent. A frenzy of activity encompassed the camp. Dismantled tents littered the ground as the clan members prepared to leave. Twilight crept closer as I searched for my pack. I found Kiki instead. She was saddled and ready to go. Her short-haired mother offered her reins to me. As I took the leather straps, she said, "Do not sit on the saddle. Crouch over it and shift your weight forward, and she will fly home for you." Thank you. I bowed. She smiled. "You are well matched. I am pleased." With a final pat to Kiki's neck, the woman turned to join the clan in their packing efforts. I mounted Kiki and tried to follow her directions. We would lose the light soon. Kiki turned her head to the left, peering at me with a blue eye. "Catch topaz? Silk?" she asked. "Yes, let's fly." Kiki moved. The long grasses blurred past my feet until I could no longer see them in the darkness. I held my position as we travelled over the plains. It felt as if I rode on top of a windstorm rather than a horse. When the moon reached its apex, I felt the Sand Seed's magic thin, then disappear. No longer surrounded by their power, I used my magic to search for Iris. "I'm here," she said in my mind, and I saw through her eyes that they had made camp by Blood Rock. "Wake Cahill," I told her. "We have to return to the keep as fast as we can. Tula's still in danger." "She is well guarded." "He has powerful magic." "We're on our way." I sent my awareness toward the keep, hoping to warn them. My mind touched Hayes dozing in his office. He flinched away from me in horror and raised a stronger barrier. The other Master Magician's defences were as well constructed as the towers in which they slept. Growing weary with the effort, I pulled back. Kiki overtook Iris and Cahill on the Citadel Road just as the sky began to lighten. I had only a moment to wonder how she had managed a 2-day journey in one night before we sped past the others. "Need rest?" I asked her, glancing behind in time to see Iris and Cahill wave me on. "No!" But my legs burned as if they were on fire. I aimed blue, cooling thoughts at them, and they numbed. We were within sight of the marble gates of the Citadel when all desire to rest fled my mind. A sudden and intense feeling of terrified helplessness pressed on my body. Tula. I launched my awareness toward the keep, searching for someone, anyone to warn. The guards with Tula didn't have any magic. While I could read the minds of non-magicians, they had no power to hear me. Desperate, I kept hunting. My mind found Dax. He was in the middle of a practice bout, learning to parry and lunge with a wooden sword. "Tula!" I screamed in his mind. "Danger! Get help!" He dropped his sword in surprise and was whacked in the ribs by his opponent. "Yelena?" He spun around, looking for me. "Tula's in danger! Go, now!" I ordered. Then my connection to him severed. It felt as if someone had drawn a stone curtain down between us. Time slowed to drips of molasses as we entered the citadel and navigated the busy streets. It seemed as if the entire population walked in the streets. Their unhurried pace clogged the roadway. The air sparked with the perfect cooling season temperature, and a perfect contrast to the fire in my heart. I wanted to scream at the crowd to move. Kiki, sensing my urgency, stepped up her pace and nudged the dawdlers out of our way. A few curses followed us. Kiki startled the guards at the keep's entrance when she refused to stop. She headed straight to the infirmary and even climbed the stairs, stopping only when we had reached the door. I slid from her saddle. Racing toward Tula's room, I feared the worst when I spotted her guards lying in the corridor. I jumped over them and burst into her room. The door slammed against the wall. The noise echoed off the cold marble, but failed to rouse Tula. Her lifeless eyes stared at nothing. Her bloodless lips were frozen in a grimace of horror and pain. My fingers sought a pulse. Her skin felt icy and stiff. Black bruises ringed her neck. Too late? Or was I? I placed my hand on her throat, pulling power to me. In my mind's eye, I saw her crushed windpipe. She had been strangled. I sent a bubble of power to re-inflate it, sending air into her lungs. I focused on her heart, willing it to pump. Her heart beat, and air filled her lungs, but the dullness refused to leave her eyes. I pushed harder. Her skin warmed and flushed. Her chest rose and fell. Yet, when I stopped, her blood stilled and she failed to take another breath. He had stolen her soul. I couldn't revive her. A heavy arm rested on my shoulder.
There is nothing more you can do,
Iris said. I glanced around. Behind me stood Cahill, Leaf, Dax, Rose, and Hayes. They crowded the small room, and I hadn't even noticed their arrival. Tula's skin cooled under my fingers. I pulled my hand away. A sharp, bone-crushing exhaustion settled over me. I dropped to the floor, closed my eyes, and rested my head in my hands. My fault. My fault. I should never have left her. The room erupted with sound and activity, but I ignored them as tears poured down my face. I wanted to dissolve into the floor, mixing myself with the hard stone. A stone had a single purpose: to be. No complicated promises, no worries, and no feelings. I lowered my cheek to the smooth marble. The cold stung my fevered skin. Only when the noise in the room faded did I open my eyes, and saw a scrap of paper lying under Tula's bed. It must have fallen off when I had tried to put life into her body. I reached for it, thinking it had been Tula's. The words written on the paper cut through the fog of my grief like Moon Man's scimitar. The note said, "I have opal. I will exchange opal for Yelena Zaltana at the next rising of the full moon. Send Tula's grief flag up First Magician's Tower as a sign of agreement, and opal will not be harmed. More instructions will follow." Chapter 23.
We'll send Tula's grief flag up, but we're not exchanging Yelena for opal,
Iris insisted.
We have 2 weeks until the full moon. That should give us enough time to find opal.
Again, loud arguments echoed through the magician's meeting room.
Zitora had returned from her mission for the council, so all 4 master magicians were there, as well as Tula's family, Leaf, and the captain of the keep's guard. Leaf had tried to ask me about the sand seeds before the meeting started, but I cut him off with an angry response. I still couldn't look at him without seeing his 8-year-old face in the bushes, watching my kidnapping and doing nothing. The events that had occurred after I discovered the ransom note felt as if they happened in a dream. Once everyone settled down, the killer's movements prior to attacking Tula were uncovered. He obtained a position with the keep's gardeners. Unfortunately, the people he worked with couldn't agree on his facial features, and Bane had drawn 4 completely different men from their descriptions. They also failed to remember his name. With 10 magical souls, Ferde obtained enough power to equal a master magician. He concealed his presence in the keep with ease, and confused those he worked with. Tula's guards were shot with tiny darts dipped in curare. They could only recall seeing one of the gardeners delivering some medicinal plants to Hayes before their muscles froze. The fact that Ferde had infiltrated the keep had put the keep's guards in serious trouble.
He was living in the keep, and we had no clue, Rose said.
Her powerful voice rose over the din.
What makes you think we can find him now?
Tula's mother and father drew in horrified breaths. They had arrived the day before. The news of her passing had shocked them to their core. I could see in their drawn faces and in their haunted gazes that knowing the same man held Opal made their lives a living nightmare. Just like mine.
Give him Yelena,
Rose said into the now quiet room.
She was able to animate Tula. She has the power to handle this killer.
We don't want anyone else harmed,
said Tula's father. He wore a simple brown tunic and pants. His large hands were rough with calluses and burn scars, evidence of a lifetime of working with molten glass.
No, Rose, Iris admonished. She doesn't have full control of her magic yet. Probably the main reason he wants her. If he stole her magic, think how powerful he would then be.
Bane, who had translated the markings on the killer's skin, told the group in the meeting room that the purpose of the man's quest was written in his tattoos. Bane's information matched what Moonman had told me. Ferde performed an ancient F-binding ritual that used intimidation and torture to turn a victim into a willing slave. When all free will had been surrendered, the victim was murdered, and her soul's magic was directed into Ferde, increasing his own power. He had targeted 15- and 16-year-old girls because their magic potential was just beginning. Sour bile churned in my stomach as I listened to Bane's explanation. Riyadh and Mogcan's tactics in Ixia to increase Mogcan's magic had been sickeningly familiar. Although they hadn't raped or killed their 32 victims, they tortured their souls from them, leaving them mindless. Just as horrible. Ferde had gained 11 souls. According to the ritual, the 12th soul must go to him willingly. No kidnapping for the final ritual, which, when completed, would give him almost unlimited power. Debate on why Tula survived the initial attack led to a guess that Ferde had been close to being discovered and fled before finishing the ritual.
Yelena should be protected at all times,
Iris said. Her words brought me back to the meeting.
If we can't find him, we'll set up an ambush near the exchange site and apprehend him that way.
The magicians continued to argue.
It seemed as if I would have no say in the plans. It didn't matter. I would either find Ferday or be at that exchange site. I had failed Tula. I wasn't going to let Opal suffer the same fate. A messenger from the council arrived as the meeting ended. He handed Rose a scroll. She read it, then thrust the paper at Iris in what appeared to be disgust. Iris's shoulders drooped when she scanned the document. "What else has gone wrong?" I asked her. "Another situation to deal with. This one is not life-threatening, though, just bad timing," she said. "At least this will be another chance for you to practice your diplomacy." "How?" "An Ixian delegation is expected to arrive in 6 days." So soon? I had thought the messenger with the council's reply had just left. "Yelena, it's been 5 days. It's a 2-day ride to the Ixian border and a half a day to the commander's castle." 5 days? So much had happened in those 5 days that I felt as if I lived one endless day. Difficult, too, to believe I had been living in Scythia for only 2.5 seasons. Almost half a year gone in what seemed like a fortnight. My ache for Valek hadn't dulled, and I wondered if meeting the northern delegation would cause me to miss him more. I followed the others from the room. In the hallway outside, Zetora linked her arm in mine. "I need some help," she said, guiding me from the keep's administration building and toward her tower. "But I need to get some rest and not go searching the citadel for Opal," Zetora said. "I will anyway, you know that." She nodded. "But not tonight." "What do you need?" A sad smile touched her face. "Help with Tula's flag. I believe asking her parents would only increase their grief." We entered her tower and climbed 2 flights of stairs to her workroom. Comfortable chairs and tables, littered with sewing and art supplies, filled the large chamber. "My seamstress skills are limited," Zetora said. She moved around the room, adding fabric and thread to the one empty table near the chairs. "But not for the lack of practice. I can sew and embroider, but I'm better at drawing. When I have the time, I've been experimenting with painting on silk." Satisfied with her collection, Zetora dug through another pile of cloth and pulled out a sheet of white silk. She measured and cut off a 5-foot by 3-foot rectangle. "The background will be white for Tula's purity and innocence," Zetora said. "Yelena, what should I put in the foreground?" When she saw my confusion, she explained. "A grief flag is our way of honoring the dead. It's a representation of the person. We decorate it with the things that made up a person's life, and when we raise the flag high, it releases their spirit into the sky. So what would best represent Tula?" My thoughts went immediately to Ferday. A poisonous snake, red flames for pain, and a jar of curare all came to mind. I scowled, unable to imagine Tula's spirit free. She had been trapped in the blackness of Ferday's soul because of my stupidity. "He's a cunning demon, isn't he?" Zetora asked, as if reading my mind. "To have the boldness to live in the keep, to have the skill to kill under our roof, and to have you blame yourself for it. A masterful trick, I'd say." "You're starting to sound like a certain story weaver I know," I said. "I'll take that as a compliment," Zetora replied. She sorted through colourful squares of silk. "Let's see. If you had listened to Iris and remained behind, the killer would have gotten Tula and you." "But I had gotten my energy back," I said. Iris had thought it best not to mention Valek's help. Only because you wanted to follow Iris. Zetora raised a thin eyebrow. But I wouldn't have gone with Ferde willingly. Truly? What if he had promised not to kill Tula in exchange for you? I opened my mouth, then closed it, considering. She had a point. Once you say the words, or move with intent, it's done. What follows after will not change that. And he would have killed Tula anyway, Zetora said. She lined the coloured squares along the table's edge. If you had stayed behind, you would both be gone, and we wouldn't have the information from the sand seeds.
Are you trying to make me feel better?
Zetora smiled. Now, what should we put on Tula's flag?
The answer came to mind. Honeysuckles, a single drop of dew on a blade of grass, and glass animals. Opal had told me about Tula's glass animals. Most of them Tula had either sold or given away as gifts, but Tula kept a small collection of them near her bed. The unwelcome thought of what we would sew onto Opal's flag rose in my mind. I suppressed it, squashing the image into a small corner of my brain. I would not let Ferde murder Opal. Zetora drew shapes on the silk, and I cut them out. When the pile met her approval, we arranged them on the white silk. Honeysuckles bordered the flag, while the blade of grass rose in the centre, surrounded by a ring of animal sculptures.
Beautiful, Zetora said.
Her eyes shone with grief.
Now comes the tedious part, sewing all these bits of cloth onto the background.
I threaded needles for her, the extent of my sewing ability. After a while, she told me to go back to my room and get some sleep.
Don't forget about our agreement, Zetora called as I started down the steps.
I won't. Now that she was back, I could begin teaching her some self-defense. With my thoughts preoccupied with scheduling her training, I was startled by 2 guards who waited for me outside Zetora's tower.
What do you want?
I demanded, pulling my bow.
Orders from 4th Magician. You're to be protected at all times,
said the larger of the 2 men. I huffed with annoyance.
Go back to the barracks. I can take care of myself.
The men grinned.
She told us you would say that, the other man said. We follow her orders. If our unit fails to protect you, we'll be assigned to clean chamber pots for the rest of our days.
I could make your job very difficult, I warned them. The stubborn stiffness of their shoulders never softened.
There is nothing you can do that's worse than cleaning chamber pots, said the large man.
I sighed. Giving them the slip to search for Opal would be hard, which was probably why Iris had assigned them to me. She knew that I would go hunting as soon as I could. Just stay out of my way, I growled. I turned my back on the guards and headed for the apprentices' wing. The dark campus seemed to mourn, and an uneasy quiet filled the air. The raising ceremony for Tula was scheduled for dawn. Then life would continue. I would have my afternoon lesson with Iris. Cahill had already reminded me of our evening ride. I would attempt to keep my promise to Moonman. All these events would occur despite the threat to Opal. Or should that be in spite of the threat? My guards refused to let me enter my rooms until one of them searched for intruders. At least they remained outside afterward and didn't insist on staying with me. But Iris had informed them that I would attempt to escape because when I looked out my bedroom window, I saw one of the guards standing there. I closed and locked the window shutters. The guards blocked both exits. I could see Dax's grin in my mind, knowing he would delight in telling me the gossip and rumours from the other students about my protectors. I sat on the bed in annoyance and sealed my fate. The soft comfort of my pillow called to me. I would rest only a moment, clearing my head so I could plan a way to lose my two shadows. During the next 5 days, I had only one successful escape. The morning after I had helped Zatora with Tula's grief flag, I stood next to Iris for Tula's raising ceremony. Tula's body had been wrapped in white linen strips and covered with her flag. The leader of the Cowan clan spoke kind words over her body as her parents wept. All 4 master magicians attended. Zatora soaked a handkerchief with her tears, but I clamped down on my emotions and focused on Opal, hardening my resolve to find her. Tula's body was to be taken home and buried in her family's graveyard. But according to Scythian beliefs, during this farewell ceremony, her spirit transferred to the flag. The people surrounding me believed that when this pennant of white silk fluttered above Rose's tower, Tula's spirit would be released into the sky. But I knew better. Tula's spirit was trapped inside Ferday, and only his death would release her. For me, Tula's flag not only signalled Ferday that we had agreed to his exchange, but also symbolised my determination to find and stop him. The morning after Tula's ceremony, I led my guards to the baths. The pools and changing rooms bustled with students getting ready for classes, and despite the assortment of wary looks aimed my way, I managed to pay a few novices to create a diversion near the back entrance. The ruse worked. I dashed out of the baths and out of the keep before the soldiers at the gate could recognise me. The guards stationed at the keep's gate monitored who came in and, unless there was a crisis, they only paid a passing interest to those who left. Once out of sight, my first task included finding Fisk and his friends. The market was just stirring to life. Only a few customers wandered through the stands at this early hour. I found Fisk playing dice with a group of children. He ran over to me.
"Lovely, Yelena! How can I assist you today?"
His smile lit up his face. The other children surrounded me, waiting for instructions. They appeared clean and cared for. They earned money for their families, and I thought that once I finished this ugly business with Ferday, I would give them more help. I remembered to tell them about the keep's need for another gardener, though, and was rewarded to see one girl run home to tell her father. "I need guides," I told Fisk. "Show me all the shortcuts and hidden areas of the citadel." While they took me through back alleys and forgotten quarters, I questioned them about the people. Anybody new? Anybody acting strange? Had they seen a young, frightened girl with a man? They regaled me with wild stories, but the information was not what I needed. As we moved, I searched the surrounding homes with my magic, seeking Opal, or the wisp of someone else's magic, or anything that might give me a clue as to her whereabouts. The day was well spent, and only my hunger could stop me. Fisk led me to the best meat griller in the Citadel's market. As I ate the juicy beef, I decided I would continue my search late into the night and then find a place to sleep. I would have plenty more days to spend hunting Opal. At least, that had been my intention until Iris and my guards ambushed me. Hidden behind a shield of magic, she prevented me from sensing them until too late. The instant the two soldiers grabbed my arms, she seized control of my body, pushing aside what I had thought to be a strong mental barrier. The full power of a master magician reduced my own defenses to dust. Unable to move or to talk, I stared at her in complete surprise. Even though I had missed Iris's morning lesson and blocked her efforts to find me with her magic, I thought she would understand my mission. I was unprepared for the severity of her anger. My guards, looking grim and scared, clung to me.
You will not leave the keep again. You will not lose your guards again, or I will lock you in the keep's prison. Understand?
Yes,
I'll be watching.
But Iris severed our mental connection with a head-aching abruptness. Yet her magic still gripped my body.
Take her back to the keep,
Iris ordered the guards.
Take her to her rooms. She may leave them only for lessons and meals. Do not lose her again.
The guards flinched under her searing gaze. The larger one picked me up and threw me over his shoulder. I suffered the indignity of being carried through the citadel, across the keep's campus, and dumped onto my bed. Iris didn't relinquish control of my body until the next morning, although I still felt a band of her magic wrapped around my throat. By then, I was ready to throttle anyone who dared to get in my way. Avoided as if I carried a disease, I could only vent my ill humour on the guards as they escorted me through the campus. After 3 days of this hell, I stood next to Iris in the great hall of the council building, waiting for the Ixian delegation to arrive. Iris had used my lesson time to lecture me on proper Citian protocols and diplomacy. She had refused to let me talk to her about anything other than the lecture topic. My frustration at not knowing about the search for Opal seized my chest like a vice. The great hall was decorated with large silk banners representing each of the 11 clans and each of the master magicians. Hung from the ceiling, these colourful banners flowed down 3 stories of marble walls until they reached the floor. Tall, slender windows separated the banners, allowing the sunlight to stripe the floor with gold. The council members wore formal robes of silk, embroidered with silver thread. Iris and the other masters wore their ceremonial robes and masks. I remembered Iris's hawk mask from when she had visited the commander in Ixia, and I looked at the others with interest. Rose Featherstone, first magician, wore a blue dragon mask. Bane Bloodgood, second magician, had donned a leopard skin mask. And a white unicorn covered third magician Zitora's face. According to Fisk, these animals acted as the magician's guides through the underworld and throughout their life. They had found them while enduring the master-level test, which, from the little bits of information I could gather, seemed a horrible ordeal. Cahill had donned the midnight blue tunic with the silver piping that he had worn to the New Beginnings feast. The colour complemented his blonde hair, and he looked regal despite his hard expression. Present to assess his enemy for weakness, he promised to keep quiet and not draw attention to himself. Otherwise, the council members would have banned him from the greeting ceremonies. Fidgeting, I twisted the wide sleeves of my formal apprentice robe around my arm. Pale yellow in colour, the hem of the plain cotton garment touched my feet and revealed the black sandals Zitora had given to me. I plucked at the skin on my neck and pulled at the robe's collar. "What's wrong?" Iris asked. Her rigid posture radiated disapproval. It was the first time since my house arrest that she had mentally communicated to me. I wanted to ignore her.
My anger at her punishment still sizzled in my blood. Even now, Iris's magic wrapped around my neck. She hadn't been kidding when she had said she'd be watching. The power I would need to remove her magic would exhaust me, and I didn't possess enough nerve to provoke her again. Your leash chafes. My thoughts were cold. Good. Maybe now you'll learn to listen and to think before you act, to trust others' judgments. I've learned something. What? The harsh tactics of the commander are not unique to Ixia. Oh, Yelena. Iris's stiff demeanor melted. The hard band of magic around my throat disappeared. I'm at my wit's end. You're so focused on action. You have a single-minded determination that barrels through situations. You've been lucky so far, and I don't know how to make you understand that if Tula's killer absorbs your power, he will be unstoppable. Sitya will be his to rule. This goes beyond you and your desire for revenge. This affects us all. All options must be carefully considered before any action is taken. That is the Sityan way. She shook her head, sighing. I have forgotten that you're a grown woman. Once you have complete control of your magic, and when this killer is found, you can do as you like, go where you please. I had hoped you would have become a part of our efforts to keep Sitya a safe and prosperous place to live, but your unpredictability will only jeopardize our community. Iris's words cut through my anger. To be free to do anything I wanted seemed a foreign concept. The first time in my life that I had been offered such a choice. I envisioned travelling all over Sitya with Kiki, and with no worries or promises to keep. To be unconnected, moving from one town to the next, experiencing the culture. Or climbing through the jungle with my father, learning about the medicinal properties of some leaf. Or sneaking into Ixia to meet with Valak. She presented an attractive option. Perhaps I would take her up on it, but not until after I captured Furday and fulfilled my promise to Moonman. Deciding I would try harder to work in the Sityan way, I said, Iris, I would like to help find Opal. Sensing my intentions, she turned to me and studied my expression. There's a meeting scheduled after the formalities with the Ixians. You're welcome to come. I smoothed out the sleeves of my robe as the row of trumpet players sounded the arrival of the Northerners. An immediate hush fell over the great hall as a stately parade of Ixians entered the room. The ambassador led the procession. The tailored cut of her black uniform lent her an air of importance. 2 diamonds sparkled from her collar. The commander must have shown her great favour in allowing her to wear the precious stones for this mission. Her long, straight hair was fading toward grey, yet her almond-shaped eyes held a powerful vitality. Sudden recognition pierced my heart. Chapter 24. I quickly scanned the rest of the ambassador's retinue, searching for the person who had to be there. Her aide, walking 1 step behind her, wore the same uniform as the ambassador except the red diamonds on his collar had been stitched with thread. His bland face was unremarkable, so I moved my gaze to the others. Some of the guards looked familiar, but 2 captains near the middle caught my eye. Ari's massive muscles strained the seams on his uniform,
His tight blonde curls looked almost white in the sunlight. His face remained impassive when he glanced at me, but I could see 2 red blotches spreading on his cheeks as he fought to keep from smiling. Janko sauntered next to him, looking much healthier than when I had said goodbye to him in Ixia. Then his pale face had been tight with pain, and he hadn't the strength to stand. The results of defending Iris against Mogcan's men. Now he moved his lean build with an athletic grace, and his skin was tanned. Straight-faced, he peered at me, but I could see pure, mischievous glee dancing in his eyes. It was wonderful to see them, but I kept searching. Clutching my butterfly pendant through my robe, I scrutinized all the guards' faces. He had to be here. If the commander was here, posing as the Ixian ambassador, then Valak had to be close by. But Valak didn't know about Commander Ambrose's secret. Only I knew about what the commander called his mutation, having been born a woman with a man's soul. Since Valak didn't know the ambassador was the commander, he probably would be with whoever was posing as the commander in Ixia. Unless the commander had sent Valak on another mission, or even worse, maybe Valak still hadn't recovered from giving me his strength. Maybe he had been injured while weak, or dead. Horrible scenarios chased through my mind as the delegation exchanged formal greetings. I willed the pleasantries to move faster. My need to question Ari and Janko about Valak grew with every second. With my thoughts on Valak, I found my eyes lingering on the ambassador's aide. His straight black hair fell to his ears and clung limply to his head. A soft, fat nose sat above colourless lips and a weak chin. He appeared to be bored as he scanned the councillors and magicians in the room, with no hint of intelligence in his blue eyes. Our gazes met for a moment. Sapphire blue lightning struck my heart. That rat. I wanted to slug Valak and kiss him at the same time. His expression never changed. He gave no sign of having seen me at all as his attention refocused on the councillors. I could hardly bear the rest of the meeting. Too impatient to wait until the meeting concluded, I tried to link with Valak's mind. I encountered a formidable barrier, stronger than any of the master magicians. Valak sensed the magic and glanced at me. When the introductions and formalities came to an end, the Ixian delegation was served refreshments and everyone milled about in small groups. I headed for Ari and Janko, who stood near the ambassador as if they had metal rods strapped onto their backs, but Bavel Cacao, my clan leader, stopped me.
"I have a message from your father,"
Bavel said. He handed me a small scroll. I thanked him. This was only the second time I had talked to him since he had arrived at the Citadel. He had delivered the clothes Nutty had sewn for me. Even though I wanted to talk to my friends, I inquired after the clan.
"Dealing with the usual petty problems, and trying to combat some fungus that is eating through the wood on a few walls."
He smiled.
"I've no doubt that Issa will figure it out. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to check to make sure the ambassador's suite is ready."
Before Bavel could walk away, I touched his sleeve. "What does the suite look like?" I asked him. Puzzled, he said,
"Our most opulent chambers. The Citadel's guest suites have every convenience. Why?"
"The ambassador doesn't like opulence. Perhaps you could have some of it removed? Simple elegance would suit her better." Bavel considered.
"She's a cousin of Commander Ambrose. Have you met her?"
"No, but I know most Ixians agree with the commander's dislike for extravagance."
"Your concern is noted. I'll see to the changes.
Bavel hurried away. I broke the wax seal on the scroll. Unrolling the paper, I read the note, then closed my eyes for a moment. In my mind's eye, I saw my storyline twist into a big, complicated, noose-like knot. According to the letter, Esau and Pearl were on their way to the keep to visit me. They planned to arrive 5 days before the full moon. Who else could come? If I had gotten a message from the underworld announcing Riyadh and Mogkan's arrival, I wouldn't have been surprised. Tucking the note away, I shook my head. I had no control over these events, and I would deal with my parents when they arrived. I approached the Ixians. The ambassador chatted with Bane, second magician. Her gold eyes flicked to me, and Bane stopped speaking to introduce us.
Ambassador Singh, this is apprentice Yelena Zaltana.
I clasped her cool hand in the Ixian greeting, and then bowed formally in the Citian salutation. She returned the bow.
I've heard much about you from my cousin. How are your studies progressing?
Very well, thank you. Please extend my best wishes to Commander Ambrose, I said.
I will.
Singh turned toward her aide.
This is Advisor Ilum.
I held my face in a neutral expression as I shook his limp hand. He mumbled a greeting, then ignored me, as someone not worth his time or attention. I knew Valak had to be acting, yet his complete disregard made me worry if his feelings for me had changed. I didn't have much time to brood, though. When Bane led Singh and Ilum to meet another counsellor, Ari grabbed me in a quick bear hug.
What's with the dress?
Janko asked.
Better than that wrinkled uniform, I countered. And is that grey hair in your goatee?
Janko smoothed a hand over his facial hair.
A little present from my run-in with a sword. Or, should I say, from when the sword had a run-in with me.
His eyes lit up.
Want to see the scar? It's cool.
He started pulling his shirt out of his pants.
Janko,
Ari warned.
We're not supposed to be fraternising with the Citians.
But she's not Citian, right, Yelena? You haven't gone south on us, have you?
Janko's voice held mock horror.
Because if you have, I can't give you your present.
I took my switchblade out, showing the inscription to Janko.
What about sieges weathered, fight together, friends forever? Does that change if I become an official Southerner?
Janko rubbed the hair on his chin, considering.
No, Ari said. You could change into a goat, and it would still apply.
Only if she made us some goat's cheese, Janko said.
Ari rolled his light blue eyes.
Just give her the gift.
It's from Valak,
Janko said, digging into his pack.
Since he was unable to accompany the delegation.
Suicide, Ari said. The Citians would execute Valak if they caught him in their lands.
Concern for Valak coursed through me, and I glanced around the hall, looking to see if anyone else had recognized him. Everyone seemed to be engaged in conversation, except Cahill. He stood alone, watching the Ixians. He met my gaze and frowned. At Janko's triumphant grunt, I turned back to my friends. Once I saw what Janko had in his palm, all thoughts about Cahill disappeared. A black stone snake with glints of silver twisted 4 times around his fingers. The snake's scales had been carved with a diamond pattern along its back, and 2 tiny sapphires gleamed from its eyes. One of Valak's carvings.
It's a bracelet,
Janko said. He took my hand and slipped the snake over it until it fit onto my forearm.
It was too small for me, Janko joked. So I told Valak he should give it to you. Looks like it fits you perfectly.
I marvelled at my gift. Why had Valak chosen a snake? Apprehension coiled in my stomach.
Things have been quiet since you left, Ari said. Even though we're not part of his corps, Valet made Janko a fox statue and a horse for me. They're the nicest things we own.
We talked until Ari and Janko had to follow the ambassador to her suite. They told me they would have rotating shifts to guard Singh and Ilum, and would have some time to talk to me again. I offered to show them around the citadel, and perhaps the keep. Iris found me before I left the Great Hall, and she accompanied me through the citadel's streets to the meeting to discuss the ongoing efforts to find Opal. My ever-present guards, who had been discreet during the ceremonies, followed us.
"Janko looks great," Iris said. "That was a quick recovery from such a severe injury. I'm glad." Iris's words reminded me of something Storyweaver had said. With all the commotion surrounding Opal and the delegation, I hadn't discussed Moonman's claims with her. "Iris, what is a soul finder?
Don't say any more aloud," Iris's voice admonished in my mind. "That's not something you want anyone to overhear."
Why not? Why all the fear? My hand sought Valek's bracelet. I twisted it around my arm. She sighed.
"Scythian history is full of wonderful and brave magicians who have joined the clans together and stopped the wars. Unfortunately, those tales aren't told in the taverns and to the children. The tales of the few magicians who have caused harm seem to be the ones whispered by the fireside. With Mogcan's corruption and now this beast that has Opal, I don't want rumors and stories to circulate about a soul finder."
Iris fiddled with the brown feathers on her hawk mask that she carried.
"About 150 years ago, a soul finder was born. He was considered a gift from the underworld. His strong magic affected people's souls, healing both emotional and physical pain. Then he discovered he could pluck a soul from the air before it could float to the sky, waking the dead. But something happened. We don't know what. But he became bitter, and he went from helping people to using them. Keeping the souls for himself, he woke the dead without their souls. These emotionless creatures followed his orders and had no remorse for their actions. That ability is considered an aberration and is against our ethical code. With his soulless army, he had control of Scythia for many, many dark years before the master magicians could stop him."
Before I could ask for details, Iris continued her story.
"Yelena, you have the abilities of a soul finder. When you breathed for Tula, you shocked me and alarmed Rose. That's why I was so harsh with you about losing your guards. I had to show Rose I could control you. But today, you made me realize that was wrong. It was probably the same type of panicked response that pushed the soul finder over the edge. We need to discover the extent of your abilities before we categorize you. Who knows? You could be a master magician."
I laughed, thinking how easy it had been for Iris to ambush me and break through my magical defenses. "Highly doubtful," I said. And also doubtful was Moonman's claims that I was a soul finder. Tula's soul was stolen. I could breathe for her, yet I couldn't wake her without it. I shared some abilities with a soul finder, but obviously not all. As we drew closer to the keep's entrance, I noticed a small beggar wearing a dirty cloak huddled by the wall, shaking a cup. Annoyed that I was the only one to notice, I walked over and dropped a coin into the cup. The beggar looked up, and I saw a flash of Fisk's smile
before he hid his face again.
"We have news about the one you seek. Come to the market tomorrow."
"Hey, you! Stop bothering the lady,"
said one of my guards. I spun to glare at the guard. When I turned back, Fisk was gone. I mulled over Fisk's message. My first instinct involved ditching my guards tomorrow and meeting with him. An Ixian response, but I decided to try the Citian approach and see what the others had found regarding Opal. Leaf leaned over a table in the meeting room, studying a map. He greeted my arrival with a surprised expression, but I refused to acknowledge him and had to suppress a sudden fury that welled in my throat. I had no idea how I would fulfill my promise to Moonman when all I wanted to do was shake Leaf and demand an explanation. Iris broke the silence and filled me in on the group's efforts so far. They had divided the citadel into sections, and one magician was assigned to search each quarter. Councillor Haroun, the Sandseeds councilman, had taken his people to hunt for Opal in the part of the Avibian plain that bordered the citadel. No clues had been found.
"We'll send guards to search every building in the citadel," Rose said, sweeping into the meeting room with Bane on her heels. "Which will cause Opal's immediate death," I said. Rose sneered at me.
"Who invited you?"
She gave Iris a poisonous glare.
"She's right, Rose," Iris said. "News of the searches would spread like a bonfire, and he would be alerted."
"Does anyone have a better idea?"
"I do," I said into the silence. All eyes turned toward me. Rose's gaze froze my blood. I have friends in the Citadel who can get information without calling attention to themselves. Seems they might have already learned something, but I need to meet them at the market tomorrow. Under my sleeve, I twisted Valek's snake around my wrist, waiting for their response.
"No,"
Rose said.
"It could be a trap."
"Now you're concerned for my welfare? How touching. Although I think jealousy is the real emotion," I shot back.
"Ladies, please," said Bane. "Let us focus on the task at hand. Do you trust this source, Yelena?"
"Yes."
It would not look unusual for Yelena to go to the market to shop. Her guards would be with her, Iris added.
"The guards would scare away my source," I said, which was true enough for my purposes. Also, my source might lead me somewhere, so I'll have to move quick. "But you'll need protection. We could disguise your guards," Iris offered. "No, they're not the protection I need. I can defend myself against a physical threat, but I need to defend against a magical one."
Iris was a powerful ally. Iris nodded, and we made plans for the next day. After the meeting, I went to the dining room to grab something to eat, and I picked up a few apples for Kiki and Topaz. My guards continued to follow me, and it felt odd how I had grown used to their presence. At least I didn't need to worry about Goal trying another surprise attack, especially when I had so many other things to occupy my thoughts. I hadn't been able to ride since my house arrest, and even if I couldn't leave the keep, at least I could practice riding. Kiki's mother had sneered at my saddle, so I wanted to learn how to ride bareback. Besides, it could be a useful skill to learn. In an emergency, I wouldn't have time to saddle her. And I needed the distraction. Bad thoughts of losing my guards and sneaking into a certain advisor's room in the Citadel's guest quarters kept surfacing. I drowned the dangerous impulse. I wouldn't risk Valek's life for my own selfish reasons. Putting up my sleeve, I examined Valek's gift in the late afternoon sunlight, running a finger along its back.
The bracelet even felt like a snake, although its body language seemed to indicate a protective rather than an aggressive stance. Again, I wondered at his choice. Perhaps he had somehow witnessed my nightmares about snakes. But why make one as a present? Wouldn't a mongoose make a better gift? Kiki waited for me by the pasture's gate. She nickered in greeting, and I fed her an apple before climbing over the fence. My guards took up positions outside the gate, close but not too close. They were learning. As Kiki ate, I checked her over. She had nettles snarled in her tail, and dried mud on her belly and caked around her hooves. "Didn't anyone groom you?" I asked aloud, tisking.
"She wouldn't let anyone near her,"
Cahill said. He held a bucket of brushes and combs over the rail.
"Seems only you can do the honors."
I took the handle. "Thanks." I pulled out a curry comb and began to loosen the mud on her coat. Cahill rested his arms on the fence.
"Saw you talking to the Northerners today. You know some of them?"
I glanced at Cahill. A serious expression gripped his face. So his timely arrival with the supplies hadn't been a coincidence. He had waited to ambush me with questions about the Ixians. Choosing my words with care, I said, "2 of the guards are my friends."
"The ones who taught you how to fight?"
Cahill tried to sound casual. "Yes."
"What division do they belong to?"
I stopped brushing Kiki and stared at him. "Cahill, what do you really want to know?" He stammered. "You're not thinking of jeopardizing the delegation, are you? Planning to sabotage the meetings? Or are you more interested in ambushing them on their way back to Ixia?" He opened his mouth, but no words came out. "That would be unwise," I continued. "You'll make both Sitia and Ixia your enemy, and besides..."
"Besides what?"
he demanded. "The commander's elite guards surround the ambassador. It would be suicide to make a kidnapping attempt."
"Aren't you just full of wisdom today?"
Cahill said, with a sharp jab of sarcasm.
"Your concern for the welfare of my men is truly heartwarming. Are you sure you're not just protecting your northern friends? Or perhaps protecting your heartmate?"
He had to be guessing. I called his bluff.
"What are you ranting about?" "I was watching you when the delegation arrived. Although your face never moved, I saw your hand fly to that butterfly pendant under your robe. I know the one who gave that to you is here. In fact, he gave you another gift today." I turned back to work on Kiki, hiding my face from Cahill. "If you know so much, then why are you asking me questions?" "Who is he?"
When I refused to answer, Cahill continued.
"It's the man who's missing half of his right ear. The one who gave you the snake."
Cahill wore such a smug expression that I laughed.
"Janko? We bicker like brother and sister."
"No, he was just delivering the gift."
"I don't believe you."
I shrugged. "Here." I handed a wire brush to Cahill. "You can get the nettles out of her tail." When I saw him hesitate, I added, "Don't worry, she won't kick you." We worked for a while in silence. Cahill, though, wasn't content with the quiet.
"You're happier now that your northern friends are here."
"I missed them," I agreed.
"Would you want to go back to Ixia?"
"Yes, but that's impossible, because I'm a magician."
and there was a signed order for my execution, but I thought it prudent not to mention that.
Nothing's impossible.
Cahill finished Kiki's tale and began combing her mane.
When I gain control of Ixia and free the people, you would have a place by my side if you chose to accept it.
Avoiding his unspoken question, I gave him a dubious look. Do you still believe Sitya will support you, even after they've been making nice with the Northern delegation? With the passion of a mystic, Cahill said,
All my life, I've been told I would rule Ixia one day. Every lesson, every interaction, and every emotion was tailored to that single purpose. Even the council encouraged me to plan and train and wait for the perfect moment to attack.
Cahill's blue eyes radiated with such a pure intensity that I almost stepped back.
Then the North agrees to a trade treaty, and they visit Sitya.
He spat the words out.
Suddenly the commander is the council's friend, and my reason for existing is no longer supported. The council has failed to realize that the commander is deceiving them, and when he tips his hand, I'll be there. I have many loyal followers who are equally unhappy about the council's dalliances with the North.
You're going to need a trained military if you plan to go against the commander's forces, I said.
And if Valek— What about Valek? Cahill grabbed my arm. His fingers pressed my bracelet into my skin.
I winced in pain. Kiki cocked an ear.
Kick?
No, not yet. If Valek discovers what you're planning, he'll stop you before you can rally your men.
Do you really think he can stop me? He asked.
Yes. I pulled my arm out of Cahill's grasp, but he caught my wrist with his other hand and yanked my sleeve up with his free hand, exposing the snake circled around my arm. Before I could stop him, he let go of my sleeve and tugged my collar down. My black stone butterfly pendant swung free. The silver spots on its wings glinted in the sunlight, matching the silver on the snake's body.
And you would know,
Cahill said, releasing me. His face took on a stunned expression as he made a sudden realization. I staggered back.
As the commander's food taster, you worked with Valek every day. He had to teach you about poisons and poisoning techniques.
He stared at me in revulsion.
Marek told me that when the royal family members were assassinated, the assassin would leave behind a black statue that glittered with silver. It was the assassin's calling card. Only after the commander took control of Ixia was Valek named the assassin.
I returned to brushing Kiki.
That's a big leap in logic, Cahill.
Based on a bedtime story, which I'm sure gets more interesting with each telling, and a couple of trinkets. Valek is not the only person who carves things out of those rocks. Think about that before you leap to conclusions. Refusing to meet Cahill's gaze, I put the grooming equipment back into the bucket and led Kiki to her stall. By the time I finished filling her water pail, Cahill had gone. My guards trailed me to the baths and stayed outside while I washed off the horsehair and dust that coated my skin. The sun had set by the time we reached the rooms. I waited outside, shivering in the cold night air, while one guard searched inside. Given the all clear, I entered my dark living room. I shuttered and locked my windows against the chilly wind, then lit a fire in the hearth.
"That's better,"
said a voice that set my soul on fire. I turned. Valek lounged on a chair with his booted feet propped up on the table. Chapter 25. Valek held the Valma statue I had bought for him long ago, admiring it in the firelight. He wore a simple black shirt and pants,
The clothes did not appear to be as tight-fitting as his hooded sneak suit, but seemed snug enough not to impede his movements.
How did you—
Fool your guards. They're not very good. They forgot to check the ceiling for spiders.
Valek grinned. His angular face softened. Startled, I realized he wasn't in disguise.
This is dangerous.
I knew falling for you was dangerous, love.
I meant coming to Citya, being here in the Magician's Keep with guards just outside my door.
I gestured wildly.
It's only dangerous if they know I'm here. According to them, I'm just Ambassador Singh's lowly and dull-witted aide.
Valek stood, his movements liquid. The black fabric of his clothes clung to his lean build. He stretched his arms out to the side.
See? I'm not even armed.
He made a weak attempt to look innocent, but I knew better. Should I guess how many concealed weapons you have? Or should I strip search you?
A strip search is the only way to be absolutely certain.
Valek's deep blue eyes danced with delight. I took 3 steps and was wrapped in his arms, where I belonged. No confusion here, no worries here, no troubles here. Just Valek's scent, an intoxicating combination of musk and spice. During our short trip to the bed, I found 2 knives strapped to Valek's forearms, darts and other throwing implements tucked inside his belt, a switchblade strapped to his right thigh, and a short sword in his boot. I knew more weapons hid within his clothes, but once I touched his skin, the game ceased to matter as we became reacquainted. With his body next to mine, I felt all the empty places inside me fill with his essence. Home. It wasn't until deep into the night that we stopped to talk. Lying next to him under the blanket, I thanked him in a low voice for the snake bracelet, and told him about Tula, Opal, and the reason for the guards.
And you said it was dangerous for me,
Valek said, pointing out the irony.
Good thing I'm here. You'll need backup that can't be influenced by magic.
Valek's immunity to magic could be considered another concealed weapon. Hope of recovering Opal unharmed bloomed in my chest for the first time since her capture.
How can you provide backup? You're supposed to be with the ambassador.
He grinned.
Don't worry. I've got that covered. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last I've been in Citya. Keeping tabs on our neighbours has always been one of my duties as security chief. Fun stuff.
Until you're caught,
I said. My mood soured, but Valek seemed unaffected by my comment.
There's always that chance. Part of the allure, I suppose.
He nuzzled my neck and sighed with regret.
I better get back. It'll be dawn soon.
He rolled out of bed and began to dress.
Besides, I don't want to be here when your boyfriend arrives.
who?
I sat up.
The blonde that follows your every move with his lovesick eyes,
Valek teased.
Cahill?
I laughed, dismissing him.
He thought Janko was my heartmate. I think you should feel more jealousy toward my horse.
She's the one who has stolen my heart. Valek stilled as the amusement dropped from his face.
What's his name?
Her name is Kiki. He shook his head.
Not the horse, the blonde.
Cahill.
Cahill, Ixia.
The king's nephew? He's alive?
Valak seemed confused. I thought you knew, I said. I had imagined Valak had let Cahill live once he had reached Scythia. But now Cahill's comment about Valak forgetting to count the bodies when he had assassinated the royal family came to mind. With a growing horror, I realized my mistake.
Valak, don't kill him.
He's a threat to the commander.
A dead flatness covered Valak's eyes. He wore his stone face, unyielding, uncompromising.
He's my friend.
Valak's cold killer's gaze met mine.
The second he becomes more than a potential threat, he's dead.
Valak had pledged to protect the commander, and only his love for me kept him from assassinating Cahill that night. Valak's loyalty was without fail. If the commander had given him a direct order to kill me, Valak would have. Lucky for us that the commander hadn't given Valak that order.
I'm glad the commander is safe within Ixia's borders.
Valak's face softened, and he laughed.
He's taking a vacation. He's the only person I know who thinks hunting sand spiders is relaxing.
Aren't you worried he'd get stung? My skin crawled just thinking about the poisonous spiders. They were the size of a small dog and jumped with a lethal quickness. But then I remembered that the commander was really in the Citadel's guest quarters.
No. I still can't beat the commander in a knife fight. His skills are more than adequate to handle a sand spider. Plotting royalty is another matter, though. I'll have to keep an eye on this Cahill.
I knew it was a matter of time before Valak found out about Cahill's plans to regain his kingdom. Then what would I do? Those thoughts reminded me about something Cahill had said that hadn't sounded right. Valak, did you used to leave your carvings behind when you assassinated someone?
Have you been listening to Scythian rumours?
He smiled. I nodded. But I don't necessarily believe all that I hear.
Good. Although I'm embarrassed to admit that one is true. I was young, cocky, and stupid, enjoying being known as the death artist. I even started leaving a carving before I began a job, letting my victim find it.
Valak shook his head at the memory.
That nonsense almost got me killed, so I stopped it altogether.
Valak finished dressing.
I'll be at the market today, in case anything happens.
He kissed me, and I clung to him for a moment, wishing we could run away and forget about soul-stealing magicians and Cahill. But that wasn't for us. Dealing with poisoners, schemers, and killers seemed to be our lot in life. Besides, we would probably grow bored living in safety without any problems to worry about. But still I wished for it. With reluctance, I let Valak go. He nodded toward the door. I opened it and distracted the guard. When I returned to the living room, the heavy darkness pressed on my skin as the icy air soaked into my bones. Valak was gone. Iris and I walked to the market that morning. The bleak, overcast sky reflected my mood. I huddled in my cloak. It was the first time I needed to wear it during the daytime. People crowded the market. They hurried to get their shopping done before the dark rain clouds that hovered on the horizon could descend on the citadel. I made a few small purchases before I felt a familiar tug on my sleeve. Fisk stood next to me. He flashed me a smile. His face no longer held the gauntness of malnutrition, and I could see his busy gang of children carrying packages for the shoppers.
You wanted to find a strange man living with a young girl?
He asked. Yes, have you seen them? He grinned, holding out his hand.
Information costs money.
I see you're branching out into a new trade. Very wise, I said, as I handed him a Citian copper. But watch who you deal with. Some won't take kindly to your inquiries. He nodded with understanding, and I saw a wisdom far beyond his 9 years in his light brown eyes. I suppressed a sigh. In Ixia, Fisk's intelligence would be encouraged. He would grow up to be an advisor or a high-ranking officer, but in Citia he had grown up on the street, begging for food and money. But not anymore. I smiled. What do you know?
I'll show you.
Fisk pulled on my hand. Iris, who had remained silent during our exchange, asked, Can I come with you? Fisk ducked his head, looking at the ground.
If it pleases you, fourth magician,
he mumbled. A wry grin touched Iris's face. So much for my disguise. Fisk glanced up in surprise.
Only the beggars who work near the council's hall would recognize you, fourth magician. With not much to do all day, they study the council members. It's a game to be the first to recognize one of the master magicians.
Iris considered Fisk's comments. He squirmed under her scrutiny until he couldn't stand it any longer and turned away from her stare.
Come, this way,
he said. We followed him through the citadel. Cutting across back alleys and empty courtyards, I wondered if Valek followed us. The residents seemed intent on their chores and hardly noticed our passage. Fisk stopped before we reached an open plaza. A large jade statue of a tortoise with intricate carvings on its shell occupied the middle of the square. The dark green turtle shot water out of its mouth and into a pool of water. Pointing to a building on the opposite side of the plaza, Fisk said,
On the second floor lives a man with red lines on his hands. He's new and no one knows him. He wears a cloak that hides his face. My brother has seen a young girl enter the building carrying packages.
I looked at Iris. Was this quarter searched with magic? I asked her with my mind. Yes, but not by a master. She stretched out her awareness, and my mind's eye went with her. Our minds touched a young woman nursing a baby on the first floor. Her thoughts on getting the baby to nap after he'd eaten his fill. Another woman on the third floor, worried about the possibility of rain. We could feel no one on the second floor, but Ferday's magic matched Iris's in strength, and he would not be easy to detect. I could push harder, but he would know we were here, Iris said. I will come back with some reinforcements. Who? Rose and Bane. Together we should be able to subdue him. And once he's unconscious, he'll be easier to transport to the Keep's prison. Why unconscious? A magician is helpless when unconscious. Sleeping? I asked in alarm. No, only if it's a drugged sleep, or you get knocked out. What happens once he wakes? Won't he be able to use his magic to escape? The Keep's prison cells contain a power loop. If a magician tries to use his magic within the cell, the loop absorbs the magical power and directs it back into the cell's defenses until the magician is exhausted. Fisk, who had been staring at us in fascination, cleared his throat.
Do you think the one you seek is living here?
Could the young girl your brother saw be the one with the baby? Iris asked Fisk. He shook his head.
That's Ruby. Sometimes she hires me to watch Jati.
I grinned. You're turning into quite the entrepreneur.
I bought my mother a new dress,
he said with pride. Rain began to fall as we made our way back to the market. With a wave, Fisk joined his friends and disappeared. The market emptied as the vendors packed up their wares. One woman bumped into me in her haste to get out of the rain. She shouted an apology, but never slowed her pace. Rumbles of thunder echoed off the hard marble walls of the citadel. "I'll find Rose and Bane. You return to the keep," Iris instructed. "But I want to be there when you search that building." "No. Stay at the keep, Yelena. He wants you. And if something goes wrong and he threatens to hurt Opal, you know you'll give yourself up. It's too dangerous." I wanted to argue, but Iris was right. And if I followed her despite her instructions, she wouldn't trust me again. Iris headed toward the council hall to find Rose, who had an appointment with the Ixian ambassador. A meeting I would have loved to eavesdrop on. The arrogant master magician against the powerful commander. The rain began to fall in sheets, soaking my cloak. When I tucked my cold, wet hands into the pockets, my fingers touched paper. I couldn't remember putting anything there. I hadn't worn my cloak since coming to Scythia, although I had used it to sleep when we had camped on the Avibian plains. Perhaps the paper contained a cryptic message from Storyweaver. I laughed. It seemed to be something he would enjoy doing, leaving a puzzling note in my cloak. However, the mystery would have to wait until I found some shelter from the rain. My guards waited at the keep's entrance. They followed me as I headed toward my room. After they searched the interior, I invited them inside, but they declined, citing some military regulation. After I started a roaring fire and hung up my sodden cloak, I extracted the paper. It was a message for me. My hands turned to ice as I read the words, and even the heat from the hearth couldn't warm them up.
"What does the message say?"
Valak asked, coming from the bedroom. I had ceased to be amazed by his abilities. Dripping wet, he must have come in through the bedroom window past one of my guards. He plucked the paper from my hand.
"She had some rudimentary skills. Probably a pickpocket hired to give you this note. Did you get a good look at her face?"
I made the belated connection between the woman who had bumped into me in the market and the message. No, her hood covered most of her head. Valak shrugged, but his gaze pierced me after he scanned the note.
Interesting development.
Yes, Valak would think this turn of events interesting. However, I found myself conflicted.
"Seems the killer is one step ahead of the magicians,"
he said.
"He knows they won't exchange you for Opal, so he has taken matters into his own hands. How important is Opal's life to you?"
Valak had, as usual, gotten to the heart of the matter. Thursday's note specified a location and a new date for the exchange. 3 nights before the full moon, which was 4 days from now. I guessed that he needed some time to get me ready for the F ritual. My skin crawled with dread, and I forced horrible images of being raped and tortured from my mind. I could tell Iris and the others. They would set a trap for Thursday. But they wouldn't let me near the site, so the trap was bound to fail. Or I wouldn't tell Iris about the note and would go to the meeting site alone. Iris's warnings of what would happen if Thursday absorbed my magic filtered through my mind. He would then be powerful enough to control Scythia. Let Opal die to save Scythia? I had promised myself that I wouldn't let that happen to her. And what would stop Thursday once Opal died from tricking another magician into giving him her soul? Nothing.
I would need to keep this new situation tucked deep beneath my surface thoughts. Iris had been true to her word to not pry into my mind, but with the fate of Cithia at stake, I wouldn't be surprised if she broke her promise. My gaze met Valek's. Magic couldn't detect him. Her life is important, I said, answering his question. But capturing the killer is vital.
What do you need, love?
Chapter 26. Valek and I made some initial plans for rescuing Opal. When he returned to the Ixian delegation, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The next day, I used my free time to practice controlling my magic and to do some physical training in preparation for my encounter with Ferde. Iris, Rose, and Bane had raided the apartment where, according to Fisk, the man with the red hands lived. The rooms were empty, and by the mess that was scattered on the floor, the occupants had left in a hurry. Either someone had tipped him off, or he had felt the master's approach. A dead end either way, which made Valek and my plans critical. I also began demonstrating self-defense techniques to Zitora, finally keeping my side of our bargain to trade the third magician's pile of clothes for defense training. The review helped in my training as well. The rain from the day before puddled in the training yard and splattered us with mud as we worked on basic self-defense techniques. An apt student, Zitora quickly grasped the concepts.
I pull my wrist out of your grasp through your thumb? Zitora asked.
Yes, it's the weakest part. I grunted as she yanked her arm from me. Perfect. Now I'll show you how to not only free your wrist, but twist your hand so you can grab your attacker's arm and break it. Her eyes lit up with glee, and I laughed. Everyone thinks you're so sweet and nice. I almost feel sorry for the first person to try and take advantage of that. Almost. We worked for a while, until her moves became more instinctive. That's a good start, I said. Those moves will help you against someone stronger than you, but if you go against a well-trained opponent, you'll have to use different tactics. Zitora looked past my shoulder, and her tawny eyes grew wide.
You mean I could take on someone like him?
I turned. Ari strode into the training area with Janko at his heels. Wearing his sleeveless training shirt and short pants, his powerful physique was apparent. While Janko might be leaner than his partner, I knew his speed could match Ari's strength. They carried bows and broad smiles. My keep guards looked queasy and undecided. I waved them off. Yes, I said to Zitora. With the proper training, you could escape from him. He wouldn't last in a sparring match, but that's not what self-defense is all about. Remember what I told you? Hit and... Git! Janko added. Run like a bunny with a wolf on its tail. I see you're passing our wisdom on, Yelena. Janko turned to Zitora and said in a conspiratorial whisper, She was trained by the very best instructors in all of Ixia.
Another rule of self-defense is never believe everything you hear,
Ari said, when Zitora appeared to be impressed by Janko's words. How did you get past the keep guards? I asked Ari. He shrugged his massive shoulders.
The guard asked for our names and our reason for visiting. We told him, and he went into the guardhouse to consult with someone. When he came out, he told us where to find you.
There must be a magician posted at the gate who could communicate by magic to others in the keep. That was good to know.
Can we join you? Janko asked. I learned a few new self-defense moves. They're nasty too.
We were just finishing up, I said. Zitora wiped her face with a towel.
I need to get cleaned up before my council meeting.
She hurried off with a wave.
Are you too tired for a match? Janko asked. I want to make sure you're at your best when I beat you. He smiled sweetly. He's been getting into trouble all day, Ari said. Too much time spent standing around guarding Ambassador Singh and Advisor Illume as they sat through one meeting after another. Boring, agreed Janko. The fact that Valek had managed to fool Ari and Janko with his Illume disguise made me feel a little better about his presence in Scythia. I could be half asleep and still beat you, Janko, I countered with my own boast. He spun his bow and stepped back into a fighting stance. I picked my bow up and set my mind into my zone of concentration. I attacked. Good to know you're keeping fit, Janko puffed. He retreated a few feet, but counterattacked with determination. She's strong and spry, but can she fly? Janko chanted. I smiled, realizing how much I had missed his fighting rhymes. A second before he moved, I knew that he would feint high to draw my guard up so he could strike my exposed ribs. My failure to take the bait and to counter the rib strike shocked Janko into silence. Laughing, I drove him back, swept his feet out from under him, and scooted back to avoid the splash of mud when he dropped into a puddle. Wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, Janko said, Gee, Ari, and you were worried about her. She's learned a new trick since coming to Scythia, Cahill said. He was leaning on the training yard's fence and must have watched the match. Ari's posture turned defensive and alert as Cahill moved to join us. Armed with his longsword, Cahill wore a loose, sand-coloured tunic and brown pants. After I introduced Cahill, Ari still didn't relax. He kept a wary eye on him. I hoped Ari and Janko didn't recognize Cahill's name. Names of the dead king's family were not mentioned in the commander's history books of the takeover, and if the older citizens of Ixia remembered, they kept it to themselves. What trick? Janko asked. A magic trick. She anticipated your every move by reading your mind. Devious, isn't she? Cahill asked. Before Janko could respond, I said, I didn't read his mind. I kept my mind open and picked up on his intentions. Sounds like the same thing to me, Cahill countered. Leaf was right when he accused you of using magic to beat me that time we sparred in the forest. Not only devious, but a liar too. I placed a hand on Ari's arm to keep him from throttling Cahill. Cahill, I didn't need to read your mind. Truth is, you're not as skilled as Ari and Janko. In fact, they taught me to find that zone of concentration, or else I never would have the chance to win against them. There is only one person I know who could take them on and win without any help, I said. Janko considered. One? He scratched at the scar in his right ear, thinking. Valek, Ari said. Oh yes, the infamous Valek. I'm sure his lover would think that highly of him. Or should I call you his spy? Cahill stared at me in challenge. I think you should leave. Now, Ari said. His voice rumbled close to a growl. This is my home. Thanks to Valek. You leave, Cahill said to Ari, but his eyes never left my face. Janko stepped between us. Let's see if I have this right, he said to Cahill. Yelena beats you, so you want a rematch, but you think she'll use her magic instead of her fighting skills to win. That's quite the quandary. Janko pulled at his goatee. Since I taught her everything she knows, and I don't have any magic, thank fate, how about you fight me? Your long sword against my bow.
You taught her everything?
Ari asked. Janko waved away his comment.
Details. I'm thinking big picture here, Ari.
Cahill agreed to the match. With a confident expression, Cahill assumed a fighting stance, then attacked. Janko's bow blurred, and he unarmed Cahill within 3 moves. His mood didn't improve when Janko told Cahill he needed to use a lighter sword.
She helped you,
Cahill said to Janko.
I should know better than to trust a bunch of northerners.
Cahill stalked away with the promise of a future encounter flaming in his eyes. I shrugged his comments off. Cahill wouldn't ruin my time with my friends. Challenging Janko to another match, I swung my bow toward him, but he blocked it with ease and countered with one of his lightning-fast jabs. The 3 of us worked together for a while. Even connected to my mental zone, Ari still beat me twice. Ari grinned.
I'm trying not to project my intentions,
he said after dumping me in the mud. The daylight disappeared in a hurry. Tired, covered with layers of mud and sweat, and smelling as if I could attract dung beetles, I longed for a bath. Before Ari and Janko headed back to the Citadel, Ari put a large hand on my shoulder.
Be extremely careful. I don't like the way Cahill looked at you.
I'm always careful, Ari. I waved and aimed my sore body toward the bathhouse. The cooling season was ending. I could see the Ice Queen constellation glittering in the clear night sky. The half-moon glowed like a jewel. Only 6 days until the full moon. I shivered in the cold air. The puddles would be frozen by morning. My thoughts lingered on Cahill, and how fast our relationship had changed back to those first days when he had believed I was a northern spy. A full circle. I reached for my snake bracelet, spinning it around my arm. Only when I noticed that the campus seemed strangely empty and quiet did I look around for my guards. Used to their presence, it took me a few moments before I realized that they no longer followed me. Pulling my bow, I searched for attackers. I saw no one. I drew power to project my awareness out, but a bug bit me on the neck, and distracted, I slapped at it. My fingers found a tiny dart. The hollow metal end dripped with my blood. I lied to Ari. I wasn't careful. I had trusted my guards to keep me safe. Hundreds of excuses for my lapse churned through my mind as the world around me began to spin. No one to blame but myself. Unfortunately, this acknowledgement of my own stupidity didn't prevent the blackness from claiming me. Chapter 27. A sharp pain and a burning numbness in my shoulders roused me from sleep. With a rank taste in my dry mouth, I glanced around. Nothing looked familiar. And why was I standing? Not standing, but hanging. Looking up, I spotted the reason for my position. My wrists were manacled to the ends of a long chain that hung from a thick wooden beam in the ceiling. Once I put my weight on my feet, the pain in my shoulders eased somewhat. Studying my surroundings, I saw rusted shovels and dirt-encrusted hose lining the wooden walls. Spiderwebs clung to dull-edged scythes. Dust coated the tools. Sunlight filtered in through small cracks and holes, illuminating what I guessed to be an abandoned shed with a muted light. My confusion about how I had gotten here disappeared the moment I heard his voice behind me.
We'll start your lessons now.
Goal's satisfied tone caused my stomach to lurch.
Turn around and see what I have planned for you,
he said. My skin prickled with fear, but I forced my face into a neutral expression before I spun. A smirk lit Goal's face as he gestured to a table on his right. Weapons and exotic instruments of torture covered the top. A wagon containing an empty burlap sack was to the left of Goal. The structure was bigger than I had thought. The shed's door loomed behind him, appearing impossibly far to me, but in reality only 10 feet. Goal followed my gaze and smiled.
Bolted and locked. We're in a forgotten place far away from the keep.
He picked up a small black leather whip that had metal spikes on the ends. The keep. I pulled some power to me and projected a desperate mental call. Iris! How are the ribs? I asked, trying to distract him. He frowned and touched the side of his chest.
That horse is gonna make a tasty stew.
He smacked his lips.
But that's later.
He raised the whip. Yelena, thank fate you're alive. Where are you? Iris's worried voice sounded in my mind. A shed somewhere. Goal stepped closer to strike me with the whip. I kicked him in the stomach. He jumped back more from surprise than pain.
My mistake,
he said, retreating to his table.
Not to worry. I'll fix.
He picked up a dart, dipping it in a vial of liquid. The sleeping potion. I thought fast. I need more information. Is Ferde with you? Iris asked. Not Ferde. Goal. Goal? No time, I'll explain later. Goal loaded the dart into a hollow pipe. He aimed. I laughed. The pipe wavered as he squinted at me in confusion. I can't believe it, I said.
Believe what?
He lowered the weapon. That you're afraid of me. No, not afraid. Terrified. I laughed again. You can't beat me in a fair fight, so you ambush and drug me. And even when I'm chained, you're still scared.
Not.
He exchanged the pipe for a pair of manacles, then dove for my feet. I struggled, but he outweighed me. In the end, my ankles were manacled together. Goal then staked the 6-inch chain between the cuffs to the floor. No more kicking, but I remained awake. And I had another trick. Magic. My mind raced through options. I could try and freeze the muscles in his body, but I didn't know how. Goal chose another whip from his table. This one was longer, with braided leather and small metal balls tied into the fringes on the end. His arm blurred. I projected a confusing array of images into his mind. Goal lost his balance and fell to the ground.
Huh?
He seemed confused. As he regained his feet, I caught a slight movement behind Goal. The bolt moved, and the knob turned. The door burst open with a rush of light. 2 figures stood in the doorway. They pointed their swords at Goal's heart. Ari and Janko.
Yelena, are you all right?
Ari asked. His eyes never left Goal's surprised face. Janko came over and inspected the chains.
Keys?
He asked Goal, who pressed his lips together.
Guess I'll have to do it the hard way.
Janko pulled his lockpicks from his pocket. My first rush of relief at seeing my friends cooled.
This rescue wouldn't stop Goal from trying again. Even if he was arrested for kidnapping, Goal would harbour his grudge until freed, and years from now, I might be in the exact same position. I had to deal with him. He needed to know that he couldn't win against me. I shook my head at Janko. I've got the situation under control. Go back to the keep. I'll meet you there. Janko stared at me in astonished silence. Ari, though, trusted me.
Come on. She doesn't need our help.
Ari sheathed his sword. Janko recovered. He flashed me one of his mischievous grins.
I'll bet you a copper that she'll be free in 5 minutes, he said to Ari.
Ari grunted in amusement.
A silver on 10 minutes,
he countered.
I'll bet you both a gold coin that she kills him,
Valak said from behind them. They moved aside and he entered, still dressed in his advisor-illumed disguise.
The only way to take care of your problem. Right, love?
No killing, I said. I'll manage.
He's my man. I'll handle this,
Cahill said from the doorway. Valak spun, but Cahill just stared at him for a moment before coming inside.
Goal. Stand down,
Cahill ordered. Valak disappeared from sight. The crowded shed seemed to shrink in size, and by this point I wouldn't be surprised to see Iris and the other masters following Cahill. We could all have a festival. During the conversations and arrivals, Goal's face had transformed from stunned to horrified, and finally settled into stubborn determination.
No,
he said to Cahill.
Goal, you were right about her. But this isn't the way to deal with her, especially not with her 2 henchmen nearby. Release her.
I don't take orders from you. Everyone else can pretend you're in charge. I won't.
Are you challenging my authority?
Cahill demanded.
You don't have any authority with me,
Goal shot back. Cahill's face turned bright red as he sputtered.
How dare— Gentlemen, I shouted. You can fight it out later. Everyone leave, now. My arms are killing me.
Janko pulled Cahill from the shed. Ari shut the door. Goal stood there blinking in the sudden darkness. Where were we? I prompted.
You can't expect me.
He gestured toward the door. Forget about them. You have more to worry about in here than outside. He sneered.
You're not really in the position to be boasting.
And you don't fully understand what it's like to go against a magician. The sneer faded from his lips. You think I'm just some girl to be taught a lesson? That I should fear you? You're the one who needs the lesson. I gathered power to me and reached my awareness out to Goal's. The word magician had only caused a brief feeling of doubt in Goal's mind.
After all, he thought, if she was a good magician, she wouldn't have been so easy to catch.
A momentary lapse, I said. Since he had no magical power, he couldn't hear my thoughts, but I might be able to control him. I closed my eyes and projected myself into Goal, taking the chance that if I could do it with Topaz, I should be able to do it with a person. He jumped as if struck by lightning when I entered his mind. Although glad that my transfer worked, being closer to Goal's slimy thoughts made me wish for Topaz's clean mind. When I focused Goal's eyes on me, I understood why he thought so little of me. My hair hung in messy clumps. The combination of closed eyes, dirt-streaked face, and mud-covered clothes made me seem pathetic. A helpless figure in need of a bath. I felt his panic when he realized he had lost control of his body. He could still think, see, and feel. I marveled at his physical strength, but I encountered some difficulty moving his body around. The proportions felt strange, and balancing his body took a concentrated effort. He tried to regain control, but I pushed his weak efforts aside. I searched for the key to the manacles and found them in his pack under the table. Then I unlocked and removed the manacles from my body's feet. Supporting myself with one of Goal's arms, I unlocked the wrist cuffs. I grabbed my body before it could fall to the ground and lifted it up. It felt light as a pillow. My body breathed and blood pulsed. I carried it and laid it gently on the ground near the door. Using Goal's thumb, I lifted my left eyelid. Although my body lived, the spark of life was gone. Unnerved, I stood and backed away. When the feeling of utter helplessness overcame Goal, I let him experience that sensation for a long while. Picking up a knife from the table, I cut a shallow line along his arm. I felt his pain from the cut, but it was muted and distant. Resting the tip of the blade on his chest, I wondered if I plunged the knife into his heart, would I kill us both? An interesting question that would have to be answered at another time. Kicking off his boots, I snapped the manacles around Goal's ankles, then I shortened the chain hanging from the overhead beam before locking his wrists into the cuffs. I savoured the combination of fear, discomfort, and chagrin that coursed through his body before I projected myself back toward my own body. The shed spun for a moment when I opened my eyes. Fatigue coursed through my limbs. I stood in slow motion, but managed a smug smile at Goal's new predicament. As I headed for the door, I thought I probably wouldn't have discovered that magical skill working with Iris or the other magicians. And what exactly had I done? Transferred my magic? My will? My soul? I shied away from those disturbing thoughts. Taking control of someone's body and forcing him to move must be in violation of the ethical code. But when Goal kidnapped me, he became a criminal. The ethical code didn't apply to him. I almost laughed. I guess I should be grateful Goal attacked me. Now I knew another defensive magical move. Ari and Janko waited for me in the overgrown field that surrounded the shed. I saw a dilapidated fence and a collapsed barn, and guessed we stood on an abandoned farm outside the citadel. Valak and Cahill hadn't waited for me. Ari smiled as Janko slapped a silver coin into his huge hand.
"Your problem?"
Ari asked me. I left him hanging.
"What took you so long?" Janko complained.
I wanted to prove my point. Where's, Advisor Illum and Cahill?
"Why the sudden concern for Illum?"
Janko asked with mock sincerity.
"He's a grown man with surprising abilities. That stuffy old bore appeared out of nowhere, did a dead perfect impression of Valak's voice, and disappeared as if by magic. The man's a genius. I should have known he would come along. Valak wouldn't miss all the fun."
The smile dropped from Ari's face.
"Valak's going to get caught. Cahill made a beeline for the citadel, probably to tell the council members about Valak."
"Great disguise, though," Janko said. "He had us fooled."
Cahill already suspected Valak was here, I said, shivering in the cold morning air. Now he knew for certain. I'm sure Valak can handle it. My tired mind, though, couldn't produce a good solution. Ari went over to the shed and picked up my backpack from where it leaned against the side.
I thought you might need this.
He handed it to me. I found my cloak inside. Wrapping the warm garment around me, I moved to sling the pack onto my back, but Ari took it from me.
Let's go,
Ari said. He and Janko led me through the fallow fields. We passed an empty farmhouse. Where are we? I asked.
About 2 miles east of the citadel,
Ari said. I stumbled just at the thought of walking 2 miles. How did you find me?
We followed your guards last night to make sure they knew what they were doing. By the time we realized they'd been hit, you had disappeared,
Ari said. Janko grinned.
The magicians were frantic. Search parties were sent.
He shook his head as if amazed by the uproar.
We had no idea what they would find in the dark. We just hoped they wouldn't ruin the trail. Once the sun was up, it took us no time to follow the tracks. Goel used a wagon to wheel you out of the keep and citadel.
I thought of the burlap sack lying in the wagon. Goel must have hidden me in that sack.
I guess Cahill followed us,
Janko said. Scratching his scar, he added,
Of course, you didn't want our help. Now I have to go beat up some soldier just to keep my ego intact.
As we reached the east gate of the citadel, I spotted a commotion near the guardhouse. A loose horse was giving the guards some trouble. Kiki. She stopped when we crossed through the gate.
Lavender lady tired. Need ride.
How did you find me?
Follow scent of strong man and rabbit man.
She referred to Ari and Janko. I apologized to the gate's guards about Kiki's disruption. Ari helped me onto her back and gave me my pack.
We'll catch up with you later,
Ari promised. Before Kiki and I headed toward the keep, I thanked my friends.
For what?
We didn't do anything,
Janko grumbled. For caring enough to follow my guards. And the next time, I might need the help.
There better not be a next time,
Ari said, giving me a stern look.
How touching,
Janko said, pretending to wipe his eyes.
Get going, Yelena. You don't want to see me cry.
He faked a sniffle. I'm sure your ego can handle it, I said. Or will you need to beat up some trainees to feel like a man again?
Very funny,
he said. I waved and asked Kiki to take me home. On the way, I connected to Iris and updated her on what had happened. She promised to send some guards out to arrest Goel.
If I don't make it to my room, I'll be asleep in the barn,
I said, yawning. I felt her hesitate. Now what? Your parents arrived this morning.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Esau is here with me, but when your mother found out you were missing, she climbed a tree and we can't convince her to come down. She's hysterical and won't listen to us. You'll have to talk to her. I sighed. I'm on my way. Where is she? Pearl was in one of the tall oak trees next to the pasture. Kiki took me to the base of the tree. A handful of orange and brown leaves still clung to the branches. I spotted my mother's green cloak near the top. I called to Pearl, telling her I was fine. You can come down now, I said. Yelena, thank fate. Come up here where it's safe, she said. I resigned myself to the fact that getting Pearl down would be difficult, and took off my cloak and backpack, dropping them to the ground. Even standing on Kiki's back, I still had to stretch to reach the lowest branch. My mother's climbing ability was impressive. As Kiki grazed, I hauled myself higher, climbing until I reached my mother. I settled on a branch below her, but she appeared next to me in an instant. hugging me tight. When her body started shaking with sobs, I had to grab the tree's trunk to keep us both from falling. I waited for her to calm before gently pulling her away. She sat next to me, leaning against my shoulder. Her face was streaked with dirt, where her tears had mixed with the dried mud on my clothes. I offered the one clean spot on my shirt, but she shook her head, taking a handkerchief from her pocket. Her dark green cloak had many pockets, and the garment had a slim, tailored cut, eliminating the bulky excess of material. It wouldn't make a good blanket, but it was perfect for keeping warm while travelling through the treetops. "Is this one of Nutty's designs?" I asked, fingering the cloth.
"Yes, since I haven't left the jungle in 14 years.
She gave me a rueful smile.
I needed something for the cooler weather.
"I'm glad you came," I said. Her smile fled. A look of terror touched her eyes before she took a few deep breaths.
Your father gave me some Eladine to keep me calm during the trip, and I was doing so well until—"
She put a hand to her neck, grimacing. "Bad timing," I agreed. "But I'm fine, see?" I held out an arm. "My mistake." She gasped, staring at the bloody bruises around my wrist. I pulled my sleeve down to cover them. "They're just scratches."
"What happened? And don't sugarcoat it for me," she ordered.
I gave her a condensed version with only a slight dusting of sugar. "He won't be bothering me again."
"It won't happen again. You are coming home with us," she declared.
After this morning, I wanted to agree. What would I do there?
"Help your father collect samples, or help me make perfumes. The thought of losing you again is too much to bear."
"But you have to bear it, Mother. I'm not going to run or hide from difficult or dangerous situations. And I've made some promises to myself and others. I have to see things through, because if I ran away, I couldn't live with myself." A breeze rustled the leaves, and the sweat on my skin felt like ice. My mother pulled her cloak tight. I could sense her emotions as they twisted into knots around her. She was in a strange place, dealing with the realization that her daughter would willingly put herself in harm's way for others, and she could lose her again. She struggled with her fear, wanting nothing more than the safety of her family and the familiarity of home. I had an idea. "Nutty's cloak reminds me of the jungle," I said. She glanced down at the garment.
"Really?"
"It's the same colour as the underside of an ylang-ylang leaf. Remember that time when we were caught in a sudden downpour on our way home from the market, and we huddled under a big ylang-ylang leaf?"
"You remembered!"
She beamed. I nodded. "My childhood memories have been unlocked. But I wouldn't have them now if I hadn't taken a risk and followed Iris to the Avibian Plains."
"You've been to the plains?"
The horror on her face transformed to awe.
"You're not afraid of anything, are you?"
During that trip, I could list at least 5 things I was afraid of. Especially getting my head chopped off by Moonman's scimitar, but I was smart enough not to tell that to my mother.
"Then why did you go?"
Because we needed information. I couldn't let my fear stop me from doing what I needed to do. She considered my words in silence. "Your cloak can protect you from more than the weather," I said. "If you fill the pockets with special items from home, you can surround yourself with the jungle whenever you're feeling overwhelmed or afraid."
"I hadn't thought of that."
"In fact, I have something you can put into your pocket now that will remind you of me. Come on." Without waiting to see if she followed, I climbed down. I hung from the lowest branch before dropping to the ground. As I searched my backpack, I heard a rustling, and I looked up in time to see my mother shimmying down the tree's trunk. I found my fire amulet in one of the pack's pockets. Considering my recent run of troubles, the amulet would be safer with my mother. I won this during a time in my life when fear was my constant and only companion. I handed it to her. It was the first place prize for an acrobatic competition at Ixia's annual fire festival. What followed after was the worst time of my life, but I would have competed for the amulet again, even knowing the outcome. I handed the amulet to my mother. This is one of only 4 items I hold dear. I want you to have it. She examined the fire amulet. What are the other 3? My butterfly and snake. I pulled out my necklace and I showed her my bracelet. Did someone make those for you? Yes, a friend, I said before she could ask more. She raised a slender eyebrow, but only asked, What's the last thing? I rummaged in my pack, while I decided if my mother would be shocked to know I held a weapon dear. Far from being the perfect daughter, I figured she wouldn't be surprised at all. Handing her my switchblade, I explained what the silver symbols on the handle meant. Same friend? She asked. I laughed and told her about Ari and Janko. They're more like older brothers than friends. My mother's smile felt like the sun coming out after a storm. Good to know there are people in Ixia who care about you. She tucked my fire amulet into a pocket of her cloak. Fire represents strength. I will keep it with me always. Hugging me tight for a moment, Pearl pulled away and declared, You're freezing! Put your cloak on. Let's get inside. Yes, Mother. Esau and Iris waited for us in the keep's guest quarters on the west side of the campus. I endured a bone-crushing hug from my father, but had to decline an invitation to dinner with my parents. My desire for a bath and sleep overrode my hunger. I had to promise to spend most of the next day with them before they allowed me to leave. Iris accompanied me to the bathhouse. Dark smudges lined her eyes, and she looked as tired as I felt. She seemed in a contemplative mood. Did you use your magic on your mother? She asked. I don't think so. Why? She seemed at peace. Perhaps you did it instinctively. But that's not good. I should have complete control, right? I'm beginning to think that not all the rules apply to you, Yelena. Perhaps it was your upbringing, or the fact that you started controlling your magic at an older age that has made your powers develop in an unusual way. Not to worry, though, she added when she saw my expression. I believe it will be to your benefit. Iris and I parted at the baths. After a long, hot soak, I dragged myself to my rooms. My last thought, before drifting off to sleep, was to marvel over the fact that Iris had trusted me enough not to assign more guards to me. It seemed a mere moment that I had sunk into a dreamless slumber when Iris's mental call woke me. I squinted in the bright sunlight, trying to orient myself. What time? I asked her. Mid-morning, Iris said. Mid-morning? That meant I had been asleep since yesterday afternoon. Why did you wake me? An emergency council session has been called, and your presence is required. Emergency session? Goal was murdered, and Cahill is claiming Advisor Illum is Valak in disguise. Chapter 28. Goal murdered? Valak caught? My groggy mind couldn't quite understand Iris's comment, and her attention pulled away before I could question her. I changed as fast as I could and ran toward the council hall. Did Valak kill Gol? And if Valak really was in custody, he just gave the Citians one more reason to execute him. Should I act surprised by Valak's presence, or admit I knew about him? Would I be considered an accomplice to Gol's murder? Perhaps they suspected me. I only told Iris where to find him. I hadn't mentioned the others to her. Questions without answers swirled in my mind. I paused before the steps to the council hall, smoothed my braid, and adjusted my clothes. I wore one of the new shirts and skirt pants that Nutty had sewn for me. Glancing at my surroundings, I checked to make sure no one had followed me. Iris trusted me to take care of myself. I couldn't let her down. The council's members, 4 master magicians, a handful of the keep's guards, and Cahill had assembled in the great hall. The noise of their various arguments reached deafening levels, and I spotted Cahill gesturing wildly to the Sandseeds councilman. Cahill's flushed face contorted in anger as he replied. Rose Featherstone, first magician, pounded a gavel to bring order to the meeting. Conversations ceased as the councillors took their seats. The decorations from the greeting ceremony had been removed, and a U-shaped table had been brought in. Rose and the other 3 magicians sat at the bend, while the clan elders sat along the straight sides. 6 on one side, 5 on the other, with Cahill taking the 6th seat. A wooden podium had been placed in the middle of the U. I stood with the captain of the guard and his men near the side wall, hoping to blend in with the white marble.
"Let us address the matter of Lieutenant Gol Ixia," ordered Rose.
I glanced at Iris in surprise.
All the northern refugees are given Ixia as their clan name, Iris explained in my mind. Cahill is considered their clan leader. It is an honorary clan and title. He has no lands and no power to vote in the council.
That explained Cahill's resentment toward the council, and his continued frustration of not getting their support for his campaign against the commander.
Lieutenant Ixia was found dead in a fallow field east of the citadel in Featherstone clan lands, Rose recited. The healers have determined that he was killed with a sword thrust through his heart.
Murmurs rippled through the council members. Rose stopped them with a cold stare.
The weapon was not found at the scene, and a search of the surrounding fields is currently in progress. According to 4th magician, Yelena Zaltana was the last person to see him alive. I call her to the witness stand.
16 pairs of eyes turned toward me. Hostile, concerned, and worried expressions peppered the group.
Don't worry, Iris said. Tell them what happened.
I walked to the podium, guessing that was the witness stand.
Explain yourself,
Rose demanded. I told them about the kidnapping and my escape. A collective gasp sounded when I explained about taking control of Gol's body. Whispers about the ethical code started to spread. Iris stood and said, "There is nothing illegal about using magic to defend yourself. In fact, she should be commended for extracting herself without harming Gol." The council members asked an endless amount of questions about Gol's motives. Only after the guards that had been assigned to protect me confirmed they had been drugged did the council run out of inquiries.
You left Gol chained in the shed, and that was the last time you saw him?
Rose asked. Yes, I said.
She's telling the truth.
By Rose's sour expression, I knew that statement had been hard for her to say.
The investigation into Gol's murder will continue. Yelena, you may sit down.
Rose gestured to a bench located behind her and the other master magicians.
That leaves us with the other matter. I call Cahill Ixia to the witness stand.
As I moved toward the bench, I passed Cahill. His blue eyes held a hard determination, and he refused to meet my gaze. I sat on the edge of the wooden bench, and even though I braced myself for his accusations, Cahill's words made my heart squeeze with fear.
And compounding Valek's deception is the fact that his soulmate and master spy is Yelena Zaltana. The room erupted with a cacophony of voices. Rose pounded her gavel, but no one listened. I felt the force of her magic when she ordered everyone silent. She held them quiet for only a moment, but it was enough to get her point across.
Cahill, where is your evidence?
Rose asked. He motioned to one of the keep's guards. The guard opened a door in the back wall, and Captain Marek and 4 of Cahill's men entered the hall, dragging advisor Illum with them. Illum's arms were manacled behind his back, and the 4 guards had their swords pointed at him. Ambassador Singh and a handful of Ixian soldiers followed the grim procession. I strained to catch Valek's eye, but he looked at the council members with an annoyed frown. Ambassador Singh was the first to speak.
I demand an explanation. This is an act of war.
Cahill, I told you to release the advisor until this matter was settled,
Rose said. Fury flared in her amber eyes.
And let him escape? No. Better to bring him here and unmask him in front of everyone.
Cahill strode to Illum and yanked on his hair. I cringed, but Illum's head jerked down as he cried out in pain. Undaunted, Cahill pulled Illum's nose, then clawed at the flesh under his chin. Illum yelped, and blood welled from the scratches on his neck. Cahill stepped back, astounded. He reached toward Illum's face again, but Marek grabbed him and held him. Cahill's mouth hung open with astonishment.
Release the advisor,
Rose ordered. Illum's manacles were removed as Cahill, his face red with rage, and his men were escorted from the room. The session ended, and Rose rushed to make amends and apologize to the ambassador and Illum. I stayed on the bench, watching as Singh's anger and Illum's pout transformed into more agreeable expressions by Rose's words. I was afraid to call attention to myself, hoping no one would remember Cahill's other accusations about me. Cahill's shock over Illum had matched my own. Even knowing his tricks, Valek continued to surprise me. I scanned the Ixian guards, and sure enough, one blue-eyed soldier looked mighty pleased with himself. Illum probably dressed as a guard when Valek disguised himself as the advisor, and they probably switched places when Valek needed to sneak around Sitya. Eventually, the council members and Ixians began to leave. Iris joined me on the bench.
"Tell Valek to leave,"
Iris said.
"The danger is too great."
"You know?"
"Of course. I expected him to be with the delegation."
"It doesn't bother you that he's here? That he might be spying on Sitya?"
"He's here for you. And I'm glad you had some time together."
"But what if he killed Gol?"
"Gol was a danger to you.
While I would have preferred to arrest him,
I'm not upset by his demise."
"Go get something to eat. You look a little pale," Iris said. "That's just great. I went from having none to having 2 mother hens." Iris laughed.
"Some people just need the extra help."
She patted my knee and went in search of Bane. Before I could leave, though, I saw Baval Zaltana heading toward me. I waited for him.
"Ambassador Singh requests a meeting with you,"
Baval said. When?
Now.
Bavel led me out of the great hall.
The ambassador has been assigned some offices so she can conduct business while a guest here,
Bavel explained as we walked through the council hall. The entire Citian government was housed in the vast building. Offices and meeting rooms hummed with the daily tasks of running a government. An underground record room stored all the official documents, although the local records remained at each clan's capital. I wondered about the Sandseed's moving capital. Did they haul their records with them as they travelled throughout the plains? Remembering Iris's lecture about the Sandseeds, I realised they kept a verbal record, telling history through the story weavers. An image of Moon Man painted blue and sitting in the council's underground room caused me to smile. Bavel gave me a questioning glance. I was thinking of the record room, I said, just trying to imagine how the Sandseed clan reports information to the council. Bavel grinned.
They have always been difficult. We indulge their unusual ways. Twice a year a story weaver comes to the council and recites the clan's events to a scribe. It works and keeps peace in our land. Here we are.
Bavel gestured to an open door.
We will talk again later.
Bavel dipped his head and shoulders in a half bow and left. The invitation had not included Bavel. I walked into a receiving area. Advisor Ilum sat behind a plain desk. The scratches on his neck had stopped bleeding. 2 soldiers guarded a closed door. Ilum stood and knocked on the door. I heard a faint voice, and Ilum turned the knob.
She's here,
he said, then pushed the door wider and gestured me inside. I entered Ambassador Singh's office, noting the simple functional furniture and lack of decorations. Guards stood behind her, but she dismissed them. None of the soldiers had been Valak, and I wondered where he had gotten to. Ari and Janko were probably off duty.
You caused a considerable stir last night, Singh said when we were alone. Her powerful eyes scanned me. I marvelled at her appearance. She had the same delicate features as the commander, yet the long hair and the thin lines of kohl around her eyes transformed his face into her ageless beauty. I hope your sleep wasn't interrupted, I said, sticking to a diplomatic approach. She waved away comment. We're alone, you may speak freely. I shook my head. Astamagicians have excellent hearing. I thought about Rose. She would consider eavesdropping on the ambassador to be her patriotic duty. Singh nodded in understanding. Seems the wannabe king has gotten hold of some wrong information. I wonder how that happened. A miscommunication between several parties. There will be no more false accusations? Singh asked. Her gaze pierced me as if she held a knife to my throat. She wondered at my ability to keep her disguise a secret. No. I showed her my palm, pointing to the scar she had made when I promised not to reveal the commander's secret to anyone. Not even to Valak. That thought reminded me of Iris's suggestion that Valak leave Sitia. I pulled my butterfly pendant out. Some rumours tend to smoulder, and it would be best to make certain there is no fuel left to ignite another fire. Singh had to know about Valak. I will take that under advisement. However, I had another matter to discuss with you. Singh pulled a sheet of parchment from her black leather briefcase. She rolled it up and held it in her hand. The commander has sent a message for you. He has thought in depth about your last conversation with him. He decided that the advice presented was valid and would like to thank you for the suggestion. Singh handed me the paper roll. An invitation to come visit us when your magical training is complete.
We are planning on returning to Ixia in a week's time, she said. Your response is required before we leave.
A dismissal. I bowed to the ambassador and left her office. I puzzled over her words as I headed toward the keep. The commander had signed an order of execution. Visiting Ixia would be suicide. I waited until I had a warm fire lit in my rooms before unrolling the commander's message. Staring at the dancing flames, I contemplated Commander Ambrose's offer. I held the order for my execution in my hands. But tossing it into the fire would not be a simple act. A brief note had been written on the document. Prove my loyalties to Ixia, and the order would be nullified. Show the benefits of having a magician working for Ixia to the Ixian generals, and an advisor's position would be mine. Do these things, and I could return to Ixia. Return to my friends. Return to Valak. Without knowing it, Cahill had seen my possible future when he called me a master spy at the council's session. Chapter 29. I gazed at the fire as my conflicting emotions, my conflicting loyalties, and my conflicting desires all burned and danced in my chest, mimicking the flames. Coming no closer to a decision, I hid the execution order in my backpack. It might be better to think about it later. Remembering my promise to my parents, I headed toward the dining hall, hoping I would find them eating lunch. Along the way, I encountered Dax.
Yelena,
he said, falling in step with me.
Haven't seen you in days. I'm sure you're just dying to tell me all the campus gossip about me, right? I do have a life. Maybe I've been too busy to listen to rumors,
he huffed, pretending to have hurt feelings. I looked at him. He sighed.
Okay, you win. I'm bored out of my skull. Second magician is busy playing detective, and Gelsie is neck deep in some project, and I never see her anymore.
Dax paused dramatically.
My life is so boring that I have to live vicariously through your adventures.
And since the rumors are so accurate,
your adventures have turned into legends.
He swept his arms wide, laughing.
So, where are you off to now? Going to slay a dragon? Can I tag along as your lowly squire? I'll polish your staff of power every night with my shirt, I promise.
I'm glad my problems are keeping you entertained, I said with some sarcasm. I'm searching for for the Tree King and his queen. We're going to plan our attack against the evil tree varmints who have assembled an invisible army in the keep. Dax's eyes lit up.
I heard about the Tree Queen's adventures this morning.
The game soured. I didn't want to hear the students gossip about my mother. Before Dax could elaborate, I invited him to tag along. I found my parents in the dining hall, and we joined them. While we ate, Dax's presence worked to my advantage. The topic of conversation stayed on school and horses and mundane matters, giving my parents no chance to question me about the council session. And when my mother offered to distill a special cologne for Dax, I knew she was glad I had found a Citian friend. After saying goodbye to Dax, I went to the guest quarters with my parents. As Pearl brewed some tea in the small kitchen, I asked Esau about the curare. Iris had told him about the drug when she feared Ferde had kidnapped me. He ran a calloused hand over his face.
I never thought it would be used like that,
he said, shaking his head.
When I discover something new, I always experiment with it until I know all the side effects and know how the substance could be used or abused. Then I weigh the good against the bad. Some discoveries never see the light of day, but for others, even though they might not be perfect, the benefits outweigh the risks.
Esau stopped speaking when Pearl entered the room carrying a tray of tea. The warning in my father's eyes told me that my mother didn't know about Ferday's gruesome use of the curare. She served the tea and sat close to me on the couch. She had worn her cloak during lunch, but had removed it when we entered their suite. "What happened at the council's session?" she asked me. I gave them a watered-down version of Cahill's accusations against advisor Illume. Pearl's hand flew to her neck when I mentioned Valek's name, but she relaxed when I told her Cahill had been proven wrong. Neglecting to mention Cahill's claim about my involvement with Valek, I informed them about Goal's murder. "Good," Pearl said. "Saves me the effort of cursing him." "Mother!" I was astonished. "Can you do that?" "Perfumes and scents are not the only things I can concoct." I looked at Esau. He nodded his head.
Good thing Riyadh and Mogcan were already dead. Your mother has quite the imagination when she's angry.
I wondered what other surprises I would discover about my parents. Changing the subject, I asked about their journey to the keep and about the Zaltana family, spending the day with them as promised. When the hour had grown late, Esau offered to escort me to my rooms. At first, I declined. I hadn't been assigned guards since the episode with Goal. When he insisted, and when Pearl frowned, I remembered her comment about curses and not wanting to be a target of her ire. I agreed. The campus atmosphere hung silent and empty. Moonlight glistened off the ice-coated trees. Only 4 more days until the full moon. My hand found Valek's snake, and I twisted the bracelet around my arm. When we were halfway to my rooms, Esau said,
I need to tell you another thing about curare.
There's more. He nodded.
The stinging nettle plant was the reason I sent a shipment of curare to the Sandseeds before I finished all my experiments on the drug. The plant grows in the Avibian plains, and the sting causes unbearable pain for many days. It's usually the children who wander into a patch without realizing it. In low doses, curare is excellent for numbing the wound. It had never occurred to me that someone would use high doses of curare to paralyze the entire body.
Esau frowned, running a hand through his shoulder-length grey hair.
Later, I discovered another side effect that seemed minor at the time. But now...
Esau stopped and turned to me.
At high doses, the curare will also paralyze a person's magical abilities.
I felt the blood drain from my face. That meant curare could render even a master magician completely helpless. Tomorrow night was the time of the secret exchange. Since I had taken over Goal's body with my magic, I planned to take over Ferday's, believing that even if I was incapacitated by the drug, I could still use my magic. It now seemed imperative that I avoid getting shot with curare. My father must have seen the horror in my eyes.
There is an antidote of sorts, he said.
Antidote?
Not a complete reversal, but it does free the magic and return some feeling, although it creates some new problems.
Esau shook his head in frustration.
I haven't been able to experiment with it fully.
What is it?
Theobroma.
That explained the new problem. Eating the brown sweet would open my mind to magical influences. My mental defenses would not work against another magician, even one weaker than me. How much Theobroma would I need? I asked my father.
A lot, though I could concentrate it, he mused.
A chill wind blew through me. Shivering, I pulled my cloak tighter as we continued our walk.
It wouldn't taste as good, but it would be a smaller quantity, Esau said.
Can you do it by tomorrow afternoon? I asked. He stared at me. A worried concern filled his kind eyes.
Are you going to do something that I shouldn't tell your mother about?
Yes.
Important?
Very. My father considered my request. When we arrived at my rooms, he gave me a hug.
Do you know what you're doing?
I have a plan.
Yelena, you managed to find your way home despite the odds. I'll trust that you'll prevail again. You'll have the antidote by tomorrow noon.
He stood in my doorway like a protective bear while I searched inside. Satisfied that I was safe, he said goodnight and headed back to the guest quarters. I lay in bed and mulled over the information Esau had given me. When my shutters swung wide, I sat up, grabbing my switchblade from under the pillow. Valek climbed through the window with a lithe grace, dropping without a sound onto my bed. He locked the shutters, then joined me. You need to leave. Too many people know you're here, I said.
Not until we find the killer. And besides, the commander ordered me to protect the ambassador. I would be remiss in my duties if I left.
What if she ordered you home? I turned so I could see his face.
The commander's orders overrule all others.
Valek, did you... He stopped my question with a kiss. I needed to discuss many things with him. Goal's death and the commander's offer. But once his body moulded to mine and his musky scent reached my nose, all thoughts of murder and intrigue evaporated. I pulled at his shirt. He smiled with delight. Our time together was limited, and I didn't want to waste the night on words. When I woke in the semi-darkness of sunrise, Valek was gone. But I felt energized. My rendezvous with Ferde was scheduled for midnight, so I reviewed the plan as I went through my day. Iris had wanted me to try to move objects again with my magic for my morning lesson. I had yet to manage that skill. But I asked if we could work on strengthening my mental defenses. If I had to resort to using Esau's antidote, I wanted to be able to produce a strong enough barrier that might block his magic, even while under the influence of the Theobroma. Before dismissing me for the day, Iris asked, "Are you still feeling tired from your encounter with Gaul?" "A little. Why?" She gave me an ironic smile. "You've been pestering me about the search for Opal every day for the last week. Yet, no questions today." "I assumed you would tell me any news." "We've reached a milestone," Iris declared. "You're learning to trust us." Then the humor in her eyes dulled. "No news. We don't think they are in the Citadel or the plains, so now we're widening the search area." Feelings of guilt squeezed my chest as I hurried to find my father. I had wanted to work with Iris and the others, but now I planned to meet Ferde with just Valek backing me up. Granted, Valek equaled 4 armed men, but I hadn't confided our plans to her. A true Citian would present the information to the council. But why didn't I trust Iris? Because she wouldn't let me go to the rendezvous. The danger to Sitya was too great, but trying to ambush Ferde wouldn't work without me there. Iris believed they would find him eventually, and sacrificing Opal was a small price to pay for Sitya. I believed that risking all was the only way to stop him. Knowing the risks and trying to minimize them would be the key. Iris didn't believe in my abilities to capture Ferde, but I had kept Rose, the most powerful magician in Scythia, from extracting my innermost thoughts. I had healed Tula's body and found her consciousness. I had taken over Goal's body and would soon have an antidote to curare. Trust needed to go both ways. Loyalty, too. Did I feel any loyalty? To Iris, yes. But to Scythia, I couldn't say. Even if we succeeded in rescuing Opal and capturing Ferde, Iris would cease my lessons. That grim thought led me to contemplate my future and the commander's offer. Iris would sever our relationship, and I would have no obligations to Scythia. I could tell the commander about Cahill and his plans to build an army to overthrow Ixia. Cahill, that weasel, had no qualms about telling the council of my connection with Valak. My father waited for me outside the guest quarters. He had concentrated the theobroma into a pill the same size and shape as a robin's egg.
I coated it with a gelatin that will keep it from melting,
Esau explained. Melting?
How would you eat it if you're frozen with curare?
When my eyes widened in sudden understanding, he said,
You can hold this pill between your teeth. If you're pricked with the curare, just bite down on it and try and swallow as much as you can before your jaw muscles become paralyzed. Hopefully, the rest will melt and slide down your throat.
Before learning about this antidote, my main goal had been to not get hit with curare at all. If I willingly went to Ferde, he shouldn't need to use it. Or so I'd hope. Esau's pill made me even more confident about the rendezvous tonight, and he had given me an idea. I borrowed a few other items from my father. I spent the remainder of the afternoon practicing self-defense with Zitora, and after dinner with my parents, I went to the barn. Everything about the day seemed odd, as if I did things for the last time. Perhaps the feeling was due to the fact that my life would be different after tonight. Kiki sensed my mood.
Lavender Lady's sad.
A little. I led Kiki from her stall and groomed her. Usually I talked to her, but tonight I worked in silence.
I go with Lavender Lady.
Surprised, I stopped brushing. I had thought my connection with Kiki only involved emotions and simple communication. She discerned my feelings and possessed certain instincts, like when I had been threatened by Goal. But until now, I had believed she didn't know why. It would be suspicious if I take you.
Take me to smelling distance. Lavender Lady needs me.
I pondered her words as I put the grooming brushes away. Cahill hadn't come to the barn for my lesson. I wasn't surprised. Guess I would practice on my own. But how to get onto Kiki's back without a saddle or a boost up?
Grab mane. Hop. Pull.
Kiki, you're full of advice tonight.
Smart,
she agreed. As we rode around the pasture, I realized the value of her offer. I would take her along and let her graze in the plains. The exchange site was set at the only location in the plains that I knew, Blood Rock. My skin crawled when I contemplated how Ferde had gotten that information. Ferde's image and thoughts still frequented my nightmares, and I wondered if I had inadvertently formed a mental connection with his mind. His desire to possess me haunted my dreams. I no longer ran from the snakes. Instead, I waited for their tight embrace, welcoming the oblivion of their bites. My dream actions became as disturbing as Ferday's. Kiki switched to a trot, jarring me from my thoughts. I concentrated on maintaining my balance. When my legs and back began to ache, she stopped. After giving Kiki a quick rub-down, I led her back in her stall. "See you later," I said, heading toward my rooms to prepare for the exchange. My confidence soured to nervousness as the darkness advanced over the sky.
"Trust," Kiki said. "Trust is peppermints."
I laughed. Kiki viewed the world through her stomach. Peppermints were good, therefore trusting another was also good. Valak waited for me in my rooms. His stiff expression resembled a metal mask. A cold sheen covered his eyes, his killer's gaze.
"Here."
He handed me a black turtleneck shirt and black pants.
"They're made of a special fabric that will protect you from airborne darts from a blowgun, but won't stop a dart if you get jabbed by one."
"These are great," I said, thanking him. At least I wouldn't be surprised, and hopefully, once Ferde was close enough to jab me, I would have the upper hand. The new clothes hung on my small frame. I rolled up the sleeves and added a belt to keep the pants from falling down. A brief smile touched Valak's lips.
"They were mine. I'm not the best seamstress."
I packed my backpack with care, taking only critical supplies, which included the theobroma, the items Esau gave me, my grapple and rope, an apple, and my bow. Ferde hadn't specified to come unarmed. My lockpicks went into my hair, and I strapped my switchblade onto my thigh through the hole cut into my pants pocket. Valak had thought ahead. He might not be the best with a needle and thread, but he knew the art of combat like no other. We reviewed our plan, and I told him about Kiki.
"Sneaking through both the keeps and Citadel's gates without a large animal is hard enough, love,"
Valak said. "I'll manage. Trust me." He gave me a flat stare, showing no emotion. "I'll take Kiki out to the plains and give you time to get through the Citadel's gate before heading toward the meeting site," I said. "Once Opal is out of harm's way and Ferde is visible, that's the sign to move in." Valak nodded.
"Count on it."
I put on my cloak and left. 4 hours remained until midnight. A few people moved about the campus. The torches along the walkways had been lit, and students hurried through the cool night air, heading to an evening class or to meet up with friends. I was a stranger among them. A shadow, watching and yearning to join them, wishing that my worries only focused on studying for one of Bane Bloodgood's history quizzes. Kiki waited for me in her stall. I opened the door and let her out. Getting onto her back with a cloak and loaded backpack became an impossible task. I pulled a step stool over and used it.
"Need practice," Kiki said. "No stool in wild."
"Later," I agreed. Kiki glanced back at Iris's tower as we started toward the keep's gate.
"Magic lady."
The guilt I had suppressed about not telling Iris about the exchange threatened to break free. "She won't be happy."
"Kicking mad. Give magic lady peppermints."
I laughed, thinking I would need more than peppermints to repair the damage.
"Peppermint sweet on both sides," Kiki said.
Cryptic horse advice? Are you sure Moon Man isn't your father?
"Moon man smart."
I pondered her words, trying to decipher the true meaning. Before we reached the keep's gate, I pulled a magic thread to me and projected my awareness. 2 guards watched the gate. Bored, one guard thought of the end of his shift with longing. The other considered what he would eat for a late dinner. A magician dozed on a stool. I sent the magician into a deeper slumber, and, using the guards' desires, I encouraged them to focus on something other than the horse and rider passing beneath the gate. As one soldier scanned the sky to see how far the South Star had moved, the other rummaged around the guardhouse looking for something to eat. Both failed to notice us, and we soon passed out of sight. Kiki walked quietly through the citadel. No farrier would go near a sandseed horse. The breed's strong disdain for metal shoes was well known. 4 guards watched the citadel's gates. Once again, I distracted the guards as we crossed. When we were out of sight of the gate, Kiki broke into a gallop, and we headed into the Avibian plains. When we could no longer see the road or the citadel, Kiki slowed to a walk. My thoughts returned to Kiki's words about peppermints. For the plan to work tonight, we each had to do our part. Both sides needed to be sweet. She had also claimed trust equaled peppermints. Did she refer to Iris instead of Valak? The answer bloomed in my mind. I didn't know whether to feel smart for figuring out Kiki's advice, or feel like a simpleton for having a horse tell me the right thing to do. "Iris," I called in my mind. "Yelena? What's the matter?" I took a deep breath, steadied my nerves, and told her my plans. Silence, long and empty, followed my confession. "You'll die," she finally said. "You're no longer my student. I'll link with the other master magicians and we will stop you before you get to him." I expected her response. Her anger and immediate censure were the reasons I hadn't wanted to tell her about the exchange. "Iris, you told me I would die before. Remember when we first met in Ixia's snake forest?" She hesitated. "Yes." I was in an impossible position. My magical powers were uncontrolled, you were threatening to kill me, and I had been poisoned by Valak. Each course of action from that point seemed to lead to my eventual death, but I asked you to give me some time, and you did. You hardly knew me, yet you trusted me enough to let me figure a way out. I might not know the ways of Sitia, but I'm an old hand at dealing with impossible situations. Think about that before you call the others." Another long, painful silence. I withdrew my connection to Iris, needing to focus my attention on tonight's task. Kiki stopped within a mile of Bloodrock. I sensed the sand seed's subtle magic. The protection lacked the strength of the one that covered their camp, but it resembled a thin web, waiting to catch its prey unaware. A magician with the proper magical defense in place could avoid detection by the sand seeds. But if the clan intensified their power, they would then sense the magician's presence. Their magic would attack the interloper. I breathed a small sigh of relief, knowing Valak's immunity would make him undetectable. I slid off Kiki's back. "Stay out of sight," I told her. "Stay in wind. Keep smell strong," Kiki instructed. I hid in the tall grass, giving Valak time to catch up. Kiki had reached this point in an hour, but it would take him an extra hour to get into position. When I felt I had waited long enough, I started walking toward Bloodrock, trusting that Valak would approach the exchange site from the opposite direction. Rabbit, Kiki said. Good.
I smiled. She must have flushed a bunny from its burrow. The moon's bright light shone on the long stalks of grass. A slight breeze blew, and I watched as my moon's shadow skimmed over the rippling surface. Iris's voice reached my mind.
You're on your own.
Then, her mental connection with me severed, destroying our student-mentor link. My head throbbed with the sudden emptiness. My heart squeezed out little spikes of panic. I calmed my nerves with the reminder that both Valak and Kiki trailed me. When I drew closer to the meeting point, I stopped and took off my cloak. I rolled the garment up and hid it in a clump of tall grass. Pulling Esau's theobroma pill from my pack, I placed it between my back teeth. My mouth felt awkward, and I hoped I didn't accidentally bite into the pill. I continued onward. The dark shape of the rock filled the land before me. Rays of moonlight filtered through the clouds as I peered into the semi-darkness, searching for some sign of Ferday and Opal. Relief poured through my body when I saw Opal step out from behind Bloodrock. She hurried toward me, and only when she left the shadows could I see the terror on her face. Her eyes looked swollen, her pale skin blotchy from crying. I scanned the area with my magic, feeling for Ferday as my gaze hunted for him. Opal threw herself into my arms, sobbing. Too easy. Wouldn't he want my promise to go with him before releasing her? The girl hugged me so tight she pinched my skin. Ferday still didn't appear. I pulled her away, planning to guide her back to the citadel. "I'm so sorry, Yelena," she cried, and ran away. I spun around, expecting Ferday to be standing there gloating. No one. Confused, I moved to follow Opal, but my feet would not obey me. Stumbling, I fell as my body lost all sensation. Chapter 30. I lay on the ground as the paralysis swept through my body with amazing speed. I had only a second to realize that I'd been hit with curare before the drug froze all my muscles. Only a second to bite down on the theobroma pill before my jaw seized, swallowing just a drop of the antidote. Lying on my side, I saw Opal in the grey moonlight, running toward the citadel. My helpless position was the direct result of my appalling overconfidence. By focusing on the danger from Ferday, either from his magic or from the curare, I didn't prepare for an attack by Opal. She had jabbed me, apologized, and run off. A muted fear pulsed in my body. The curare seemed to dull my emotions as well as my magic. I felt as if I wore a heavy, wet, woolen cap around my head. Behind me, I heard the slight crunch of footsteps coming closer. I waited for Valak. Would he pounce when Ferday drew closer to me? The footsteps stopped, and my view changed. Without feeling anything, I was pulled over onto my back. My head spun for a moment before I could focus on the night sky. I couldn't move my gaze, but I could still blink. I couldn't speak, yet I could breathe. I couldn't move my mouth or tongue, but I could swallow. Odd. When a face entered my view, I remembered to be scared again. Until surprise eclipsed my fear for a moment. A woman with long hair peered down at me. She wore a robe, and I could see faint lines had been drawn or tattooed on her neck. When she flaunted a knife and brought the metal tip close to my eyes,
The air suddenly seemed thick and hard to draw into my straining lungs. "Should I kill you now?" she asked. Her accent sounded familiar. She cocked her head to the side in amusement. "No comment. Not to worry. I won't kill you now. Not when you won't feel any pain. You need to suffer greatly before I'll end your pain for good." The woman stood and walked away. I searched my memory. Did I know her? Why would she want to kill me? Perhaps she worked with Ferde. Her language matched his, but without the lilt. Where was Valak? He should have witnessed my predicament. I heard a rubbing sound and a thump. Then a strange disorientation made me realize that the woman dragged me. My world tilted and straightened. She brandished a rope, and I guessed by the brief glimpses and sounds that she had pulled me onto a cart and was tying me to it. She jumped off, and after a moment I heard her call to a horse. The creaking of the wheels and steady clomping of the horse were the only indication that we moved. From the swish and whack of grass, I guessed we were headed deeper into the Avibian plains. Where was Valak? I worried and waited and even slept. Every time some of the melting theobroma reached the back of my throat, I swallowed. Would I get enough to counteract the curare? By the time the woman stopped, a pale sheen of dawn had wedged into the night sky. Feeling began to return to my limbs. I moved my tongue, trying to swallow more of the theobroma. Pain flared in my wrists and ankles. My hands and feet were stiff and cold. I'd been tied spread eagle on the hard cart. My ability to connect with the power source started to wake when the woman climbed onto the cart. My thoughts scattered when I saw her holding a long, thin needle. I banished the fear and drew power to me. "Oh, no, you don't," she declared, then jabbed me with the needle. "We need to reach the void before I let you feel. Then you can feel cold steel slicing into your skin." I thought that this would be an excellent time for Valak to arrive. But when he failed to appear, I said, "Who?" before the drug numbed all my muscles. You don't know me, but you knew my brother very well. Don't worry. You'll know the reason for your suffering soon enough. She hopped off the cart, and the familiar sounds of movement started again. Any time now, Valak, I thought. But as the sun progressed through the sky, my hopes for a rescue faded. Something must have happened to keep Valak from following me. Perhaps Iris's message last night about being alone had been a warning. Various horrible scenarios about Valak played in my mind. To distract myself, I wondered about Kiki. Was she near? Would she follow my scent? With my magic ability paralyzed, would she know I needed her help? The sun hovered above the horizon when the cart stopped again. A burning sensation in my fingertips meant the curare started to wear off. Soon enough, cramps, pain, and cold air racked my body. I shivered and gulped the rest of Esau's antidote, preparing for another jab. But it didn't come. Instead, the woman climbed onto the cart and stood over me. She spread her arms wide. Welcome to the void. Or in your case, welcome to hell. In the fading light, I saw her grey eyes clearly. The strong features of her face reminded me of someone, but I couldn't think. My head ached and my mind felt dull. I reached for a thread of power, but found dead air. Nothing. A smug smile spread on the woman's lips. This is one of the few places in Scythia where there is a hole in the blanket of power. No power means no magic.
Where are we?
I asked. My voice sounded rough. The Davian Plateau.
Who are you?
All humour dropped from the woman's face. She appeared to be around 30 years old. Her black hair reached past her waist. She rolled the sleeves up on her sand-coloured cloak, revealing the purple animal tattoos that covered her arms. You haven't figured it out? Have you killed that many men?
4 men. But I'm not averse to killing a woman.
I gave her a pointed stare. You're really not in the position to be bragging or boasting. She pulled her knife from a pocket of her cloak. I thought quick. Of the 4, Riyadh was the only one I knew well. The others I had killed in self-defense. I didn't even know their names. Still don't know. She moved closer to me.
No.
Rage flamed in her grey eyes. That expression jolted my memory. Mog Khan. The magician that had kidnapped me and tried to rob me of my soul. He was known as Kangom in Scythia.
Kangom deserved to die,
I said. Valak had made the killing blow, but Iris and I had first caught the magician in a web of magical power. I had not included him in my count, but I admitted being responsible for his death. Fury twisted the woman's expression. She drove her knife into my right forearm and then pulled it out just as fast. Pain exploded up my arm. I screamed. "Who am I?" she asked. My arm burned, but I met her gaze.
You're Kangom's sister.
She nodded. My name's Yelena Davian. That was not one of the clan names. She understood my confusion and said, I used to be a sand seed. She spat the clan name out. They're stuck in the past. We are more powerful than the rest of Scythia, yet the sand seeds are content to wander the plains, dream and weave stories. My brother had a vision on how we could rule Scythia.
But he was helping Betrayal to take over Ixia.
I found it hard to follow her logic when my blood poured from the stab wound. A first step. Gain control of the northern armies, then attack Scythia. But you ruined that, didn't you?
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yelena sliced her knife along my left arm, drawing a line from my shoulder to my wrist. You'll learn to regret that decision before I cut your throat, just like you did to my brother. Pain coursed through my arms, but a strange annoyance that she had ruined Valak's special shirt tugged at my mind. Yelena raised the knife again, aiming for my face. I thought fast.
Are you living in the plateau?
I asked. Yes. We broke from the Sand Seeds and declared a new clan. The Davians will conquer Scythia. We will no longer have to steal to survive.
How?
Another member is on a power quest. Once he completes the ritual, he will be more powerful than all 4 master magicians together.
Did you kill Chula?
I asked. When she squinted in confusion, I added,
Opal's sister.
No. My cousin had that pleasure. Aaliyah had a family connection to Ferde. He must be the one on the quest, which led me to the question. Who was Ferde targeting for the final ritual? It could be any girl with some magical abilities, and he could be anywhere. And we only had 2 days to find him. I pulled against the ropes with the sudden need to move. Aaliyah smiled in satisfaction. Not to worry. You won't be around for the cleansing of Cytia. However, you will be around for a little longer. She pulled out her needle and jabbed into the cut on my arm. I yelped. I don't like wasting your blood on this wagon. We have a special frame set up, so I can collect your red life and make good use of it. Aaliyah hopped off the cart. The curare began to dull the pain in my arms, but full paralysis didn't grip my body. Esau's antidote must be working. The presence of void meant I didn't have to worry about my mind being open to magical influences. However, being tied to the cart and unarmed, I didn't know if my body would be in any condition to fight Aaliyah. Searching for my pack and bow would reveal to her that I could move. So I clamped my teeth down to keep them from chattering and to remind myself to stay still. I heard a thump, and the cart tilted. My feet now pointed toward the ground as my head came up. With this new angle, I could see a wooden frame just a few feet away. Made of thick beams, the frame had manacles and chains hanging from the top, with some type of pulley rigged to them. Under the frame lay a metal basin. I guessed that the victim stood in the basin. Beyond the frame spread the vivid colours of the flat Davian plateau. The patchwork of yellows, tans, and browns seemed so soothing in comparison to the torture device. My heart began beating in a fast tempo. I kept my eyes staring straight ahead when Aaliyah came into view. A few inches taller than me, Aaliyah's chin reached my eye level. She had removed her cloak and revealed her blue pants and short-sleeved V-neck blouse that had white discs sewn onto it, making it look as if she wore fish scales. A leather weapon belt circled her waist. "Feeling better?" she asked. "Let's make sure." She poked the tip of her blade into my right thigh. Concentrating so hard on not reacting, I took a moment to realize the thrust hadn't hurt. The tip of Aaliyah's knife had hit my switchblade holder. Still strapped to my thigh, I wondered if the weapon remained inside it. Aaliyah considered my expression for many frantic heartbeats. If she suspected I could move, then all would be lost. "Your clothes are strange," she said finally. "They're thick and resist my knife. I will remove them and keep them. They would make a fine reminder of our time together." She stepped over to the frame and grabbed the manacles that hung down, pulling. The wheel on the pulley spun and let more chain through until the cuffs reached my cart. "You're too heavy for me to lift. Good thing my brother added that pulley so I can easily yank you into place." She unlocked the metal cuffs and opened them wide. My time to act approached. If she was smart, she would secure my wrists in the cuffs before untying my feet. Once my arms were locked into the frame, I would be helpless again. I would only have a brief window of opportunity, and I planned to risk everything on a guess. She leaned over with her knife and cut the rope holding my right arm to the side of the cart. I let it drop to my side as if it were a dead weight, hoping she would untie my other arm before fastening them. Instead, Aaliyah put her knife in her belt and reached for my arm. I plunged my hand into my pocket and grabbed for my switchblade. Aaliyah froze for a moment in shock. My fingers found the smooth handle, and I almost laughed aloud with relief. Yanking the weapon out, I knocked aside her arm and triggered the blade. She drew her knife. Before she could step back, I plunged my blade into her lower abdomen. Grunting in surprise, she aimed her weapon at my heart. She staggered a bit as she leaned forward to strike, and I felt cold steel bite deep into my stomach. Aaliyah fell, sitting hard on the ground. She hunched over my switchblade. I gasped for breath, trying to keep from passing out. Pain flamed up my back and gripped my insides like a tight vice. Aaliyah pulled my blade from her guts and dropped it onto the ground. Crawling over to her cloak, she retrieved a vial of liquid from one of the pockets. She opened it, dipped her finger in, and rubbed the liquid into her stab wound. Curare. Lurching to her feet, she walked back to me. She studied my condition in silence. The curare she had used must have been diluted in order for her to move.
Take my knife out to free yourself, and you will bleed to death, she said with grim satisfaction. Leave it in, and you will eventually die. Either way, you're in the middle of the plains with no one to help you and no magic to heal you. She shrugged. Not what I had planned, but the results will be the same.
What about your problem? I asked, huffing with the effort.
I have my horse and my people close by. Our healer will cure me, and I will be back in time to watch your final moments.
She moved past the cart. After some rustling and grunting, she clicked at her horse, and I heard the familiar thumping of hooves. As my vision began to blur, I had to agree with Aaliyah. My position hadn't improved, but at least I'd denied her the satisfaction of torturing me. The intense pain made concentrating difficult. Do I pull the knife, or keep it in? Time passed, and I drifted in and out of consciousness. I roused when the drum of a galloping horse reached my ears. I hadn't made my decision, and Aaliyah was returning to gloat. Closing my eyes to avoid seeing her smug expression, I heard a whinny. The sound soothed my pain, as if I'd been dosed with curare. I opened my eyes and saw Kiki's face. My prospects looked better, but I wasn't sure I could communicate with Kiki.
Knife,
I said aloud. My throat burned with thirst.
Get me the knife.
Looking over to my switchblade on the ground, I then stared at Kiki. I let my eyes and head move from one to the other.
Please.
She turned an eye in the right direction. Then walked over and grasped the handle with her teeth. Smart, indeed. I held out my free hand and she placed the weapon in my palm.
Kiki, if this works out, I said, I'll feed you all the apples and peppermints that you want.
Fresh waves of pain coursed through my body as I twisted to cut the rope around my left wrist. When the strands severed, I fell to the ground, but had enough sense to land on my elbows and knees, keeping the knife from plunging deeper into my stomach. After an eternity, I reached back and cut the rope around my feet. I probably would have curled up on the ground and given in to the release of unconsciousness, but Kiki huffed at me and nudged my face with her nose. Looking up, I thought her back seemed as unattainable as the clouds in the sky. No step stool in the wild. I laughed, but it came out as a hysterical cry. Kiki moved away. She returned with my pack in her mouth, setting it down next to me.
I gave her a wry smile. Whenever I rode her, I always had my pack with me. She probably thought I needed my backpack to climb onto her back. Pawing with impatience, she pushed the pack closer to me. I had mentioned apples. Perhaps she wanted the one inside. I opened it. Smart girl. I found the curare that I had forgotten about. Planning to use the drug against Ferde, I had packed one of Esau's vials. I rubbed a tiny drop into my wound. The drug soothed my pain. Sighing with relief, I tried to sit up. My arms and legs felt wooden and heavy, but they moved the right ways. The theobroma in my body kept the curare from freezing all my muscles. It was an effort to put my backpack on. Fear of Elia's return motivated me, and I stood on wobbly legs. Kiki bent her front legs down to her knees. I looked at her askance. No step stool? She whickered with impatience. I laced my fingers in her mane and swung a leg over her back. She lurched to her feet and broke into a smooth, ground-eating stride. I knew the instant we left the void. Magic encompassed me like a pool of water, but I soon felt drowned by the amount. An unfortunate side effect of the theobroma opened my mind to the magical assault. On entering the Avibian plains, the sand seed's protective spells rushed me. Unable to block the magic, I fell. Strange dreams, images and colours swirled around me. Kiki spoke to me with Iris's voice. Valak steeled himself as a noose wrapped around his neck. His arms tied behind his back. Ari and Janko huddled by a fire in a grassy clearing, alarmed and uneasy. They had never been lost before. My mother clung to the upper branches of a tree as it swung wildly in a storm. The smell of curare filled my nose, and theobroma coated my mouth. Elia's knife had been driven deeper into my abdomen when I had hit the ground. In my mind's eye, I saw the torn muscles, the tear in my stomach with blood and acid gushing out. Yet I couldn't focus my magic to heal the wound. Valak's thoughts reached me. He fought the soldiers around him with his feet, but someone pulled on the rope and it tightened around his neck. Regret pulsed in his heart.
Sorry, love. I don't think we're going to make it this time.
Chapter 31.
No!
I yelled to him. Stay alive! Think of something!
I'll stay if you will,
he countered. Damn, frustrating man. In exasperation, I gathered the twisting images and magic that threatened to overwhelm me. I wrung them and wrestled the magic. Images swirled around me like snowflakes in a blizzard. Theobroma coursed through my blood and enhanced my perceptions, making the magic tangible. The threads of power slipped through my hands like a coarse blanket. Sweating and panting with the effort to hold on to the magic, I yanked Elia's knife from my stomach and pulled magic toward the wound. Laying my hands over my abdomen, I covered the warm torrent of blood with power. Concentrating, I sent my mind's eye toward the damage. I grabbed a thread of the magic swirling around me and used it to stitch closed the rip in my stomach. I repaired my torn abdominal muscles and knitted my skin together. A quick glance at my stomach revealed an ugly red ridge of puckered flesh that caused a sharp stab of pain whenever I drew breath. But the wound was no longer life-threatening. I kept my end of the bargain. I desperately hoped Valak kept his. Exhaustion tugged at my consciousness, and I would have fallen asleep, but Kiki nudged me. "Come," she said in my mind. I opened my eyes. "Tired. Bad smell. Go!" We were out of the void, but we must be close to Aaliyah's people.
Grab tail,
she instructed. Clutching the long strands of her tail, I pulled myself to a standing position. Kiki knelt, and I mounted her back. She took off, breaking into her gust of wind gait. I hung on and tried to stay awake. The plains blurred past as the sun set. The icy air bit at my skin. When she slowed, I blinked, trying to focus on my surroundings. Still in the plains, but I saw a campfire ahead.
Make noise, not scare Rabbit.
Rabbits? Sudden hunger made my stomach growl. I did have an apple, but I'd promised that to Kiki. She snorted in amusement, whinnied, and stopped. I glanced past her head and saw 2 men blocking the path. The moonlight shone off their swords. Ari and Janko. I called to them and they sheathed their weapons as Kiki drew closer. Rabbit? Not Rabbit Man?
Too quick for a man.
Thank fate!
Ari cried. Seeing how I drooped over Kiki's neck, Ari pulled me off and carried me to their campfire, setting me down as if I was as fragile as an egg. The sudden wish that Ari was my real brother overcame me. Even as an 8-year-old, I'd bet Ari would never have let me be kidnapped. Janko feigned boredom.
Going off and getting all the glory again, he said. I don't know why we even bothered to come to this crazy land. Your trail marks didn't even have the decency to go anywhere but in circles, he grumped.
Don't like being lost, Janko, I teased. He harumphed and crossed his arms. Don't worry, your skills are still keen. You're in the Avibian Plains. There's a protective magic here that confuses the mind.
Magic, he spat. Another good reason to stay in Ixia.
Ari sat me by the fire.
You look terrible. Here.
He wrapped my cloak around my shoulders. Where?
We found it in the plains,
Ari explained. Then he frowned.
Valak had asked us to back him up last night. We followed him, but they ambushed him at the Citadel's gates.
Cahill and his men, I said. He nodded, then began inspecting the cuts on my arms. How did they know where to find him? I asked.
Captain Marek is a tracker of some renown,
Ari said.
Seems he had dealings with Valak before. He is the only soldier to have escaped from the commander's dungeon. He must have been waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Ari shook his head.
Valak's capture presented a dilemma.
Help Valak, or help you,
Janko said.
I think he suspected something might happen to him and didn't want you unprotected. So we stuck to the plan and followed you.
Ari handed me a jug of water. I gulped the liquid.
Not that we did any good, Janko huffed. When we reached the meeting site, the horse and cart were gone, and we figured we would track you. She had to stop sometime, but...
You lost your way, I finished for him. Ari probed the deep gash on my right forearm.
Ow!
Hold still, Ari said. Janko, get my medkit from my pack. These cuts need to be cleaned and sealed.
If I'd had any energy, I could have healed the wounds on my arms with magic. Instead, I endured Ari's administrations and admonishments. When he pulled out the pot of Rand's sealing glue, I asked him about the commander's new chef to distract myself from the pain.
Since Rand never made it to Brazil's for the transfer of cooks, the commander promoted one of Rand's kitchen staff.
Ari frowned. I grimaced as Ari applied the glue to my cut, more from remembering Rand than from the burning in my arm. Rand had lost his life protecting me. but I wouldn't have been in danger if he hadn't set me up for an ambush in the first place.
The food hasn't been the same, Janko said with a sigh. Everyone is losing weight.
When Ari finished wrapping my arms, he pulled something from the fire.
Janko got a rabbit.
He broke off a piece and handed it to me.
You need to eat something.
That reminded me.
Kiki needs...
I moved to stand up. Janko waved me down.
I'll take care of her.
Do you...
Yeah, I grew up on a farm.
I had gnawed every bit of meat off the rabbit's bone when Janko came back covered with horsehair. He seemed to be in a better mood.
She's beautiful, he said about Kiki. I've never had a horse stand so patiently to be rubbed down, and she wasn't even tied.
I told him about the honour she gave him by changing his name from Rabbit Man to Rabbit. Unprecedented. He gave me an odd look.
Talking horses, magic, crazy Southerners.
He shook his head. He might have said more, but I could no longer stay awake. The next morning I told my friends about Elia and the clan on the plateau. They wanted to go after her, but I reminded them about Valak and the need to find Ferde. My heart lurched when I thought of Valak. Even with a night of sleep, I still didn't have enough energy to find out what had happened to him. The rest had roused me. We need to get to the citadel, I said, standing.
Do you know where we are?
Ari asked. Somewhere in the plains, I said, shouldering my backpack.
Some magician you are, Janko said. Do you even know which direction the citadel is?
No. Kiki came and stood next to me. I grabbed her mane.
How about a boost?
I asked Janko. He muttered under his breath, but offered his linked hands for my boot. When I had settled onto her back, I looked down at him. Kiki knows where to go. Can you keep up? He grinned.
This rabbit can run.
Ari and Janko packed their gear, and we set off at a trot. All those laps around the commander's castle had kept them in top physical condition. We reached the road, and I heard Janko curse and grumble about being lost only a mile away. When we approached the citadel's gates, we encountered the 4 master magicians. They all sat on horseback. A well-armed cavalry team accompanied them. I smiled at Rose Featherstone's look of astonishment, but sobered at Iris's cold stare. "Why are you here?" I asked.
We were coming to either rescue you or kill you,
Zitora said. She flashed Rose an annoyed glance. I met Iris's gaze, questioning. She turned away and blocked my efforts to reach her mind. Even though I had known she would shun me for going off alone, her actions still tore at my heart. Not bothering to conceal the satisfaction in her voice, Rose said,
"Because of your dangerous disregard for the well-being of Scythia, you have been expelled."
The least of my worries. Is Opal safe? I asked the magicians. Bane Bloodgood nodded.
She told us a woman held her. Was she connected to the killer?
No, we still need to find Ferde. He doesn't want me. He must have taken someone else. Has anyone been reported missing? My announcement caused a considerable stir. Everyone had assumed that Ferde was holding Opal. Now they needed to change tactics.
"We've been searching for him for 2 weeks,"
Rose said, putting a stop to the chatter.
"What makes you think we can find him now?"
The last victim would not have been kidnapped,
Bane said.
Let us go back and discuss this. Yelena, you will be safest in the keep. We will talk about your future when this whole mess is resolved.
The magicians headed toward the keep.
Ari, Janko, and I followed. I thought about Bain's comment. My future would be nothing without Valak. I caught up to Bain and asked about him. Bain gave me a stern look, and I felt his magic press against my mental barrier. I relaxed my guard and heard his voice in my mind.
Best not to talk aloud about this child. Cahill and his men captured him 2 nights ago, but Cahill will not release Valak to the councillors or master magicians.
I felt Bain's disapproval over Cahill's actions, and I had to quell my desire to find Cahill and skewer him with his own sword.
Cahill tried to hang Valak yesterday at dusk, but Valak escaped.
Bain seemed impressed.
We have no idea where he is now.
I thanked Bain and slowed Kiki, letting the others go ahead. I savoured my relief that Valak was alive. When Ari and Janko caught up to me, I relayed the information to them. When we reached the council hall, Ari and Janko headed toward the guest quarters. Kiki picked up her pace, and we joined the others. I thought about where Valak might have gone. Back to Ixia seemed the safest and most logical course, but I knew Valak would stay nearby until Ferde was caught. That led me to consider who would be Ferde's next victim. He had been working in the keep, where there were many young female magicians just learning to control their magic. Since the full moon would rise tomorrow night, he would probably need a few days to prepare. The master magicians couldn't locate him with magic, but they might be able to contact the girl with him. But how to find her? Just past the keep's gate, the master magicians dismounted, handed their horses to the guards, and started for the keep's administration building. I followed, but Rose stopped me at the base of the steps.
"You're confined to your quarters. We will deal with you later," she promised.
I had no intention of obeying her, but I knew they wouldn't let me into the meeting room. So before Bain could mount the steps to the building, I touched his arm. The killer probably seduced one of the young first years to come with him, I told him. If everyone takes a barrack, you can find out who's missing and try to communicate with her.
Excellent,
Bain said.
Now go rest, child, and do not worry. We will do all that we can to find the killer.
I nodded. Fatigue wrapped around me like a stone cloak, and Bain's order to rest made sense. Before heading toward my rooms, I made a slight detour to the keep's guest suite. My father answered the door. He crushed me in his muscular arms.
Are you all right? Did my pill work?
Like a charm. I kissed him on the cheek. You saved my life. He ducked his head.
I've made some more for you, just in case.
I smiled with gratitude. Looking past his shoulder, I asked, "Where's Mother?"
In her favourite oak tree by the pasture. She was doing so well until...
He gave me a sardonic grin. I know. I'll find her. I stood at the bottom of the oak, feeling as if I'd been run over by a horse. "Mother?" I called. "Yelena! Come up! Come up where it's safe!" No place is safe, I thought. The events of the last 2 days began to overwhelm me. Too many problems, too much riding on me. My encounter with Aaliyah proved that even when I felt confident that I could take care of a situation, I really didn't know what I was doing. If Aaliyah had checked me for weapons, I would be standing ankle-deep in my own blood. "Come down! I need you!" I cried. I sank to the ground and wrapped my arms around my legs as tears poured from my eyes. With a rustle and creak of branches, my mother appeared beside me. I transformed into a 6-year-old child, flung myself into her arms, and sobbed. She comforted me, helped me to my room, gave me a handkerchief and a glass of water. Tucking me into bed, she kissed me on my forehead. When she went to leave, I grabbed her hand. "Please, stay." Mother smiled, took off her cloak, and lay next to me. I fell asleep in her arms. The next morning she brought me breakfast in bed. I protested about the extravagance, but she stopped me. "I have 14 years of mothering to catch up on. Indulge me." Even though the plate was loaded with food, I ate every bit and drained the tea. "Sweet cakes are my favourite." "I know," she replied with a smug smile. "I asked one of the servers in the dining hall, and she remembered that every time they cooked sweet cakes, your eyes would light up." She took the empty tray. "You should go back to sleep." Pearl went into the other room. I could have easily complied, but I needed to find out if the others had discovered who was missing. Unable to stay in bed, I decided to get a quick bath before finding Bane. "Come to our suite when you're done at the bathhouse," Pearl said. "Once your father told me what's been going on with this killer and the curare, I thought of something that might help you." "It may have aided you yesterday," she huffed. "I'm not a delicate sapling. You and Iso don't need to keep things from me. And that includes Valek." She put her hands on her hips, wrinkling the smooth lines of her blue-green dress. "How?" I sputtered. "I'm not deaf." The dining hall buzzed with conversation about you and Valek. And Valek's escape from Cahill. She put a hand to her throat. But then she took a deep breath. "I know I tend to overreact about some things and go running for the trees." She smiled ruefully. "Valek has the most horrible reputation. But I trust you. When you have some time, you need to educate me about him." "Yes, Mother," I said, and also promised to stop by their suite after my bath. It was the middle of the morning, so the bathhouse was almost empty. Washing, I thought about how much I would tell my mother about Valek. When I finished drying off, I changed and headed toward the guest suite. Dax intercepted me. His usual jovial face was taut with worry, and the dark smudges under his eyes made it look as if he hadn't slept in a while.
"Have you seen Gelsey?" he asked.
"Not since the New Beginnings feast." So much had happened since that night. The semester had not gone as I had imagined. Nothing since coming to Sitya had gone as I had imagined. "Wasn't she working on some special project for Master Bloodgood?"
"Yes, she was experimenting with the bellwood plant. But I haven't seen her in days, and I can't find her anywhere."
His words struck me like Aaliyah's knife. I gasped.
"What?"
His green eyes widened in alarm.
"Plant? Where? With who?"
The questions tumbled from my mouth.
"I already checked the greenhouses many times. She worked with one of the gardeners. Maybe we could ask him."
Him. My heart twisted.
I knew who Gelsey was with.
Chapter 32.
"Me? But I've never linked with Gelsey."
Dax's drawn face took on a wild, fearful expression. I had taken Dax back to my rooms. We sat together on the couch. "Don't worry, I've only worked with her once, but you've known her for a year. I'll find her through you." I hoped. "Relax," I instructed. I took his hand in mine. "Think of her." Finding a thread of magic, I reached toward his mind.
A horrible vision of Gelsey, bloody and terrified, filled my mind.
Dax, don't imagine where she might be. Think of her at the New Beginnings feast. The image transformed into a smiling young lady wearing a soft green gown. I felt Dax's thrill when he held her hand and guided her while they danced. I sent my magic to Gelsey, trying to see Dax from her mind. She gazed up at him. They had always danced together at the feast, but this time felt different. Her skin tingled where he had touched her, and a warmth pulsed in her chest. "Gelsey," I called, pulling her into the memory.
What a lovely evening, she thought. How things have changed. Dax seemed distant after that night. Preoccupied.
"Gelsey, where are you?" I asked. Shame flared.
I've been a fool. No one must know. Please tell no one.
Fear trembled through her mind. You were deceived by a cunning sorcerer. No one will hold that against you. Where are you?
He will punish me.
She tried to pull away. I showed her Dax's concern for her. His hunt through the keep. "Don't let your captor win," I pleaded. Gelsey showed me a bare room. She was naked and tied to metal spikes that had been driven into the wooden floor. Strange symbols had been painted on the floor and walls. Pain throbbed from between her legs, and the multiple cuts along her arms and legs burned. He hadn't needed to drug her with curare.
I loved him,
she said.
I gave myself to him.
Instead of the wonderful, loving experience she had expected, Ferde tied her down, beat her and raped her. Then he bled her, collecting the blood in an earthen bowl. "Show me where you are," I instructed. Beyond the room was the living area, and outside I could see a courtyard with a white jade sculpture of 15 horses. "Have faith," I said. "We'll be there."
He'll know. He has surrounded the neighborhood with a magical shield. He knows when someone passes through, and if he feels threatened, he'll complete the ritual.
Doesn't he need to wait until the full moon tonight?
No.
The note left by Aaliyah had originally set the exchange for the full moon, so everyone had not only assumed Ferde sent the note, but that the phase of the moon was critical for the ritual.
He had to move many times,
Gelsey said.
I thought it exciting. I didn't know he was the one the Masters were searching for. He led me to believe he was on a secret mission for the Master Magicians.
We'll find a way, I promised.
Hurry!
I withdrew my awareness and sat back. Dax stared at me in horror. He had been able to see and hear our conversation. She will need you when this is over, I told him. We need to tell the Masters. No. My mind raced through options. But he's strong. You heard Gelsey. He has a shield, Dax said. All the more reason to go alone. They have been searching for him and he knows them. I think I can get through undetected. How? There's no time to explain, but Gelsey will need you close by. Can you meet me in the market in an hour? Of course. I jumped up and started gathering supplies. Dax hesitated at the door. Yelena? I looked at him. What happens if you don't stop him? Fear shone in his green eyes. Then we find Valak. Otherwise, Sitya will be Ferde's. Dax swallowed his fright and nodded before leaving. I packed my equipment and changed my clothes. Dressed in a plain brown tunic and pants, I would blend in with the regular citizens of the Citadel. Covering my disguise with my cloak, I stopped at my parents' suite on the way out. Leaf sat with them in the living room. I ignored him. Father, do you have those extra pills? I asked, hoping he knew I wanted the Theobroma. He nodded in understanding and went to retrieve them. While I waited, Mother remembered her little invention she had told me about. She handed me a strange device made of tubes and rubber and explained how to work it. "Just in case," she said. "This is great," I said. "You were right about it being useful." She beamed. "That's what every mother wants to hear." Leaf had said nothing, but I could feel his penetrating stare as if he tasted my intentions. Esau handed me the pills.
"Are you coming to lunch with us?"
"No, I have something I need to do. I'll catch up with you later," I said, giving my father a hug and my mother a kiss on her cheek. A queasy feeling rolled in my stomach. Perhaps I should tell the master magicians about Ferday and Gelsey. After all, it had been only pure chance that saved me from Aaliyah. I was still discovering what I could do with my magic. And now that I had been expelled, would I be able to fully explore my potential? My mother stopped me just past the door. "Here," she said, handing me my fire amulet. "I think you need this. Remember what you endured to win it." I opened my mouth to protest, but she shook her head. "I want it back." She squeezed me in a tight hug for a moment. Examining the scarlet prize in the sunlight, I marveled at Pearl's empathy. I tucked the amulet into my pocket and set a brisk pace for the citadel. After I had passed the keep's gate, I heard pounding footsteps behind me. I whirled, drawing my bow. Leaf halted a few feet away. His machete hung from his belt, but he made no move to grab it. "Not now, Leaf," I said, turning, but he clasped my shoulder and spun me around to face him.
"I know where you're going,"
he said. "Bully for you." I shrugged his hand off. "Then you know time is of the essence. Go back to the keep." I started to walk.
"If I do, I'll tell the masters what you're doing."
"Truly? You're not very good at telling."
"This time, I won't hesitate."
Seeing the stubborn set to his broad shoulders, I stopped. "What do you want?"
"To come along."
"Why?"
"You'll need me."
"Considering how helpful you were in the jungle 14 years ago, I think I'm better off on my own." I spat the words at him. He cringed, but the obstinacy remained in his face.
"Either include me in your plans, or I'll follow you and ruin them."
I clamped down on my sudden rage. I didn't have time for this. "Fine. But let me warn you that you're going to have to let me inside your mind in order for you to get through Ferday's shield." His face paled, but he nodded and fell into step with me as I hurried to the market. Dax waited there. I left Leaf with him and hunted for Fisk. He helped a woman barter for a bolt of cloth, but he finished as soon as he recognized me.
"Lovely Yelena! Do you need help?"
he asked. I told him what I needed. He smiled and said,
"Sounds like fun, but—"
"It's going to cost me," I finished for him. He raced off to gather his friends. Once Fisk had assembled about 20 children, I explained my plan to them. "Make sure you don't go within a block of the courtyard until you hear the signal. Understand?" I asked. The children nodded. When I felt satisfied they knew what to do, Fisk's friends scattered and went to get into position. Fisk led Leaf and me toward the white jade statue. Dax waited in a side alley, far enough away not to touch Ferday's shield, but within sight of the second-story windows. I kept my mind open, seeking for the edge of Ferday's magical barrier. About half a block away from the courtyard, Leaf touched my arm, stopping me.
"It's just ahead,"
he whispered. "How do you know?"
"I feel a wall of fire. Don't you?"
"No."
"Then it's good that I came."
I glared but had no reply. Fisk watched us,
waiting for our signal. This was not the time for a fight. I looked at Leaf. "You have to open your mind to me," I told him. "You have to trust me." He nodded without hesitating. "Do it." I pulled power to me, spinning it around me like a huge curtain. Reaching out, I made contact with Fisk's mind. "Think of your parents," I instructed, hoping this would work. The young boy closed his eyes and imagined his parents. I linked to their minds through Fisk, then reached for Leaf's. Leaf's mind resembled a black labyrinth of pain. Guilt, shame, and anger twisted together. I understood why Moon Man wanted to help him, but I felt a mean satisfaction at Leaf's remorse. Pushing his dark thoughts aside, I replaced them with Fisk's father's concerns about finding work and supporting his family. I pulled in Fisk's mother's thoughts about her sister's ailing health into my own mind. Holding their personalities and thoughts in Leaf's and my mind, I gave Fisk the signal. He barked like a dog. Soon, other barks echoed on the marble walls in reply. Fisk's friends would begin the distraction, playing tag and running in and out of the courtyard, and Ferday's magical shield as many times as they could. I took Fisk and Leaf's hands, and the three of us continued on to the courtyard. As we crossed the barrier, I felt the probing heat of an annoyed and powerful magician. He scanned our thoughts, determined we were one of the local beggar families, and dismissed us. When we reached the statue, I released Fisk's parents. They would have an unusual story to tell their friends about how they had felt as if they were in two places at once. "That's half the battle," I said to Leaf. He wouldn't meet my eyes. His face was flushed with shame. Irritated, I snapped, "Now is not the time for this!" He nodded, but still wouldn't meet my gaze. Fisk ran off to join his friends in the game, giving us a few more minutes to get into the house. We approached the house from a side street. The door was locked. I pulled my diamond pick and my tension wrench from my backpack and began working on the lock. Once I had lined the pins, the lock's tumbler turned, and the door swung inward. I heard a surprised huff from Leaf. Then we stepped inside the foyer and closed the door. I shoved my picks into my pocket. Walking without sound, we entered a living area. The normal furniture and decorations seemed out of place. I guess I had expected something wild and weird, something that reflected a killer's mind. Leaf held his machete, and I gripped my bow, but I knew they would not protect us. Magic filled the house. It pressed against my skin, and I started to sweat. The sounds of the children faded, and we heard the light tread of feet from the floor above. Connecting with Gelsey's mind, I saw Ferday approach her. He held a brown stone bowl and a long dagger. He wore his red mask and nothing else. She had been fascinated with the tattoos and symbols on his sculpted physique, but now she eyed them with revulsion. "I'm downstairs," I told her. "What's he going to do?"
"He wants more blood. Wait, or else he will kill me if he hears you."
I had to physically hold on to Leaf when Gelsey started moaning with pain. Handing him one of Esau's Theobroma pills, I motioned that he should put it into his mouth. I placed my pack on the floor and quietly removed Pearl's device from my backpack. With my bow in one hand and the device in the other, I waited at the bottom of the staircase with Leaf. Finally, we heard Ferday moving again.
"He's gone,"
Gelsey said with relief. My stomach tightened with apprehension. I pulled power to me to strengthen my mental defenses. A mistake. Ferday felt the draw, and I could sense his growing alarm. "Now," I whispered to Leaf.
We rushed up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Ferday waited for us on the landing. We skittered to a stop on the top step. An amused smile quirked Ferday's lips before he pressed them together with concentration. Revulsion and terror welled up my throat at the sight of him, and I thought I would vomit as Chira's horrible memories filled my mind. The wave of his magic crashed against us. I grabbed the railing to keep from plummeting down the stairs. Leaf jerked beside me but remained upright. Was that it? I glanced at Ferday. His eyes were closed. Moving toward him, I raised Pearl's device.
Yelena, stop,
Leaf said. His voice sounded odd. I looked at Leaf in time to see him swing his machete. Jumping back, I dropped Pearl's device and blocked Leaf's weapon with my bow. "What are you—" I tried to ask, but the pill between my teeth made it hard to talk. Leaf spat his pill out and moved to strike again.
"When those men took my perfect baby sister, I thought I would reclaim my parents' undivided attention."
Leaf's machete sliced toward my neck. I ducked. Had his shame and guilt all been an act? Was he working with Ferday this whole time? Pushing aside my stunned disbelief, I jabbed him in the stomach with the end of my bow. He hunched over and grunted. Magic pressed on my skin, and Leaf straightened with renewed vigor. But whose magic?
"Instead, I had to compete with a perfect ghost,"
Leaf said, and attacked. Chunks of wood flew through the air as I blocked his wide blade. It was only a matter of time before he would destroy my bow, and I was running out of room in the narrow landing. There was a hallway to my left and an open doorway on my right.
"Mother refused to leave our house, and Father was never home, all because of you."
Leaf puffed with effort.
"And you stayed away just to spite me, didn't you? You're my strangler, Fig. And now it's time to chop you down."
Ferday had disappeared. I felt Gelsey's brief cry of alarm as Ferday entered her room. He planned to finish the ritual while Leaf kept me occupied. And it was working. With a loud crack, my bow splintered in 2. Leaf advanced, and I formed a magical shield, but he walked right through. As a last-ditch effort, I sent out my mental awareness, entering his dark mind. Hate and self-loathing filled his thoughts. I felt another presence in Leaf's head. Ferday had story weaver abilities, and he had brought out all of Leaf's raw emotions and used them against me. As Leaf sliced his machete toward me, I stepped to the left, bringing my awareness back. I couldn't defend myself physically while mentally gone. I just wasn't that strong. Leaf pulled his weapon back and thrust at me again. I had nothing left to defend myself. Pearl's device was out of reach. Gelsey's pleas for help burned through my thoughts like a hot poker, energizing me. I projected myself into Leaf's mind, taking control of his body like I had done with Goal. Halting the tip of his machete a mere inch from my stomach, I made Leaf step back. Pushing through the darkness of Leaf's mind, I found the young boy who had watched his sister being kidnapped, untainted with the feelings of guilt and hate. At that moment, he held only curiosity and disbelief. 2 emotions that Ferday wouldn't be able to use against me. I sent Leaf into a deep, dreamless sleep. He crumpled to the floor as I went back to my body. Stopping Ferday was paramount. I would deal with Leaf later. I hoped. Picking up Pearl's device, I sprinted down the hall, searching for Gelsey. Only the last door on the left had been closed. Locked. I yanked my picks out and unlocked the door. My fastest time yet. Janko would be proud. The door swung inward, and I stumbled into the room. Ferday had his hands around Gelsey's throat. I watched in horror as all animation left her face. Her eyes turned sightless and flat.
Ferday shouted and thrust his fists toward the ceiling in celebration.
Chapter 33.
Too late. With my heart sinking, I watched Ferday rejoice.
But then I saw a strange shadow rise from Gelsey's body.
Before logic could overrule, I dove. Knocking Ferday aside, I inhaled this shadow, gathering Gelsey's soul inside me.
It felt as if the world paused for a moment, so I could tuck her into a safe corner of my mind.
Then, snap, movement resumed, and I fell on top of Ferday. Pearl's device flew from my hand. It landed next to the wall. After a brief struggle, Ferday pinned me to the floor, sitting on my stomach.
"That's my soul,"
he said.
"Give it back."
"It doesn't belong to you."
Yelena?
I felt Gelsey's confusion in my mind. "Hold on," I told her. Ferday reached toward my neck. I grabbed his hands, and using his forward momentum, I pushed him further off balance with my left knee. I planted my left foot on the floor and twisted my hips, rolling him off me. I jumped up and assumed a fighting stance. Ferday smiled and regained his feet with a panther-quick grace.
"We are well matched, but I think I have the advantage."
I braced for an attack, but he didn't move. His red tattoos began to glow until they burned my eyes. He caught my gaze with his own, staring at me with his dark brown eyes. Ferday's face transformed into Riyadh's. My world spun, and I found myself back in Riyadh's bedroom in Ixia, tied to the bed and watching Riyadh dig through his chest of torture devices. After an initial moment of panic and fear that I would be forced to relive Riyadh's torture, the scene jumped ahead to Riyadh's stunned expression as hot blood gushed from his throat, soaking me.
"You are a killer too,"
Ferday said in my mind.
Images of the other men I had killed flashed by.
"You have the power to collect souls without the need for symbols and blood. Why do you think Riyadh still haunts you? You have taken his soul, your first of many more. I see the future, and yours doesn't improve."
The images spun dizzyingly, and Iris's cold eyes stared at me as I watched Valek swing from a noose. Leaf's hatred pounded in my mind, along with Cahill's desire to have me executed. The commander smiling in satisfaction at my trial for committing espionage because he had gotten what he wanted from me, and now I would no longer be a problem for Ixia.
"Look at what the master magicians did to that soul finder long ago,"
Ferday said. A man who had been chained to a post was set on fire. His screams of pain vibrated in my mind. Ferday held that image until the man's skin had burned away. I struggled to regain control over my mind, but Ferday's magic equaled a master, and I couldn't push him away.
"The soul finder only wanted to help, bringing the dead back to life for their family and friends. It wasn't his fault they were different when they awoke,"
Ferday said in my mind.
"Panic and fear of the unknown condemned him just like the council would condemn you too. All that I have shown you will be your fate. I see it in your story threads. Moon Man isn't your true story weaver. I am."
His logic was persuasive. He understood my desire to find my place. It was next to him. Soul Finder and Soul Stealer.
"Yes, I'll change your story, and the council won't burn you alive. Just give me Gelsey's soul."
A small corner of my mind resisted, yelling for action. "Stealing souls is wrong," I said. "I shouldn't."
Then why have you been gifted with the ability if you're not supposed to use it?
Ferde asked. I should use it to help people.
That's what the other soul finder wanted to do. See what happened to him.
Focusing my thoughts became difficult. Ferde's control began to spread, and soon he would take Gelsey from me.
Give me the girl. If I pull her from you, you will die. You'll be the first victim of my new administration. Your parents will be the next too.
Images of Pearl being mutilated and Esau being hacked into pieces filled my mind. Blood splashed as I watched in helpless horror.
Save them, and you can have complete freedom for the first time in your life.
His strong spell enticed me. I found myself agreeing with him. Freedom. Ferde sent a wave of pleasure through my body. I moaned as an intoxicating mix of joy and gratification flushed through me. I wanted to give Gelsey to him. But he went too far when my soul filled with contentment. Because I already owned that feeling whenever Valak held me in his arms. I swayed on my feet and sweated with the effort to keep Ferde from taking Gelsey. He had realized his mistake and launched a mental attack to get her soul. Wrapping my arms tight around my chest, I collapsed to the ground. Fire burned inside me. Tears and sweat stung my eyes, but I spotted Pearl's device nearby before pain twisted my body. All I needed was a second.
Trouble, love? Valak asked.
I need your immunity to magic.
Yours.
A resistance to magic, unlike any barrier I could form, grew in my mind, blocking Ferde's control. I opened my eyes. You almost had me, I said to Ferde. I picked up Pearl's device and stood on unsteady legs. Ferde's surprise didn't last long.
No matter. The effort to repel me has weakened you.
In 2 strides, he closed the distance between us. His hands wrapped around my throat. He was right. While I didn't have the power to stop him, I could do something else. As his thumbs pressed into my windpipe, I lifted Pearl's device. Black and white spots began to dance in front of my eyes. Before Ferde could react to my movement, I aimed the nozzle at him and pumped the rubber ball, spraying curare into his face. Invented to apply perfume, Pearl's little device worked like a charm. Ferde's face froze in horror. I pushed his hands away, and he fell to the ground.
There will be others,
was Ferde's last thought before the drug paralyzed his body and his magic. Once satisfied that he was frozen, I entered his mind. Trapped within the darkness were all the souls he had stolen. I released them into the sky. Feeling a rush of movement, I briefly joined the freed souls, soaking in their happiness and joy. Then I returned to my body. Without a moment to lose, I scooted over to Gelsey. Resting the tips of my fingers on her neck, I concentrated on her injuries and repaired them, including the cuts along her arms and legs. Go back, I told Gelsey. She had huddled in my mind, frightened and confused during the battle with Ferde, but now she understood. Her body bloomed with life, and she drew in a long, shaky breath. I cut her bonds with my switchblade, and after spitting out the soggy theobroma pill, I lay next to her, feeling exhausted and spent. She clung to me. My throat blazed with each lungful of air. After a long while, I summoned the energy to stand, pulling Gelsey with me. We found Gelsey's clothes, and I helped her into them. Before guiding her down to the living room to rest on a comfortable couch, I waved a hand out one of the second-story windows. Dax would be here soon.
"I will be expelled,"
she whispered. I shook my head. You'll be smothered with concern and understanding, and given all the time you need to recover. Once Dax arrived to take my place next to Gelsey, I went back up to the landing where I had left Leaf. Reluctance pulled at my legs. It felt as if they had been pricked with curare. I didn't have the strength to untie his twisted thoughts. My promise to Moon Man would have to wait a while longer. I drew Leaf into a lighter sleep, so he would rouse after I left. Ferday's last comment had made me realize that I still had some unfinished business to attend to. Dax had a protective arm around Gelsey when I went downstairs.
I sent a message to Master Bloodgood. The Masters are on their way with a battalion of guards to take Ferde to the Keep's prison,
Dax said.
Then I better go.
I'm supposed to be confined to my quarters. Dax shook his head.
Second Magician knows what you did.
All the more reason not to be here when they arrive.
But...
I waved and hurried out the door, slinging my backpack over one shoulder. Since I had been expelled from the Keep's program, I knew I would soon be kicked out of my rooms. I planned to be long gone before giving Rose the satisfaction of evicting me. Fisk ran over to me when I crossed the courtyard.
"Did we help?"
Fisk asked.
"Is everything okay?"
You did great. I rummaged in my pack and handed Fisk all the Citian coins I had. Distribute these to your troops. He smiled and dashed away. A bone-deep weariness settled on me as I made my way through the citadel. My surroundings blurred, and I walked in a daze. When I passed the council hall, the group of beggars, who always hovered near the steps, began to follow me.
Sorry, I can't help you today,
I called over my shoulder. The group returned to the hall, but one persisted. I turned around.
I said...
Lovely lady, spare a copper?
The man asked. Dirt streaked his face and his hair hung in greasy clumps. His clothes were torn and filthy and he smelled like horse manure, but he couldn't disguise those penetrating sapphire blue eyes from me.
Can't you spare a copper for the man who just saved your life?
Valak asked. I'm broke. I had to pay off the distraction. Those kids don't work cheap.
What?
Unity Fountain. A quarter hour.
Valak returned to the steps and joined the other beggars. I continued toward the keep, but once I was out of sight of the council hall, I took a side street and headed to the Unity Fountain. The jade sphere, with its holes and other spheres nestled inside it, shone in the sunlight. The water spray from the circle of waterspouts sparkled in the cool air. My relief from knowing that Valak was unharmed warred with my concern that he should be far away from the citadel. A quick movement in a shadow caught my attention. I wandered over to the dark recess of a doorway and joined Valak, embracing him for a fierce moment before pulling back. Thank you for helping me against Ferde, I said. Now go home before you get caught. Valak smiled.
And miss all the fun? No, love. I'm going with you on your errand.
I could only produce a muted surprise. Valak and I didn't have a mental connection like the one I'd had with Iris, yet he knew my thoughts, and when I had needed his help, he had always been there. There's no way I can convince you to go to Ixia? My brief spurt of energy on seeing Valak safe faded.
None.
All right, although I reserve the right to say I told you so should you get captured. I tried to say it in a stern tone, but my battered and tired soul was so filled with relief that Valak was coming with me that the words turned playful.
Agreed.
Valak's eyes lit up, anticipating the challenge. Chapter 34. Valak and I decided on the best course of action, and arranged to meet again at the edge of the Avibian Plains. When I reached the keep, I went straight to my rooms to pack. While I determined what to take along, someone knocked on my door. Out of habit, I looked for my bow before realizing it had been destroyed by Leaf. Instead, I grabbed my switchblade. I relaxed a bit when I opened the door. Iris stood there, looking hesitant. Stepping back, I invited her in. "I have some news," Iris said. When I just stared at her, she continued, "Ferde has been taken to the keep's cells, and the council has revoked your expulsion. They want you to stay, so you can fully explore your magical abilities."
Who would teach me?
Iris glanced at the ground. "It would be your choice."
I'll think about it.
Iris nodded and turned to go, then stopped. "I'm sorry, Yelena. I had no trust in your abilities, and yet you achieved what 4 master magicians could not." There was still a faint link between us, and I felt Iris's uncertainty and her loss of confidence. She questioned her ability to handle future difficult situations. She felt her beliefs on what was needed to solve a problem had been proven wrong.
In this situation, magic was not the solution, I told her. It was the lack of magic that allowed me to beat Ferde. And I couldn't have done that without Valak. She considered my words for a moment, and seemed to make a decision. "I propose a partnership," Iris said.
"A partnership?" I asked.
"I believe you no longer need a teacher, but a partner to help you discover just how strong a soul finder you are."
I winced at the title.
"Do you think I'm one?"
"I've suspected, but didn't want to really believe it. An automatic response, just like your cringe just now. And it seems I need some guidance. I found that the Scythian way is not always appropriate. Perhaps you could help me with that."
Are you sure you would want to learn the rush into a situation and hope for the best method?
As long as you want to discover more about being a soul finder. Is it really against the ethical code?
Perhaps the code needs to be updated.
And could you be considered a master, or would you have to take the master's test first?
The master test? I've heard some horror stories.
My throat began to tighten. I swallowed with some difficulty. Rumors, mostly. To discourage the students so that only those who feel confident in their abilities will be brave enough to ask to take the test.
And if they're not strong enough?
They won't succeed. But they'll learn the full extent of their powers. This is better than being surprised later. Iris fell silent. I felt her mind reaching toward mine. "Do we have a deal?" she asked in my mind.
"I'll think about it,"
A lot has happened.
So it has, she agreed. Let me know when you're ready. Iris left my rooms. I closed the door. My mind shuffled through the possibility of exploring my powers versus the risk of being condemned as a soul finder. Despite having to worry about poison in the commander's food, I began to think life in Ixia had been easier. After my errand, as Valek so casually called it, I had some choices on where to go next. Nice to have choices. Again. I moved through my rooms, checking if I missed anything. I had packed the Valma statue for Valek, the rest of my Sitian coins, my northern uniform, and an extra set of clothes. My armoire remained filled with my apprentice's robes and a couple of Nutty's skirt pants. Papers and books piled on my desk, and the room smelled of appleberry and lavender. My stomach squeezed with longing, and with a sudden realization. These rooms in the keep had turned into my home, despite my resistance. Shouldering my pack, I felt the weight of it drag on me as I left. Stopping at the keep's guest quarters on my way, I visited my parents. I could hear Esau in the kitchen, and Pearl had a strange expression on her face. Her hand touched her neck, so I knew something had upset her. She made me promise to stay for tea, pulling my backpack off, and she hovered over me until I sat in one of the pink, overstuffed chairs. Calling to Esau to bring another cup, Pearl perched in the seat next to me, as if she would spring into action should I decide to leave. Esau brought in the tea tray. She jumped up and handed me one of the steaming cups. Seeming to be satisfied that I was anchored to my chair, at least until I finished the tea, Pearl said, "You're leaving, aren't you?" She shook her head before I could answer. "Not that you would tell me. You treat me like a delicate flower. I'll have you know that the most delicate flowers often produce the strongest scent when crushed." She stared at me. "I have some unfinished business to attend to. I'll be back," I said, but the weak response failed to soothe her. "Don't lie to me!" I wasn't lying. "All right, then don't lie to yourself." She eyed my bulging pack that she had set on the floor. "Send us word when you're settled in Ixia, and we'll come visit," she said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Though probably not until the hot season. I don't like the cold." "Mother!" I stood and almost spilled my drink. Esau nodded, seeming nonplussed by the topic of our conversation.
"I'd like to find the mountain laurel that grows near the ice pack. I read somewhere that the plant can cure chronic cough. Be interesting to find out."
"You're not concerned that I might return to Ixia?" I asked my parents.
"Considering the week you had," my father said, "we're just happy you're alive. Besides, we trust your judgment."
"If I do go to Ixia, will you promise to visit often?" They promised. Not wanting to prolong the goodbyes, I snatched my pack and left.
"Apple?"
Kiki asked with a hopeful tone. "No, but I'll get you some peppermints." I went into the barn's tack room to search for the bag of candy. I took 2 and returned to Kiki. After she sucked the candy down, I asked her, "Ready to go?"
"Yes. Saddle?"
Not this time. The keep provided tack for the students, but it was understood that once a student graduated, he bought his own equipment. I pulled the step stool over, and Kiki snorted. I know, I said. "No step stool in Wild, but I'm tired." In fact, what little energy I had left leaked away with an alarming speed. Kiki and I didn't encounter any trouble at either the keeps or the citadel's gates. We took the road through the valley for a while. I refused to look back at the citadel. I planned to come back, didn't I? Today wouldn't be the last time I saw the pastel colours of the sunset reflected in the white marble walls. Right? As the light faded from the sky, I heard the pounding of hooves on the road behind me. Kiki stopped and spun to face the newcomer.
Topaz!
She said with pleasure. Though by the molten anger and murderous expression on Cahill's face, I knew this encounter would be far from pleasant.
Where do you think you're going?
He demanded. That's not your concern. Cahill's face turned a livid red as he sputtered in astonishment.
Not my concern! Not my concern!
I saw him rein in his temper. Then, in a deadly rumble, he said,
You're the heartmate of the most wanted criminal in Scythia. Your whereabouts are of the utmost concern to me. In fact, I'm going to personally see to it that I know exactly where you are at all times.
He whistled. I heard a rush of movement and turned in time to see Cahill's men move into defensive positions behind me. Trying to conserve my strength, I hadn't scanned the road ahead with my magic. Hadn't believed I would need to. Silly me. Do you smell them, Kiki? I asked.
No. Upwind. Go past?
Not yet. Looking back at Cahill, I demanded,
What do you want? Playing the simpleton to delay the inevitable, Yelena. I guess it has worked for you in the past. You certainly played me for a fool,
he said with an eerie calmness.
Convincing me and First Magician that you weren't a spy, using your magic to make me trust you. I fell for it. Cahill, what I want is to kill Valek. Besides getting revenge for the murder of my family, I will be able to show the Council my abilities, and they will finally support me.
You had Valek before and lost him. What makes you think you can kill him this time?
Your heartmate will exchange his life for yours.
You're going to need more men to capture me.
Truly? Take another look.
I glanced over my shoulder. Cahill's men had kept their distance from Kiki's hindquarters, but even in the twilight, I could see that each one held a blowpipe to his mouth, aiming at me.
The darts are treated with curare, Cahill said. An excellent Scythian weapon. You won't get far.
Fear replaced annoyance as my heart rate increased. I had some theobroma in my pack, but I knew if I tried to take it off my back, I would become a pincushion for Cahill's men.
Will you cooperate? Or do I need to have you immobilized?
Cahill sounded as if he asked if I would like some tea.
Ghost,
Kiki said. Before I could understand what Kiki meant, Valek sauntered into our group from the tall grass of the plains. Everyone froze for a second in shock. Cahill gaped.
That's an interesting choice, love, Valek said. You'll need some time to think it over. In the meantime...
Valek held his arms away from his body as he moved closer to Cahill. He had changed from his beggar disguise into the plain brown tunic and pants that the local citizens wore. He appeared to be unarmed, but I knew better, and it seemed so did Cahill, who transferred Topaz's reins to his left hand and pulled his sword.
Let's see if I have this right,
Valek continued,
seeming unconcerned about Cahill's sword a few feet away.
You want revenge for your family. Understandable. But you should know that the royal family is not your family. One thing I have learned over the years is to know my enemy. The royal bloodline ended the day the commander took control of Ixia. I made sure of that.
You lie! Cahill urged Topaz forward, lunging at Valak with his sword. Stepping to the side with grace and speed, Valak avoided being trampled and cut. When Cahill turned Topaz for another charge, I said, "It makes sense. Valak wouldn't leave a job unfinished." He pulled back on the bridle, stopping in disbelief.
Your love for him has damaged your senses.
And your hunger for power has affected your intelligence. Your men are using you, yet you refuse to see the obvious. Cahill shook his head.
I won't listen to any more lies. My men are loyal. They obey me, or else they will be punished. Goal's death helped me to reinforce that lesson.
I recognized that flatness in his pale blue eyes. You killed Goal. He smiled.
My men have pledged their lives to me. I committed no crime.
He brandished his sword.
Ready?
He called to his men.
Aim and...
Think about this before you gloat about your men, Cahill. They looked to Captain Marek for approval before following your orders. They gave you a sword that was too heavy for you and failed to properly train you with it. You are supposed to be related to the king, who was a powerful magician. Why don't you have any magic?
Cahill hesitated.
His men glanced at each other in either consternation or confusion. I couldn't tell, but it broke their concentration. And in that moment, Valak leaped onto Kiki's back behind me. She took off into the plains without being told. I grabbed her mane as Valak's arms encircled my waist, and Kiki broke into her gust-of-wind gait. I heard Cahill yell fire, and thought I heard the whiz of a dart near my ear, but we were soon out of range. Kiki travelled twice the distance of a normal gallop without any obvious effort. When the moon had reached its apex, Kiki slowed, then stopped. "Smell gone," she said. Valak and I slid off her back. I inspected her for injuries before she snorted with impatience and moved away to graze. I shivered in the cold air, searching my body for darts before wrapping my cloak tighter. "That was close."
"Not really,"
Valak said, pulling me toward him.
"We distracted the men, so when wannabe king gave the order, they didn't have time to aim."
Valak felt warm, even though he wasn't wearing a cloak. Seeming to read my thoughts, he said,
"I'll share yours."
He smiled with a mischievous delight.
"But first, you need a fire, food, and some sleep."
I shook my head. "I need you." It didn't take me long to convince him. Once I had divested him of his clothes, he elected to join me in my cloak. I woke to the delightful smell of roasting meat. Squinting in the bright sunlight, I saw Valak crouched near a fire. He had set up a spit of meat over the glowing embers. "Breakfast?" I asked as my stomach rumbled.
"Dinner. You slept all day."
I sat up. "You should have woken me. What if Cahill finds us?"
"Doubtful, with all this magic in the air."
Valak peered into the sky, scenting the wind.
"Does it bother you?"
I opened my mind to the power surrounding us. The Sand Seed's protective magic tried to invade and confuse Valak's thoughts, but his immunity deflected the strands of power with ease. The magic seemed indifferent to my presence. No. I told Valak about my distant relationship to the Sandseed clan. If I came close to their village with the intent to harm them, I think the protection would attack me. Then I thought about Moonman's magical abilities and his scimitar. Either that, or one of their story weavers would. Valak considered.
How long will it take us to reach the Davian Plateau?
It depends on Kiki. If she decides to use her gust of wind gate, we could be there in a few hours.
Gust of wind? Is that what you call it? I've never seen a horse run that fast before.
I mulled over Valak's comment. She only does it when we're in the plains. Perhaps it's connected to the Sandseed's magic. Valak shrugged.
Faster is better. The faster we can take care of Aaliyah, the better.
But exactly how we would take care of Aaliyah remained the real question. I knew she would be a threat to me if she had survived her injury, yet I didn't want to kill her. Perhaps turning her over to the Sandseeds would be enough. I thought about Moonman's remarks about the Davian vermin, and realized that Ferday's comment about the existence of others might not have been about Aaliyah coming after me, but about the other Davians. Valak pulled the meat from the fire and handed the spit to me.
Eat. You need your strength.
I sniffed the unidentifiable lump.
What is it?
He laughed.
You're better off not knowing.
Poisons?
You tell me,
he teased. I took an experimental bite. The juicy meat had an odd, earthy taste.
Some type of rodent, I thought, but no poisons.
When I had finished my supper, we began to pack up our meagre supplies.
Valak, after we deal with Aaliyah, you must promise to return to Ixia.
He grinned.
Why would I do that? I'm beginning to enjoy the climate. I might build a summer home here.
It's that cocky attitude that got you into trouble in the first place.
No, love. It was you. If you hadn't gotten yourself captured by Goal, I wouldn't have tipped my hand to the wannabe king.
You didn't tip your hand. I'm afraid I did that when I was fighting with Cahill.
Defending my honor again?
He asked.
Back in Ixia, I had inadvertently exposed one of his undercover operations by standing up for him.
Yes.
He shook his head in amazement.
I know you love me, so you can stop proving it. I really don't care what wannabe king thinks of me.
I thought about Cahill. Valak, I'm sorry for believing you killed Goal. He waved away my apology.
You would have been right. I went back to take care of him for you, but he had beaten me to it.
Valak's angular features grew serious.
The wannabe king remains a problem.
I nodded.
One that I'll deal with.
Now who's cocky?
I started to protest, but Valak stopped me with a kiss. When he pulled away, I noticed that Kiki's head was up, and her ears pointed forward.
Smell? I asked her. Then I heard the sound of hoofbeats heading toward us.
Rusalka,
Kiki said.
Sad man.
My first reaction was annoyance that Leaf had followed us, but the thought that if he could find us, then so could Cahill filled me with apprehension. Anyone else? I asked.
No.
Valak disappeared into the tall grass just as Leaf's horse seemed to materialize from a cloud of dust. Leaf's green eyes were wide with shock.
She's never done that before.
My annoyance transformed to amusement.
Rusalka's black coat gleamed with sweat, but she didn't appear to be stressed. I call that Kiki's gust of wind gait, I told Leaf. Is Rusalka a sandseed horse? He nodded. Before he could say another word, I saw a blur of motion to his left as Valak leapt out of the grass and knocked Leaf from his horse. They landed together with Valak on top of Leaf's chest. He held Leaf's machete to Leaf's throat as my brother struggled to get his breath.
"What are you doing here?"
Valak asked.
"Come to find Yelena,"
Leaf said between gasps.
"Why?"
By this time, I'd recovered from my surprise. It's all right, Valak. He's my brother. Valak moved the blade away, but remained on top of him. Leaf's face twisted into an expression of astonished terror.
"Valak! You have no smell, no aura," Leaf said.
Is he a simpleton? Valak asked me. I grinned. No. I pulled Valak from Leaf. His magic can sense a person's soul. Your immunity must be blocking his power. I bent over Leaf and examined him, looking for broken bones with my magic. I didn't find any serious injuries. Are you all right? I asked Leaf. He sat up and glanced nervously at Valak.
That depends.
Don't worry about him, he's overprotective. Valak harumphed.
If you could keep out of trouble for one day, protecting you wouldn't be so instinctive.
He rubbed his leg.
Or so painful.
Leaf had recovered from his shock and stood. My annoyance returned. Why are you here? I asked. He looked at Valak, then at the ground.
It was something Mother said.
I waited.
She told me that you were lost again, and only the brother that had searched for you for 14 years could find you.
How did you find me? Leaf gestured a bit wildly at his horse.
Kiki had found Topaz in the plains, so I thought since Rusalka was bred by the sand seeds, I asked her to find Kiki, and...
She found us very fast. I mulled over what Leaf had said about our mother. Why does Pearl think I'm lost? And why send you? You weren't any help the last time. Now I had to suppress the urge to punch him. He had almost killed me with his machete at Ferday's house. Leaf cringed with guilt.
I don't know why she sent me.
I was about to tell him to go home when Moon Man walked into sight.
A good guy,
I said to Valak before he could attack him.
This seems to be quite the meeting place,
Valak muttered under his breath. When Moon Man came closer, I asked, No mysterious arrival? No coalescing from a sun ray? Where's the paint? The scars on his arms and legs stood out against his dark skin, and he wore a pair of short pants.
It is no fun when you already know those tricks,
Moon Man said.
Besides, Ghost would have killed me if I had suddenly appeared.
Ghost? I asked. Moon Man pointed to Valak.
Kiki's name for him. It makes sense,
he said, seeing the look of confusion on my face.
To magical beings, we see the world through our magic. We see him with our eyes, but cannot see him with our magic. So he is like a ghost to us.
Valak listened to Moon Man. Although expressionless, I could tell by the rigid set to Valak's shoulders that he was prepared to strike.
Another relative?
Valak asked. A broad smile stretched Moon Man's lips.
Yes, I am her mother's uncle's wife's third cousin.
He's a story weaver, a magician of the Sandseed clan, I explained. And what are you doing here? Moon Man's playfulness faded from his face.
You are on my lands. I could ask you the same thing, but I already know why you have come. I came to make sure you keep your promise.
What promise? Leif and Valek asked at the same time. I waved the question away. I will, but not now. We need—
I know what you intend to do. You will not succeed with that unless you untangle yourself,
Moonman said. Me? But I thought you said— I stopped. He had made me promise to untie Leif, but then I remembered that Moonman had said our lives twisted together. But what did helping Leif have to do with going after Aaliyah? Why won't I succeed? I asked. Moonman refused to answer. Do you have any more cryptic advice? I asked. He held out his hands, one toward Leif and the other to me. Valek huffed in either amusement or annoyance, I couldn't tell, but he said,
Looks like a family affair. I'll be close by if you need me, love.
I studied Leif. His reaction to the story weaver the last time we had met him had been one of fear. Now he stepped forward and grabbed Moonman's hand, shooting me a look of stubborn determination.
Let's finish this,
Leif said, challenging me. Chapter 35. I slid my hand into Moonman's. My world melted as the warm magic of the story weaver took control of my senses. We travelled to the Ileas jungle, to the place Leif had hidden while watching Mogcan kidnap me over 14 years ago. The three of us viewed the events through Leif's eyes and felt his emotions. In essence, becoming him. A mean approval that Yelena got what she deserved for not staying close to him spiked Leif's heart. But when the strange man put her to sleep and pulled his pack and sword from under a bush, sudden fear of getting taken by the man kept Leif in his hiding place. He stayed there long after the man had carried his sister away. Moonman manipulated the story's thread for a moment, showing Leif and me what would have happened if Leif had tried to rescue me. The ring of steel rolled through the jungle as Mogcan pulled his sword from its scabbard and stabbed Leif in the heart, killing him. Remaining hidden had been a good decision. The story then changed and focused on Pearl and Esau's despair and anger when Leif had finally told them that I was lost. Leif believed he would be in worse trouble if he had told them the truth, and they knew he hadn't done anything to stop the man. Leif had been convinced that the search parties would find the man and his sister. Already he felt jealous at the attention she would get for just being rescued. When the search parties failed to find her, Leif began his own quest. He knew they lived in the jungle, keeping out of sight just to spite him. He had to find her, and maybe his mother and father would love him again. As the years passed, his guilt drove him to attempt suicide, and eventually the guilt transformed into hatred. When she finally came back into their lives, stinking of blood and of the North, he wanted to kill her. Especially when he saw for the first time in 14 years the pure joy on his mother's face. Cahill's ambush, while unexpected, gave Leif a receptive audience about the need to get rid of the Northern spy. But watching her get hurt caused a small rip of concern in his black cloak of hate. Her escape from Cahill was proof he had been right about her. But then she came back, insisting she wasn't a spy and therefore would not run away like one. Rose then confirmed her claims, puzzling Leif. His confusion and conflicting emotions only grew
when he saw her try to help Tula. Why would she care about another? She hadn't cared about him or how he suffered while she was gone. He wanted to keep hating her, but when she struggled to bring Tula back, he couldn't bear the guilt if he stood by and did nothing again. When they travelled to the plains and Storyweaver approached, Leif had known his sister would discover the truth about him. He ran, unable to face the accusations that would fill her eyes. But when he calmed, he thought, would the truth be that difficult for her? She weathered so much in Ixia. Perhaps she could overcome this hurdle too. But after she had returned from the plains, Leif knew it was impossible. Her anger and censure flamed on her skin. She didn't want him or need him. Only his mother's pleas that he help his sister made him seek her out. Storyweaver let the strands of the tale fade. The three of us stood on that dark plain I remembered from my last encounter with Moonman. His colouring matched a ray of moonlight. Leif glanced around with wonder. "Why did Mother ask you to help me rescue Gelsey?" I asked Leif.
"She thought I could assist you in some way. Instead, I had tried to—"
"Kill me? You can join the I Want to Kill Yelena Guild. I hear they have 6 members in good standing. Valek is president, since he had wanted to kill me twice." I smiled, but Leif stared at me with guilt in his eyes. "It wasn't you. Ferde tapped into your memories and used them."
I did want to kill you before you helped Tula.
Leif hung his head.
Don't feel ashamed for having those feelings and those memories. What happened in the past can't be changed, but they can be a guide for what happens in your future. Moonman radiated approval.
We could make a Storyweaver out of you if you were not already a soul finder.
He flashed me a wide smile. Truly? How many people would I need to hear it from before I believed it or felt it? Perhaps it would be best not to declare myself a soul finder and just be regular old Yelena. Moonman raised an eyebrow.
Come visit me when you are ready.
Then the world spun, and I shut my eyes against the feelings of vertigo. When they stopped, I opened them, finding myself back in the plains with Leif. Moonman was talking to Valek. I digested what happened on the stony plain. Leif had been in the process of untying himself. His road had smoothed when he made the decision to help me with Tula. So why had Moonman asked me to help him? I looked for the Storyweaver, but he had disappeared. Then the answer came to me, and along with it, my own guilt. Without truly understanding Leif, I had treated him badly, holding the actions of an 8-year-old boy against a grown man, and failing to see how he tried to amend them. Leif watched me. "How come they never schedule a New Beginnings feast when you really need to start over?" I asked. Leif smiled at me. The first genuine one since I had returned from Ixia. It warmed me to the core of my soul.
That's okay. I don't dance, he said.
You will, I promised. Valek cleared his throat.
Touching as this is, we need to go. Your Storyweaver is providing us with some soldiers to aid against Alia's people. We're to rendezvous with them at dawn. I take it your brother...
Leif, I filled in.
Is coming along?
Of course, Leif said. No, I said at the same time. I don't want you to get hurt. Mother wouldn't like it.
And I wouldn't be able to face her wrath if I didn't stay and help.
Leaf crossed his arms over his chest. His square jaw set into a stubborn line.
Your mother sounds like a formidable woman,
Valak said into the silence.
You have no idea,
Leaf replied with a sigh.
Well, if she's anything like Yelena, my deepest sympathies,
Valak teased.
Hey!
Leaf laughed, and the tense moment dissipated. Valak handed Leaf his machete.
Do you know how to use it?
Of course. I chopped Yelena's bow into firewood,
Leaf joked.
You took me by surprise.
I didn't want to hurt you, I shot back. Leaf looked dubious.
How about a rematch?
Any time. Valak stepped between us.
I'm beginning to wish that you were an orphan, love.
Can you both manage to focus on the task at hand without trying to catch up on 14 years of sibling rivalry?
Yes, we said in unison, properly chastised.
Good. Then let's go.
Where? I asked.
In keeping with his cryptic nature, all your story weaver said was, the horses know where to go.
Valak shrugged.
It's certainly not a military strategy I would use, but I've learned that the South uses its own strategy. And strangely enough, it works.
The horses did know where to go, and as the sun rose over the plains, we encountered a group of sandseed soldiers on a rocky outcropping surrounded by tall grass. 12 men and 6 women dressed in leather armor and equipped with either scimitars or spears waited. They had painted red streaks on their faces and arms, creating an impressively fierce countenance. There were no other horses. Valak and I jumped off Kiki, and Leaf dismounted Rusalka to join us. The 2 horses began to graze. I shivered in the cold morning air, feeling naked without my bow, wishing I had another weapon besides my switchblade. Moonman greeted us. He had dressed like his clansman, but he was armed with his scimitar and a bow. The bow he held was no ordinary staff of ebony wood. It had been carved with symbols and animals, revealing a gold-coloured wood under the black surface. And I felt that if I could just stare at it for long enough, the carvings may reveal a story. I shook my head, trying to stay focused on Moonman's words.
I sent a scout last night,
Moonman said.
He found the bloodletting apparatus in the void, just as Yelena described. Then he tracked the Davian vermin to a campsite about a mile east of that location. We are on the edge of the plains about 2 miles north of that site.
We'll wait until dark and launch a surprise attack, Valak said.
That will not work,
Moonman said.
The vermin have a shield that will alert them to intruders. My scout could not get too close to their camp for fear of discovery.
Moonman appeared to scan the horizon.
They have strong warpers who can hide their whereabouts from our magic.
Warpers? Leaf asked. Moonman frowned.
Magicians. I refuse to call them story weavers, for they manipulate the threads for their own selfish desires.
I glanced at the group of sandseeds, noting again the array of weapons. You don't plan to use your magic?
No.
And you don't plan to take prisoners?
That is not the sandseed way. The vermin must be exterminated.
I wanted to neutralize the threat of Aaliyah, but I didn't want to kill her. Esau's vial of curare still remained in my backpack. Perhaps I could paralyze her and take her back to the keep's cells.
How are you going to prevent the Davians from using their magic?
Valak asked. A dangerous glint flashed in Moonman's eyes.
We move the void.
You can do that? I asked, surprised.
The blanket of power can be repositioned only with the utmost care. We will center the blanket's hole directly over the vermin's camp, and then we will attack."
"When?" Valak asked.
"Now."
Moonman walked over to his soldiers.
"I hoped to use the sand seeds as a distraction,"
Valak said to me in a low whisper.
"This will work. Once Aaliyah is dead, we leave. This isn't our fight."
"I think capture and incarceration would be a harsher punishment for her," I said. Valak studied me for a moment.
"As you wish."
Moonman's group shouted a war cry, then disappeared into the tall grass. He came back to us.
"They will position themselves around the camp. The signal to attack will be when the void is in place. You are to come with me."
He glanced at the three of us.
"You need weapons. Here."
He tossed his bow to me. I caught it in my right hand.
"That is yours. A gift from Sucre."
"Who?"
"A horsewoman of our clan. You must have made an impression on her. Her gifts are as rare as the snow. Your story is etched into it."
"Mother," Kiki said with approval. And I remembered the short-haired sandseed woman who had taken Kiki for a ride the day I had met with the elders. I marvelled at the bow. The balance and thickness felt perfect in my hand, and despite the carvings, the black wood remained smooth and strong. By the time I pulled my gaze from the beauty of the bow, I saw that Valak clutched a scimitar, and Leif wielded his machete.
"Let us go."
I took off my cloak and made a few quick preparations before we followed Moonman into the tall grass. From our position near the Davian camp, I could see some activity around their tents and campfire. The air hovering over their site seemed to shimmer, and it distorted the images of the people inside as if a massive pocket of heat had been trapped over them. The grasses of the plateau grew in small clumps and had turned brown from lack of rain. I crouched with Valak behind a small bush. Leif and Moonman were 500 feet to our right, huddled in a slight depression. I wondered how the other sand seeds had fared in finding hiding spots. The Davians had chosen a wide open area for their camp, and cover was minimal. I felt the hair raise on my arms as power pressed against my skin. Seeking out with my awareness, I felt Moonman and 3 other magicians tug the blanket of power. They applied equal pressure so the blanket would not gather in one location, but would move smoothly. Their magical abilities impressed me, and I thought, if I did stay in Scythia, the sand seeds would make powerful teachers. The void's arrival felt like all the air had been sucked out of my lungs. My awareness of my surroundings reduced to the mundane senses of sight, smell, and sound. Before I could adapt to my magical loss, another war cry sounded. The signal to attack the camp. I jumped to my feet and followed Valak toward the camp, and stopped dead in my tracks when the scene in front of me registered in my mind. The Davian's shield had been destroyed, and with it, the illusion. Instead of a few people milling about the campfire, there stood over 30. Instead of a handful of tents, there were rows and rows of them. Granted, most of the vermin stared in shock at the loss of their magic, but we were outnumbered 4-1. Too late to retreat. We had the element of surprise and 19 battle-thirsty sand seeds who cut wide, bloody swathes through the Davians. I could see Moonman's bald head above the fighting, and Leif's powerful strikes kept a couple Davians busy. Valak shot me a grim look.
"Find Aaliyah,"
he mouthed to me before joining in the fray. Great, I thought, edging around the outskirts of the battle. Find Aaliyah in this mass of confusion. I ducked as a Davian swung his scythe at me. I swept his feet from under him and hopped onto his chest before he could raise his long weapon. Ramming the end of my bow into his neck, I crushed his windpipe. I paused for a heartbeat. He was the first person I killed since coming to Scythia. I had hoped never to take a life again, but if I wanted to survive this melee, I couldn't afford to be compassionate. Another Davian attacked. My melancholy thoughts disappeared as I defended myself and searched for Aaliyah. Dodging and fighting, I lost all track of time as the series of matches began to blur together. In the end, Aaliyah found me. Her long black hair had been pulled back into a knot, and she wore a simple white tunic and pants that were splattered with blood. She held a bloody short sword in each hand. Aaliyah smiled at me.
"I planned to find you," she said. "How nice that you saved me the trouble."
That's just how I am, always thinking of others. She crossed her swords in a mock salute and lunged. I stepped back and brought my bow down on the top of her blades, deflecting them toward the ground. She took a step forward to regain her balance, just as I shuffled closer to her. We touched shoulders. Our weapons pointed down. But mine remained on top. I yanked the bow up, hitting her in the face. She yelped as blood gushed from her nose. My strike failed to stop her, and she tried to swing her swords toward my stomach. I moved next to her, too close for large weapons. We dropped them. I triggered my switchblade as she pulled a knife from her belt. She turned and stabbed at me. I blocked her blade with my arm. Pain burned as the knife bit into my flesh, but the move allowed me to grab her hand. I pulled her toward me and sliced her forearm with my blade, then released her. Aaliyah staggered back in confusion. I could have plunged my knife into her stomach, killing her. Her expression turned to horror as she realized what I had done. My switchblade had been treated with curare. All I had needed to do was prick her skin with the tip of the weapon. When she fell to the ground, I stood over her. "It's not fun being helpless, is it?" I asked. I looked around. Valak had maneuvered himself so that he stayed between me and the Davians, keeping the others from interfering with my fight with Aaliyah. Leaf fought a short distance away, hacking with his machete. I couldn't see the other sand seeds, but I spotted Moonman just as he took a man's head off with his scimitar. Yuck. Moonman sprinted for us. "Time to retreat," he called. "Next time," I said to Aaliyah. "We'll finish this." Then the void moved, and the magic came back for half of the campsite, creating a diversion. We were bathed in power, and I felt Moonman encompass us in a shield of protective magic as we began our retreat. Valak, though, paused over Aaliyah's still form. He knelt beside her, picked up her knife, and said something to her. Before I could call to him, he cut her throat in one smooth move. It was the same lethal strike that he had delivered to her brother, Mogcan. When Valak caught up to me, he said, "We can't afford to play favourites." We raced back toward the plains. The vermins ceased chasing us at the border of the Avibian plains, but we kept our pace until we reached the rocky outcropping where Kiki and Rusalka waited.
"No doubt they will move their camp farther into the plateau," Moonman said. The effort of running had not winded him, although his skin gleamed with sweat. "I will need to bring more soldiers. To have deceived my scout and me means their warpers are more powerful than we suspected. I must consult with the elders."
Moonman inclined his head in farewell, and I soon lost sight of him in the grass. "What now?" Leaf asked. I met Valak's gaze. What now, indeed? You go home, and so will I said to Leaf.
You're coming with me to the keep?
Leaf asked. Back to the keep and to the feelings of isolation? Back to being feared for my abilities? Or back to spy on Cytia so I could eventually return to Ixia? Or just being on my own, exploring Cytia and spending time with my family?
I think you're afraid to go back to the keep,
Leaf said.
What?
It will be much easier for you to stay away and not have to deal with being a soul finder, being a daughter, and being a sister.
I'm not afraid.
I had tried to find a place in Cytia, but I kept getting pushed away. How many hints did I need? I wasn't a glutton for punishment. What if they decided that a soul finder equaled evil, and they burned me alive for violating their ethical code?
You are afraid,
Leaf challenged.
Am not.
R2,
Am not.
then prove it.
I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. Finally, I said,
I hate you.
Leaf smiled.
The feeling is mutual.
He paused for a moment.
Are you coming?
Not now. I'll think about it. It was a delay tactic, and Leaf knew it.
If you don't come back to the keep, then I'll be right. And every time you see me, I'll be insufferably smug.
And how's that different from now? He laughed, and I could see the young, carefree boy he had been in his eyes.
You've only had a small glimpse of how insufferable and annoying I can be. As the older brother, it's my birthright.
Leaf mounted Rusalka and galloped away. Valak and I walked with Kiki toward the north. Toward Ixia. He held my hand, and I felt content as my thoughts mulled over the last few hours. Valak, what did you say to Aaliyah?
I told her how her brother had died.
I remembered how I had trapped Mogcan with magic, immobilizing him so Valak could cut his throat. Aaliyah died the exact same way.
We had no time to take Aaliyah with us, love. I wasn't going to let her have another chance to hurt you.
How do you always know when I need you? Valak's eyes flamed with an intensity that I had rarely seen.
I know. It's part of me like hunger or thirst. A need that must be met to survive.
How do you do it? I can't connect my mind to yours with my magic. And you don't have magic. It should be impossible. Valak remained quiet for a moment.
Perhaps when I feel your distress, I relax my guard and allow you to connect with me.
Perhaps. Have you ever done that for anyone else?
No, love. You're the only one who has caused me to do the oddest things. You have truly poisoned me.
I laughed. Odd, eh?
It's a good thing you can't read my mind, love.
A sapphire blue fire smoked in his eyes, and I noticed a tightening in his lean muscles. Oh, I know what you're thinking. I stepped into his arms, putting my hands under his waistband to where his thoughts had travelled, making my point.
I can't hide from you,
Valak panted. I heard Kiki snort and move away as my world filled with the feel and smell and taste of Valak.
Valak and I spent the next several days walking the plains and enjoying being together without any worries or problems hovering over our heads. We would discover small caches of food and water along our path, and while I didn't have the feeling that someone watched us, I felt that the sand seeds knew where we were, and the provisions were their way of extending their hospitality to a distant cousin. Eventually, we left the plains. Skirting east of the citadel, we headed north through the Featherstone clan's lands. Careful to travel at night and hide during the day, it took us 3 days to reach the ambassador's retinue. I had lost track of the days and been surprised to see their camp, but Valak had known they would be about a half-day's walk to the Ixian border. After determining where the Citian spies hid, Valak changed into his Illum disguise and slipped into the camp in the middle of the night. I waited and approached the next day. There was no reason for me to hide, and if I went back to Ixia, the Citian spies could report back to the keep and the council that I had left. The Ixians had begun to pack up their equipment when I rode in on Kiki. One tent still stood, but Ari and Janko rushed over to greet me before I could reach it.
"Didn't I tell you, Ari? She's come to say goodbye after all, and you were pouting and miserable for days,"
Janko said. Ari just rolled his eyes, and I knew if anyone was miserable, it was Janko.
"Or have you decided that you can't bear to be parted from us and are going to disguise yourself as a soldier and come back to Ixia?"
Janko's smile was hopeful.
"Beating you in a bow fight every day is really tempting, Janko." He scoffed. "I know your tricks now. I won't be so easy to beat."
Are you sure you want me to come? I have a tendency to cause trouble.
"That's what I'm counting on," Janko said. "Life has been so dull without you."
Ari shook his massive head.
"We don't need any more trouble. The diplomatic niceties started falling apart between the ambassador and the Citian council toward the end. Before we left, one of the councillors had accused the ambassador of bringing Valak to Citia to assassinate the council."
Not good, I said. The Citians are constantly worried the commander will want to take control of their lands. And I would be too, knowing that Valak possessed the skills to assassinate the councillors, as well as the master magicians, creating enough chaos so there is little resistance to an Ixian attack. I shook my head, sighing. The Ixians and Citians viewed the world so differently. They needed someone to help them understand each other. A strange feeling churned in my stomach. Fear? Excitement? Nausea? Perhaps all three. It was hard to tell.
"Speaking of Valak," Janko said, "I take it he's well?"
You know Valak, I said. Janko nodded, grinning. I'd better talk to the ambassador. I slid off Kiki. Before I could move, Ari's large hand grabbed my arm.
"Just make sure you say goodbye to Janko,"
Ari said.
"You think he's annoying when he's in a good mood. He's worse when he's in a bad mood."
I promised Ari, but as I walked to the ambassador's tent, that odd feeling in the pit of my stomach became almost painful. Goodbye seemed so final. One of the two guards outside the tent ducked inside to announce me. He came out and held the flap for me to enter. Ambassador Singh sat at a canvas table, drinking tea with Valak, still dressed as Advisor Illum. Singh dismissed him, and I caught a look and the word "tonight" from Valak before he left the tent. Bypassing the pleasantries, Singh asked,
"Have you decided if you're going to visit us?"
I took the Commander Ambrose's order of execution from my pack. My hand trembled slightly, and I took a breath to steady my nerves. With this unfortunate clash of opinions between Ixia and Citia, I believe you both will need a liaison.
a neutral party who knows both countries and can facilitate negotiations, assisting them in understanding each other better. Meaning I wouldn't spy for Ixia, but I offered to help. I handed Singh the order. The commander must decide what to do with it. And there he stood, in Singh's uniform, studying me with his powerful gold eyes. I blinked several times. The transformation from Singh to Commander Ambrose was so complete that I could only see a faint resemblance to the ambassador in his face. The commander rolled up the execution order and tapped it on his palm as his gaze grew distant. Considering all the options, I thought, he never made a hasty decision.
"A valid point," he said.
He stood and paced the small area. I saw a bedroll on the floor behind him and a lantern. The tent and table appeared to be his only luxuries. Commander Ambrose stopped, then tore my execution order into small pieces, sprinkling them onto the ground. Turning, he held out his hand to me.
"Agreed. Liaison, Yelena."
"Liaison Yelena Zaltana," I corrected as we shook hands. We discussed the commander's plans for Ixia and how he wanted to expand trade with Scythia. He insisted I finish my magical training before becoming the official liaison. Before I left, I witnessed Ambassador Singh's return. It was then that I felt, for a brief moment, that two souls resided within one body. That would explain why he had been so successful at keeping his secret. I mulled over the interesting idea to keep my mind off the startling fact that I was going to return to the keep. The ambassador's retinue finished packing. I told Ari and Janko that I would see them again.
"Next time your ass is mine,"
Janko sang.
"Keep your skills sharp,"
Ari ordered.
"It was bad enough having two mothers. Now I have two fathers,"
I teased.
"Send word if you need us,"
Ari said. "Yes, sir." I headed south as the Ixians travelled north. Pulling a thread of magic, I projected my awareness. One of the Scythian spies followed me in hopes that I would meet up with Valak. I sent the man a confusing array of images until he lost all sense of what he was supposed to do. Remembering Valak's promise, I didn't travel too far. I found an empty wooded area between two farms and set up a small campsite. As the sunlight faded, I projected my awareness into the surrounding woods. A few bats began to wake, and a couple rabbits crept through the underbrush. All was quiet except for the steady approach of Cahill and his men. He didn't try to mask his movements. Bold and cocky, Cahill left his men guarding the edge of the wood while he continued toward me. I sighed, more annoyed than scared, and reached for my bow. I glanced around. Nowhere to hide on the ground, although the tree canopy might offer some protection. It might work, except Marek waited with Cahill's men, and I was certain the captain's tracking skills had led Cahill to me. I would have to resort to using magic in my defense. Projecting, I reached toward Cahill's mind. His emotions boiled with hate, but he had tempered them with a cold calculation. He stopped at the edge of my camp and inclined his head.
"May I join you?"
"It depends on your intentions," I said.
"I thought you could read my intentions."
He paused.
"I see you have decided to stay in Scythia. A bold move, considering the council will know about your involvement with Valak."
I'm not a spy, Cahill, and the Council needs a liaison with Ixia. He barked out a laugh.
You're a liaison now? That's funny. Do you really think the Council will trust you?
Do you think the Council will go to war for a commoner? Cahill sobered for a moment. He glanced over his shoulder in the direction where his men waited.
I will find out the truth about that. But it really doesn't matter to me anymore. I've decided to take matters into my own hands.
Even though he hadn't moved, I could feel a renewed sense of threat from him. Why are you telling me this? You know you can't get to Valek through me. Besides, he's back in Ixia by now. He shook his head.
As if I would believe you. A beautiful day for riding, and you stop here?
He gestured to the surrounding woods, then took 2 steps toward me.
I'm here to give you a warning.
Another step. I brandished my bow.
Stop right there. You once said you thought Goal was decent for warning you about his intentions. I thought I would do the same. I know I can't beat you or Valek. Even my men don't have a chance, but someone, somewhere, has that ability. I swear I'll find him, and together we'll make it our mission to see you and Valek dead.
With that, Cahill spun around and headed for his men. I didn't relax my grip on my bow until Cahill mounted Topaz and rode away. His men followed behind, running to keep up. As I broke my connection with Cahill's mind, I dipped into Marek's mind. He was scared and worried about Cahill's odd behaviour. That made 2 of us. That night, my campfire seemed lonely until Valek arrived. He appeared by the fireside, warming his hands over the flames. I decided not to ruin our last night together by telling him about Cahill's visit. "Forgot your cloak again?" I asked. He smiled.
I like sharing yours.
Long after the fire had died, I fell asleep wrapped in Valek's arms. When the sun intruded, I burrowed deeper under my cloak.
Come with me,
Valek said. It wasn't a plea or an order. An invitation. Regret ached in my heart. I still have much to learn. And when I'm ready, I'll be the new liaison between Ixia and Sitia.
That could lead to serious trouble,
Valek teased.
You would be bored if it was any other way.
He laughed.
You're right. And so was my snake.
Snake? He pulled my arm out to expose my bracelet.
When I carved this, my thoughts were on you, love. Your life is like this snake's coils. No matter how many turns it makes, you'll end up back where you belong. With me.
His sapphire eyes held a promise.
I'll look forward to your first official visit, but don't wait too long. Please.
I won't. After another kiss, Valek rose, and as he dressed, I told him about Cahill.
Many have tried to kill us. All have failed.
He shrugged.
We've thrown him a curve. Either he'll sulk over his lack of royal blood and disappear, or he'll make himself believe we lied and will have a renewed determination to attack Ixia, which should make life interesting for the new liaison.
Interesting isn't the word I would use.
Make sure you keep a close eye on him.
Valek smiled ruefully.
I have to go, love. I promised the ambassador I would catch up to her at the border. If there is going to be any trouble from the Citians, it would be near there.
I regretted my decision to stay the moment he left, and utter loneliness overcame me. But Kiki's cold nose against my cheek intruded on my morose thoughts.
Kiki stay with Lavender Lady, she said. Kiki help.
Yes, you're a big help.
Smart.
Smarter than me, I agreed.
Apple?
You've grazed all night. How can you still be hungry?
Always room for apple.
I laughed and fed her an apple before we began our 2-day trip back to the keep. When I arrived at the keep's gate, the guard instructed me to go directly to the master's meeting room. As I gave Kiki a quick rub-down at the stables, I wondered what had been going on in my absence. Students hurried from one building to the next as an icy wind blew through the campus. They only gave me a fleeting, surprised glance before increasing their pace. The grey sky darkened, and sleet cut through the air. An ominous start to the cold season. I pulled my hood up to protect my face. I had arrived in Scythia at the beginning of the hot season. The 2 seasons I had lived here felt more like 2 years. When I entered the conference room, 3 neutral expressions and 1 livid greeted my arrival. Rose threw a ball of furious energy at me. It hit me square on the chest, and I stumbled back before deflecting her attack. Pulling power to me, I projected my awareness toward her. Her mental defenses were impenetrable, but I aimed lower. Through her heart and into her soul. A much more vulnerable spot. Now, I said. Play nice. She jumped.
What? How?
I have found your soul, Rose. It's dark and nasty in here. You've been hanging around those criminal types too long. You better change your ways or this soul won't fly to the sky. Her amber eyes burned into mine with all the hate and loathing she could muster. Underneath, though, she was terrified. Hate and loathing didn't bother me, but fear was a powerful emotion. Fear causes the dog to bite, and Rose was one bitch. I released her. Rose sputtered and glared at me with a poisonous gaze. I stared back with calm patience. Eventually, she stormed from the room.
So it is true,
Bane said into the sudden silence.
You are a soul finder.
He seemed more thoughtful than scared. What made her so upset? I asked. Iris gestured for me to sit down. I sank into one of the plush chairs. Rose thinks you and Valek are part of a plot to assassinate the council. Before I could respond, Iris went on. There's no proof, but what is more alarming is Ferday's escape from the keep's cells. I jumped to my feet. Ferday escaped? When? Where? Iris exchanged a knowing glance with Bane. I told you she had nothing to do with his release, she said to him. Then to me. We're not sure when. He was discovered missing this morning. Iris gave me a wry grin. We think Cahill rescued him. Cahill? Now I was confused. He is gone. Captain Marek was found brutally beaten. Once Marek regained consciousness, he told us Cahill had tortured him until Marek had told him the truth. Iris stopped, shaking her head in astonishment.
that Cahill doesn't have royal blood, I said.
You knew? Zetora asked. Why didn't you tell us?
I suspected, but Valak just confirmed my suspicions.
Marek told us that Cahill's mother had died in childbirth, and he was the son of a soldier slain during the Ixian takeover. When they fled to Scythia, they took him along,
Iris explained. Where is he now? I asked.
We don't know, Iris said.
And we don't know what his plans are now that he has learned the truth, and why he took Ferde with him. So much for Valak's sulk-and-do-nothing theory about Cahill's reaction to his origins. I guess we'll just have to find him and ask, I said.
But not yet, Iris said, and sighed.
The council is a mess. Since you released all those souls, Ferde is weak, and will be unable to do any magic for quite some time, and... She hesitated, and I had the unpleasant feeling that I wasn't going to like what she said next. They want you to explore your soul-finder capabilities and perhaps become a council advisor. Discovering my abilities matched my own wishes. But if I wanted to be a neutral liaison, I couldn't be attached to the council in any capacity. They don't need a council advisor, I said. They need a liaison with Ixia.
I know, Iris said.
We should go after Ferde and Cahill today.
I know. You'll just have to convince the council of that.
I stared at Iris. My story weaver had to be laughing his blue ass off right now. My future appeared to be a long, twisted road, fraught with knots, tangles, and traps. Just the way I liked it.
Hello, this is Maria V. Snyder. I hope you enjoyed listening to the audiobook of Magic Study. If you'd like to know more about my characters and writing, keep listening for an exclusive Q&A where I'll be answering questions from my Soul Finders. I'm thrilled that my Soul Finders are so excited to provide questions for this Q&A. I received over 85 comments, with some of them posting multiple questions like Taylor Y, who asked 6. While I would love to answer them all, I had to pick out those questions that I haven't been asked before and ones that are popular. For example, everyone is very curious about Ari and Janko. Okay, the question is, Ari and Janko have such a great found family story, and they bring in the other characters to their family. Does this storyline come from personal experience? Also, how did they meet? This is from Jasmine T. And also, my daughter Ren is asking if there's a bit more of Janko's background story. Isabel P. And can we get more info on how and when Ari and Janko meet and more of their background? Ellen R. Did you ever consider matching Ari and Janko up with their heartmates? Also, what would their type be? Lauren W. Wow, that was a lot of questions about Ari and Janko. So they started out as 2 soldiers who were tasked to hunt down Yelena in the Snake Forest. I planned for them to become friends and teach her how to fight. I didn't plan for them to become family or to be so integral in all the stories. I really didn't give them a backstory, as I expected them to disappear after Yelena learned how to fight and defend herself. However, bits of their backstory did emerge on the page, but it sounds like not enough for everybody. When I write, the characters reveal themselves to me. I usually have a general idea of who they are, like Ari and Janko. They're partners, inspired by Battlestar Galactica, the original series back in 1978. I love that relationship between Apollo and Starbuck. They were partners. They would do anything for each other. And Ari and Janko have shown to me who they are, but not everything. Some of my readers think that they're a couple. But I don't think they have a romantic relationship, and I also don't think that they're interested in finding heartmates at this time. I do know that we'll learn more about them when I write the study of magic and the study of fire, as I plan to explore how they met, because I'm intrigued as well. Ari and Janko's love lives aren't the only ones my Soul Finders wish to know more about. Questions like, you have mentioned before that initially you wanted to pair Yelena with the commander. When Valak took that special place in Yelena's heart, did you ever think of giving the commander his own love story later? Even if you haven't given it a thought, could you please share the kind of person you think the commander would or could fall for? I'm really curious. That's Sriparna B. Well, when I had sparked on the idea of a poison taster as a main protagonist, one of the scenes that had popped in my head was the king watching his food taster eat food that was most likely laced with poisons. And his heart was breaking because he had fallen in love with her. However, the commander came along and assassinated my king, and I thought he'd also fall in love with her. He did not. The commander has trust issues, and in order to fall in love, he has to trust somebody fully and completely. He's only done that for two people, Valak and Honora, who you meet later in the series. And probably Yelena too, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't think a relationship will happen, but the commander might surprise me. The person that would be ideal for a heartmate would be very smart, very sarcastic, athletic, and kind. A person who can see the shades of gray and be a nice balance to the commander's way of looking at things in such black and white. Another question is, were there any characters you were going to kill off but changed your mind later on? From Sarah B. No, Sarah. I never planned to kill my characters. It's only when I'm writing the story and horrible things start to happen, and then a character dies. I'm upset and I'm heartbroken as are my readers. But when I think, can I save this character? I mean, I am the author after all. I read back over what I've written and it works for the story, and I just can't change it. A question, I am curious if all your characters were inspired by someone you know. I always wonder if being a friend of an author brings a danger of becoming a character. Marshall Day. I love this question, and now I'm wondering if my friends think the same thing. I do take certain mannerisms and personality quirks from my friends and family, but I don't put any of them completely into my books. Oh, actually, that's a lie. In my Glass series, the main protagonist's parents are basically my parents. They even have the same names. And in fact, I remember my son coming home from school and he was reading the Glass books. And he came in and he looked at me and he said, "Poor dead Opal." The main character's Opal. And he looked at me and said, "That's Grandmom, right?" And I was like, oh no. If my son, who's not very observant, picked that up that it was my mother, I was in big trouble if my mother ever read those books. But she hasn't, or if she has, it hasn't bothered her. Another popular topic is my writing process. Some of the questions are, when creating a story, do you know how it's all going to go, or does it sometimes go a different route you had planned? This is from June R. To what extent do you plan out your stories before you start writing them? Do you prefer placing everything out carefully or writing by the seat of your pants? Kelsey L. And then this one, do you know everything that's going to happen in your book before you write it? Sierra B. And do you know from the beginning that the main relationship developments and friendships would happen, or was that a natural progression as you created their world? Suzanne L. Well, I am definitely a seat of the pants writer, also known as pantser. I don't plan anything out. Basically, I spark on a situation and a character, like Yelena as a poison taster, and I have a vague notion of how the story is going to end, but I have no idea what's going to happen between the beginning and the ending. The story develops as I write it, so it's a natural progression. It's also terrifying, because how can you write a novel when you only know the beginning and the end? And despite writing 22 novels, I still worry over this process. It has worked, but I still don't trust it. Another question, what would you say your interesting writing quirk is? This is from Jilly B. I think my interesting writing quirk is that I write at night. I start around 9 p.m. and I write until 3 or 4 a.m. and sometimes 5 or 6 a.m., depending if I get in a really good flow. How do you handle writer's block and navigating plot holes? Have you ever had to change an idea because you just couldn't fill in a plot hole properly? This is from Elizabeth A. I do a variety of things to help with writer's block. I take a walk or a long shower and let my thoughts wander. I'll talk it out with a writing friend, or I'll send pages to a beta reader and ask for feedback. Sometimes just taking a break and not thinking about it helps. Also, doing a little bit of planning helps. I haven't had to change an idea, but I have thrown out 50 pages because the direction the story went in hit a dead end, and there was nothing I could do to fix it. So I had to go back and take the idea in another direction. A question from Isabel P. How did you manage to find time working on books while working and looking after children? Well, I was fortunate that I didn't have to work outside the home while I was writing. But I did start writing when my son was a baby and eventually had 2 young children at home. I would write after they went to bed, from 9 p.m. until midnight. However, if you do have to get up early to go to work, that won't work for you. So you need to find, time in your schedule that you can do it and actually schedule it, and have your partner or a family member, a babysitter, watch your children while you write. That can work for you or might work for you. One thing I did figure out is that I can't do it all. I didn't have a social life. I didn't go to movies or watch TV for a lot of years. It was, writing, taking care of my kids, and that was about it. So Ishtar E wants to know what one thing you would go back and change in this series, if there is anything. I personally love it as is. Well, thank you very much, Ishtar. I appreciate that. So when I was writing Poison Study, I was writing for an adult audience, and it was published in the US as an adult fantasy novel. However, young adult books were becoming very popular, and I was getting a ton of emails from YA readers who read my books and loved them. If I had known so many younger readers would be reading my books, I wouldn't have detailed what Riyadh did to Yelena. I still would have had him insult her because she needed a really good reason to kill him. But I would have set the scene up so that the readers would know what is going to happen and then fade to black, instead of detailing what happened on the page. But that's about it. I wouldn't change anything else. The question from Taylor Y, one of her 6, is, do you have a cheat sheet or something about the different characters while writing so you don't get mixed up on what they look like, how they act, and certain things that they say are important? I actually have a magical Excel spreadsheet, and it has all the information about all my characters in it. I just click on their names and the information pops up. I can't take any credit for this magical spreadsheet. My chief evil minion, Nat, created that for me. Nat knew my books better than I do, and they asked me, how can I help you? And I was just starting to write the first of the 3 books, Shadow Study, Night Study, and Dawn Study. And I needed to keep track of what had went on in Poison, Magic, and Fire. And they said, I can help you with that. I'll make you a spreadsheet. And oh my goodness, the spreadsheet was absolutely wonderful. And I've been using it ever since. For another question, hi Maria, in Poison Study, Magic Study, and Fire Study, you managed to capture the descriptions of Yelena, Valak, and Ari, Django, and Friends' adventure and bring them all to life. For example, the training, the lockpicking, fight scenes, etc. To what level of background research did you go into when writing these books? It all sounds like a wild ride. This is from Katie S. And Amanda wants to know, as an author, when you want to research a skill, say bow staff training, how do you go about that? Do you reach out to trainers? Do you do book and online research? Do you have expert helpers? Well, I will admit, I love doing research, and I especially love doing hands-on research. In my research quests, I've learned how to care for and ride a horse. I've earned a brown belt in Ishinru karate, where I learned how to fight with a bow staff and sais and knives. I took a fencing class. I learned how to blow glass, and I toured a maximum security prison. I think actually doing these things I'm writing about helps me translate the experience to my readers. However, I can't do it for everything. I do have a group of experts I rely on. My friend Judy knows everything there is to know about horses. Another friend of mine is a paramedic. My nephew is an army ranger. My niece is a research librarian. I also search online and will read books on certain topics. Speaking of research, their curiosity also extends to how I create my magical system in my books. One of the questions from Hillary H. is, I'm curious how you came up with the how of magic. So many fantasy books never try to explain how magic works. It's just there and does. I love how your world's magic works. How did you develop that idea? And then Jennifer O wants to know, how did you plan the magic in the series? Did you write out everything about the magic, how it works and so on? Or did you make it up as you wrote the story? So like my writing process, I didn't plan my magic system in advance. I was a scientist, an environmental meteorologist. Boy, try and say that 5 times fast. And I don't like plot holes or logic issues. So as I was writing, I knew I needed to figure out how the magic worked. I didn't want to get too bogged down in explaining it, and I didn't want to use another author's magic system or one of the standard sources like an object or element. So I created the blanket of power. I think it was inspired by the Earth's magnetic field, an invisible shield around our planet that protects us from the sun's radiation, a security blanket. And once I thought of the magic as a blanket, then things like pulling threads, making holes, and having it bunch up and not work properly was like a natural progression from there. Then I got questions about making my books into a movie or TV series. Have you considered looking into the movie industry to get these stories on a screen? I just know quite a few of us will enjoy it. That's Taylor Y. And the Victoria C says, is there an actor and actress in mind that fits the description of Valak and Yelena? You would love to play them if a movie was made. Well, I have considered it. And I would love to see the Chronicles of Ixia made into a TV series, because I don't think a movie would be long enough. Unfortunately, it's not something that I can do on my own. I need a producer who has the money and the interest to make it into a series and sell it to like Netflix or Prime or Hulu. I did get a ton of interest for Poison Study from production companies during the pandemic. A ton. Like suddenly Poison Study, everybody wanted it. But then, like a lot of things in Hollywood, nothing ever came of it. I heard no more about it. So I never get my hopes up when this happens. I treat it as, okay, I'll give you the information, I'll help you along as much as I can, but I know it's not going to happen. So I just, and it's been working. If it ever happens, you have to give me some smelling salts and revive me. So the next question pulled at my heartstrings. This is from Jessie R. How did you get the confidence in yourself to write? I've always been told by teachers and parents that I'm not good at it, and I don't have any confidence to even try to write now. Oh my goodness, Jessie. I want to come hug you. And I want to slap those teachers and your parents upside their heads. Because just like anything in this world that requires skill, you are not going to be perfect right away. You're not, maybe won't even be good right away. You need to learn your craft and practice. I mean, that's what I wanted to show with Yelena and learning how to fight. It wasn't instant. She had to work at it. It took months. What your teachers and your parents read when you were in school was your first attempts. Of course they wouldn't be that great. Mine were terrible. I almost failed English and spelling in school. But I enjoyed it and I kept writing, and at first it was just for me. When I started Poison Study, it was because the fantasy books at that time were all those big epic fantasy with male points of views and the dense world building, Lord of the Rings and, the Game of Thrones, wonderful books, but I was tired of that type of story. So I wrote what I would like to read. When I finished the book, I was quite surprised by how it turned out. I'm like, hey, this ain't too bad. So write for you, Jessie, no one else. Write for fun. And don't worry about spelling, grammar, plot. Nope, that all comes later, after all the practicing you'll be doing. And you can start easy. Start a journal. Just do writing prompts. Just describe your neighborhood or describe the weather. Anything to get your creative juices flowing. You don't have to let anybody read it. No one is going to judge it. And in time, you'll get better and better. And you might sit back. I actually will guarantee you will sit back and say, that's not too bad. And then you might want to share it. Or you might not. You could keep it to yourself. It's for you. Don't let anyone tell you you're not good enough. Or don't take it to heart because they're wrong. Okay. So now, Jessie, you need to send me addresses of these people so I can send them a strongly worded letter. Just kidding. Maybe. All right. And the last question is a fun one. This is from Kat G. She gave me a this or that. Only one choice, no cheating. I think Kat knows me pretty well. All right. Number 1, Ari or Janko? Janko. He is just too much fun to write, so I got to go with him. Number 2, Ixia or Satya? Ixia. I love wearing a uniform. It takes all the pressure of getting dressed away in the morning. Just get up, put that uniform on, and go. Number 3, reading or writing? Reading. Because writing is like exercise for me. I never want to do it. I come up with a million excuses why I can't write tonight. Oh, I'm not feeling good. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, I really should get these emails answered. Oh, I should be on Facebook answering questions from my soul finders. But once I've done it, once I forced myself to start writing, I get into it, I start enjoying it. And then when I'm done, I'm always like, oh, I'm so glad, so very glad I wrote. And I love having written. It's just like you love having exercise. But that's not my go-to. My go-to is pick up a book and read every time. So thank you all for listening. I can't wait for you to find out what's next for Yelena. So if you keep listening, you can hear the first chapter of Fire Study.
Chapter 1.
That's pathetic, Yelena, Dax complained. An all-powerful soul finder who isn't all-powerful. Where's the fun in that?
He threw up his long, thin arms in mock frustration.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not the one who attached the all-powerful to the title.
I pulled a black strand of hair from my eyes. Dax and I had been working on expanding my magical abilities without success. As we practiced on the ground floor of Iris's keep tower, well, mine too, since she had given me 3 floors to use, I tried not to let my own aggravation interfere with the lessons. Dax was attempting to teach me how to move objects with magic. He had rearranged the furniture, lined up the plush armchairs in neat rows, and turned the couch over on its side with his power. My efforts to restore Iris's cosy layout and to stop an end table from chasing me failed. Though not from lack of trying, my shirt clung to my sweaty skin. A sudden chill shook me. Despite a small fire in the hearth, the rugs and the closed shutters, the living room was icy. The white marble walls, while wonderful during the hot season, sucked all the heat from the air throughout the cold season. I imagined the room's warmth following the stone's green veins and escaping outside. Dax Greenblade, my friend, tugged his tunic down. Tall and lean, his physique matched a typical Greenblade clan member. He reminded me of a blade of grass, including a sharp edge, his tongue.
Obviously, you have no ability to move objects, so let's try fire. Even a baby can light a fire.
Dax placed a candle on the table.
A baby? Now you're really exaggerating. Again.
A person's ability to access the power source and perform magic manifested at puberty.
Details.
Dax waved a hand as if shooing a fly.
No. Concentrate on lighting this candle.
I cocked an eyebrow at him. So far, all my efforts on inanimate items were for naught. I could heal my friend's body, hear his thoughts, and even see his soul. But when I reached for a thread of magic and tried to use it to move a chair, nothing happened. Dax held up 3 tan fingers.
3 reasons why you should be able to do this. 1, you're powerful. 2, you're tenacious. And 3, you've beat Faraday, the Soul Stealer,
who had escaped and was free to start another soul-stealing spree.
Reminding me of Faraday is helping me how? It's supposed to be a pep talk. Do you want me to list all the heroic deeds you've... No, let's get on with the lesson.
The last thing I wanted was to hear Dax recite the latest gossip.
The news about my being a soul finder had spread through the magician's keep like dandelion seeds carried by a strong wind. And I still couldn't think about the title without a cringe of doubt, worry, and fear touching my heart. I pushed all distracting thoughts aside and connected to the power source. The power blanketed the world, but only magicians could pull threads of magic from it to use. I gathered a strand to me and directed it to the candle, willing a flame to form. Nothing. "Try harder," Dax said. Increasing the power, I aimed again. Behind the candle, Dax's face turned red, and he sputtered as if suppressing a cough. A flash seared my eyes as the wick ignited. "That's rude." His outraged expression was comical. "You wanted it lit." "Yeah, but I didn't want to do it for you." He glanced around the room as if seeking the patience to deal with an unruly child. "Zaltanas and their weird powers, forcing me to light the candle. Pah! To think I wanted to live vicariously through your adventures. Watch what you say about my clan, or I'll—" I cast about for a good threat. "You'll what?" "I'll tell Second Magician where you disappear to every time he pulls one of those old books from his shelf." Bane was Dax's mentor, and while the Second Magician delighted in ancient history, Dax would rather learn the newest dance steps. Okay, you win, and you've proved your point. No ability to light a fire. I'll stick to translating ancient languages." Dax made a dour face. "And you stick to finding souls." He teased, but I sensed an undercurrent to his words. His uneasiness over my abilities was for excellent reasons. The last soul finder was born in Scythia about 150 years ago. During his short life, he had turned his enemies into mindless slaves, and almost succeeded in his quest to rule the country. Most Scythians didn't react well to the news about another soul finder. The awkward moment passed as a mischievous glint lit Dax's bottle-green eyes. "I'd better go. I have to study. We have a history test tomorrow, remember?" I groaned, thinking of the large tome waiting for me. "Your knowledge of Scythian history is also pathetic." 2 reasons. I held up my fingers. 1, Verde Davian. 2, the Scythian Council. Dax gestured with his hand. Before he could say anything, I said, "I know. Details. He smiled and wrapped his cloak around him, letting in a gust of Arctic wind as he left. The flames in the hearth pulsed for a moment before settling. I drew closer, warming my hands over the fire. My thoughts returned to those 2 reasons. Ferde was a member of the unsanctioned Davian clan, who were a renegade group of the Sandseed clan. The Davians wanted more from life than wandering the Avibian plains and telling stories. On a power quest, Ferde had kidnapped and tortured 12 girls to steal their souls and increase his magical power. Valek and I had stopped him before he could complete his quest. An ache for Valek pumped in my heart. I touched his butterfly pendant hanging from my neck. He had returned to Ixia a month ago, but I missed him more each day. Perhaps I should get myself into a life-threatening situation. He had a knack for showing up when I most needed him. Unfortunately, those times were fraught with danger, and there hadn't been many chances to just be with each other. I longed to be assigned a boring diplomatic mission to Ixia. The Scythian Council wouldn't approve the trip until they decided what to do with me. 11 clan leaders and 4 master magicians comprised the council, and they had argued about my new role of soul finder all this past month. Of the 4 masters, Iris Jewelrose, 4th magician, was my strongest supporter, and Rose Featherstone, 1st magician, was my strongest detractor. I stared at the fire, following the dance of flames along the logs. My thoughts lingered on Rose. The randomness of the blaze stopped. The flames moved with a purpose, divided and gestured as if on a stage. Odd. I blinked. Instead of returning to normal, the blaze grew until it filled my vision and blocked out the rest of the room. The bright patterns of colour stabbed my eyes. I closed them, but the image remained. Apprehension rolled along my skin. Despite my strong mental barrier, a magician wove magic around me. Caught, I watched as the fire scene transformed into a lifelike picture of me. Flame me bent over a prone body. A soul rose from the body, which I then inhaled. The soulless body stood, and Flame me pointed to another figure. Turning, the body stalked the new person, and then strangled him. Alarmed, I tried to stop the fire vision to no avail. I was forced to observe myself making more soulless people who all went on a massive killing spree. An opposing army attacked. Fire swords flashed. Flames of blood splattered. I would have been impressed with the magician's level of artistic detail if I hadn't been horrified by the blazing carnage. In time, my army was extinguished, and I was caught in a net of fire. Flame me was dragged, chained to a post, and doused with oil. I snapped back to my body. Standing next to the hearth, I still felt the web of magic around me. It contracted, and tiny flames erupted on my clothes. And spread. I couldn't stop the advance with my power. Cursing my lack of fire skill, I wondered why I didn't possess this magical talent. An answer echoed in my mind.
Because we need a way to kill you.
I stumbled away from the blaze. Sweat poured down my back as the sound of sizzling blood vibrated in my ears. All moisture fled my mouth, and my heart cooked in my chest. The hot air seared my throat. The smell of charred flesh filled my nose, and my stomach heaved. Pain assaulted every inch of my skin. No air to scream. I rolled around the floor trying to smother the fire. I burned. The magical attack stopped, releasing me from the torment. I dropped to the floor and breathed in the cool air.
Yelena, what happened? Iris touched an icy hand to my forehead. Are you all right? My mentor and friend peered down at me. Concern lined her face and filled her emerald eyes.
I'm fine,
my voice croaked, setting off a coughing fit. Iris helped me sit up. Look at your clothes. Did you set yourself on fire? Black soot streaked the fabric, and burn holes peppered my sleeves and skirt pants. Beyond repair, I would have to ask my cousin Nutty to sew me another set. I sighed. I should just order 100 of the cotton tunics and skirt pants from her to save time. Events, including magical attacks, conspired to keep my life interesting. A magician sent me a message through the fire, I explained. Even though I knew Rose possessed the strongest magic in Scythia and could bypass my mental defences, I didn't want to accuse her without proof.
Before Iris could question me further, I asked, "How did the council session go?" I hadn't been allowed to attend. Although the rainy weather wasn't conducive for walking to the council hall, it still rankled. The council wanted me well versed in all the issues they dealt with on a daily basis as part of my training to be a liaison between them and the territory of Ixia. My training as a soul finder, though, remained a subject the council hadn't agreed on. According to Iris's theory, my reluctance to begin learning could be the cause of the council's indecision. I thought they worried I would follow the same path as the soul finder from long ago, once I discovered the extent of my powers. The session. Her lips twisted in a wry smile. Good and bad. The council has agreed to support your training. She paused. I steeled myself for the next bit of news. Rose was upset about the decision. Upset? Fiercely opposed. At least now I knew the motive behind my fire message. She still thinks you're a threat, so the council has agreed to let Rose train you. I scrambled to my feet. No! It's the only way. I bit back a reply. There were other options. There had to be. I was in the Magician's Keep, surrounded by magicians of various skill levels. There had to be another who could work with me. What about you or Bane? They wanted a mentor who was impartial. Out of the 4 masters, that left Rose. But she's not. I know. This could be beneficial. Working with Rose, you'll be able to convince her you're not out to rule the country. She'll understand your desire to help both Scythia and Ixia. My doubtful expression remained. She doesn't like you, but her passion for keeping Scythia a safe and free place to live will override any personal feelings. Iris handed me a scroll, stopping my sarcastic comment on Rose's personal feelings. This arrived during the council session. I opened the message. In tight printed letters was an order from Moonman. It read,
Yelena, I have found what you seek. Come.
That was The Chronicles of Ixia, Magic Study, by Maria V. Snyder. Read by Kristen Atherton. Edited by Richard Hughes at Anyway Audio. Casting by Rebecca Fortain. An audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Maria V. Snyder, 2006. Production copyright 2023 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. Thank you for listening.